creator, but here's the exception for
you
God.
don't understand the argument.
Yeah,
We're talking about the ontological primitive here. How things were created, how life came into existence. You've got two choices. Either an intelligence creates. I'm not talking about who created God. That's an infinite regression fallacy. We're talking about how things got here. In this specific instance, information that's transmitted through code, specifically genetics, DNA.
Yep.
Now, your special pleading is no, we do not need intelligence to create. Where generally, yes, we fucking do.
False.
Really?
So what you're wrong about is that I never said you don't need intelligence to create. I just don't see where it generally follows that there is evidence that was created by God.
Generally, that's what happens.
Oh, that was an interruption.
Because generally, that's what happens. You said there's no evidence.
But generally, that's what happens amongst humans.
That's how it goes about. It happens in this way.
And anything created, dude. Anything created needs a creator. That's the antecedent for creation. Is a creator.
Anything created needs a creator.
Yeah.
Is there something that wasn't created?
That's the necessary antecedent.
I show pleading. You see? But let's touch upon it though.
Wait a minute.
Like
no. Mm-hmm. That's everything that's generalized. Everything in creation needs a creator. So if you create something, you need a creator for that, right? Yes? Matt?
That's observable reality,
no.
Matt.
Who created a rock? Or who created roaches? What's the meaning of roaches?
Did you hear what I just said? Everything in creation needs a creator. That's a necessary antecedent. That's the generalization of it.
But yes? Okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But think about it like this. You said that everything created needs a creator. Yeah. What's your evidence it was created? Ooh. That's where it gets juicy. That's where it gets juicy.
Had the conversation about it. Now you're
dude. That's the way that you understand.
DNA, amino acids, RNA, translation, all of that good stuff. Those are chemical reactions that we're aware happen.
How did you get reactions when
nothing?
Your
evidence that it came from a creator, or it was made on purpose? See, that's where you have it.
Transmitting information.
Yep.
It's a chemical transfer. Yeah.
Yes.
The receiver understands the language of the chemicals and then follows what the chemical reaction is telling it to do.
Okay. When I turn on my television,
wait.
Like when I press a button, I just want to use an analogy though.
Yeah, no, the analogy should be more like a computer. Let's say
when I turn on my computer.
Wait a minute, dude. Like I'm using an analogy here for
can I not ask you a question?
It's going to be the same thing, I think. You're going to say it, but the opposite of me. It's going to be the same thing, but the opposite. Because if a guy's created a computer, and he also created the programs that go on the computer, but the computer has to have the capacity to receive the information and translate, the information that will be transmitted to it or put into it. So once that information is given to the computer, the computer can run the program. If it doesn't have the capacity, it will sit there dead as a doornail. It won't do anything. It's like putting... So if you can understand that, Matt, then the creator has to have in mind how to have the capacity, the thing that he's going to give life to be able to transmit or translate the code that it will receive. Otherwise, it won't produce anything. It will not do anything.
I'm having a conversation with two people. I just wanted to ask Jedi a question. So Jedi, if I press the button on my remote controller to turn on my TV, does my TV know to get the information, or just by the electromagnetic signal, it is going to do that by the physical laws?
It's going to, because it's a limited device, a computer, follow the instructions. And then it's going to follow the instructions because of the input and relay the input to us on the screen.
Yes, but
it's going to follow the instructions, like most codes.
Yeah, so it's like when I press my what's it called? My remote controller here. My TV doesn't know to turn on. It's just that the way it was set up, it's going to turn on because of it. So, exactly.
Oh, shit.
What I'm trying to get to is when the chemical reactions happen, the DNA. When you said it knows to translate, I don't think it knows. I think it so happens to be that it's doing that because of the chemical reactions.
In the same way that the TV turns on. because it's
Mhm.
received the signal and now it knows.
Yep. Well, now it knows.
Matt,
It
please.
was already told ahead of time in its creation to turn on when you push the button on the remote.
Don't need this. So colloquially, it knows what to do now because it's received a set of instructions that it can understand. The television receives this thing that it can understand and acts accordingly. Like any code, it receives because it understands.
Okay, you're not. I don't think you're following. I don't think you're deep. You're thinking deeply
You're
enough.
not following.
So what I'm
This is
saying
already
is,
explained the
if
analogy that you gave.
let's say that it's a electromagnetic thing that happens when I press something and something turns on, like or when like I connect my Bluetooth. Let's say that's an electromagnetic phenomenon. My Bluetooth isn't like, hey, I'm here, connect to me, I'm a talking Bluetooth. It doesn't know to do that.
Bluetooth.
It doesn't.
It's
When I do
Bluetooth.
something,
Bluetooth.
it doesn't know to do anything. It does
It's
it because
designed
of
to
how
react
it's set up,
to the
right?
instruction, dude. The
Okay, but
Bluetooth, that's designed to
yes,
react to the signal.
yes. But
Good.
the
So
Bluetooth
by
doesn't
design,
know to
it's made to
react to
do
the
this.
signal. Oh, it doesn't know that.
By
Yes.
design, it's
Yeah.
made to do this.
By design, it's made to do this, but
Yeah.
but also intrinsically, it doesn't know to do it. So when the RNA is taking information, it doesn't know I'm
Wait a
going to do
minute.
this now, right?
Wait a minute.
That's
Wait
my
a minute. I no, you're arguing. I think he's arguing a different point, Jedi. He's
Yeah, I
trying
know.
to.
We're talking shit.
Yeah, he's just trying to
You
make
don't
it
like
sound
it. You don't like it. It's the truth.
No,
buddy.
no. It basically what he's saying still stands. Nothing's changed. I think you're trying to make the argument the way you want to make it sound. Basically, like a shithouse lawyer. You're doing the best you can to confuse yourself. I think it seems like, but it's simple, man. If the Bluetooth was designed for a specific function, then it will operate in the manner of the way that it was created. Right?
Now, since we know
Right?
that the Bluetooth is
Wait,
acting
Matt.
upon,
Wait a
now
minute.
that we
Wait a
know that
minute.
the
No,
Bluetooth,
dude,
what?
just wait a second, because you're so happy to jump in and speak, but you're not listening to what's being said to you. So if the Bluetooth was designed for a function, it won't do anything else other than what it was designed for.
Well, it can malfunction,
It's not what
right?
I'm saying. Listen to
Right.
me. It will only do what it was instructed to do so in its creation. The person who designed whatever it was meant to do was going to do what it's supposed to, right? And connect
This is
to
another
certain
thing.
and Matt,
Yeah.
it will
Yeah.
connect to certain devices, right?
Yeah.
Now, will it do
This is
something?
another thing I want to mention,
Matt,
though. Yeah, I know. I just said yeah. Obviously, right?
but you're
We know
not.
that
I'm
we know
not
that
done
it's
yet,
created.
dude. So
Yeah, finish.
will it do something else other than what it was designed to do?
Actually, yeah.
Like what?
Like sometimes when I try to turn on my Bluetooth, this doesn't happen. Sometimes when you have genetic
Not
mutations,
do
a
it,
baby
so-
can be born deformed and stuff. That's how I know it's not on
Yeah.
purpose. This is how I know there's no real reason, because that happens.
What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know, dude.
Oh, when there's DNA sequences, sometimes there's a change in the amino acids or a sequence in the amino acids that can cause mutations that aren't good for the baby.
No, we're not talking
or autism and so much disease.
What did that? Oh, dude. Oh my god. Why are
What
you
that
saying?
proves is there's no intrinsic
Hold on,
meaning for
dude.
good.
No, just dude, you're so. I see this Jedi. My first initial assessment of what he was doing is correct. He wants to hate God for a reason, and this
I
is
don't,
sounding
though.
more and more. Yes, dude. This is what it sounds like. You want to have a reason to have a beef with God. It's not that you don't know that he exists. You know
God,
that he
dude.
exists. You know that he exists. You want to have a beef with him because of some moral reason. You
No.
don't like the fact that there's evil in the world. You don't like the fact. Roots, you're hot micing, brother. Roots.
My bad.
Yeah, so you want to have a beef with God because you don't like how things are. The world's kind of messed up. So you want to use this as your way to say, okay, I don't believe in you, God. Even though if you say that you exist or I think that people think that you exist, I'm going to say no to you. You're rejecting him, just like everybody else that's a God hater, bro. The same thing.
I don't. That's not how. With all, like, I'm trying to be honest. I know that you guys might think I'm
You're
dishonest.
not.
That's fine. That's fine if you guys do think that. But I'm trying to think as
No,
deeply as
dude.
possible
You're looking
about
for
this.
every reason to
Honestly.
deny the creator. You're denying the creator in every way possible. You're
In a
demeaning. You're demeaning the way that the God code is being told to you. You're demeaning the way that we have God, children that are deformed and like you're saying a bunch of shit, dude. To have
Just
a
like-
reason
there's like issues.
Issues for who? For you?
That's the thing, though.
In the code.
Are you the issue, or like what's it? Where are the issues, Matt?
Am I the issue? I don't know. Maybe.
Where are the issues?
All I was trying to point
where
out
are the issues?
is that
Where are the issues? Where are
the
you know
issues
me.
are sometimes in the DNA, where the baby is born with this disease. A baby is born with their head enlarged like 5 times. It's supposed to be so many things.
So my thing to you is this: if that is your reason to say that the creator cannot exist because there are deformations, is that your reasoning behind it?
That's one of them. That's not. I'm not saying that the creator can't exist, dude.
That's one
Again,
of them.
make sure it's known. Make sure it's known. That's one of the many. I'm just saying, make sure it's known that I'm not saying that a creator doesn't exist. I'm not sure 100%.
No, but you're saying that this is the reason why you don't think that there is one. Because there's deformations in the DNA code, which gives you the instance that the code is not perfect, or it's not being run correctly, or something is happening. So therefore, how can
it's not like it doesn't have an intrinsic purpose. You know what I mean?
No,
there's like Down syndrome.
It does.
All sorts of stuff.
It does. It does have an intrinsic purpose. Hold on, Clay. It does have an intrinsic purpose, Matt. That's where you're incorrect. Because the creator shows his great strength in those who are unable to do things. He shows his mighty strength in those guys. The ones who you look to that are crippled and can't do stuff, that's where his strength is shown even greater. That's where you're wrong, dude. So you think that's a weakness of the creator. That's his strength. He's going to show you how strong he is through those people. So the weaknesses of this world are what he looks to show his mighty strength. And that's why you have such a warped understanding of the creator, and you're looking for a reason to deny him. But he's actually showing you that you don't understand that in what you see weakness and deformations and all these other things, that's where he's going to show you his great strength. Because those people, the ones who pass, and they have these illnesses and such, they return back to the creator. And so it doesn't matter. Like, you can say that it's not with purpose, but we all got to see how those people, even though they had all these adversities in life, that they still persisted. And they showed us that even though that you can have these things, you can still be someone. And that's why we have hope. We have hope because we can say somebody had such a horrible life, but look at like what he's given to me. And you're taking that for granted right now and rejecting the fact that the creator is giving you this opportunity, a moment in time, to actually reflect on the fact that you should think about this.
What is one thing? Apart from just creation in general, what is one thing about the creator within his creation already that's created that you think is so fair? Would you say that the creator is fair?
No, I don't. It's not fair, dude. It's not. I don't look at life in the way that you're talking about. It's a more. You have a.
Do you think the chance to get to heaven is fair?
You do not have a God to establish where your moral compass come from. So you don't have the ability to say where or how fair should be or shouldn't be.
Yeah.
See, this is I believe and I adhere to moral realism, though.
No, Matt.
No, you don't have a God. So what you have right now is the chemical reaction going on in your brain, and that's all you have.
So the standard
out is a response from chemicals.
You don't want to have a discussion,
Matt. The standard of fairness that you're giving right now is based on human emotions. It's not based on an emotion of a creator that looks throughout the span of time. So for you, I know that you are aware of him. You're rejecting him in every turn that he's talking to you.
Alpha, me knowing the creator exists and me ignoring him when I know that the repercussions would be horrible is just dumb. I wouldn't do that if I knew for a fact he existed.
You're doing it now.
There's no way, Alpha. There's no way you think I'm convinced that a creator exists and I'm rejecting him on purpose. Because me doing that,
100%,
would be me accepting eternal torture, which I wouldn't do.
Therefore, because you have that mindset, you're going to do it in regards of saying that I'm going to actually, so that I can escape that mindset, I can just think about a creator not existing, so I can intellectually reject him. So I can say, I have a reason to based on evolution. I have a reason to based on that there was a Big Bang. And you're talking about giving reasons to why you don't have to feel that accountability, Matt. For you, right now, you want to escape that. You don't want to feel that pressure of having to I got to get my life straight. I got to really think about creation and follow all the religious people do. You don't want to be conformed to that. So you want to stretch your legs out and be like, I'm going to think how I want. Who gives a fuck, right? And so that's, that's the true nature, Matt. That's your true nature right now. That's your
This is the
rebellious.
one thing. This is the
Listen,
one thing I
bud.
want to make sure that's clear, though.
It's
Right? This is the one
truly it's all our nature. We're all in the same boat, right? We're the same as Matt. We have all been born with falling short of the glory of the Most High. The only mediator is Jesus Christ. We all are sinners, but we can turn away from it and become righteous in His eyes through His only begotten Son. This is the deal. We all sit in the same boat. We just choose to either say, I don't accept a gift, or I accept a gift. This is
Well,
what
Seal,
you
does
currently
God
do.
does
Is
God make mistakes? Seal?
you probably despise the gift, maybe because you think it is because you think you can do things on your own. But this is the thing: you gotta surrender and say, we have fallen short. We are sinners, or I'm a sinner, and the only thing I can do is accept that someone has died for my sins. I can follow Him, take up my cross, repent, and walk with the Lord, because I have a mediator. I have someone who is.
So intent has.
Can I ask Seal a question, though?
I know what you're gonna ask him. I'm gonna respond because he actually has a different way of responding. But I would say that intent is baked into design. So if there's a design, if there's DNA, if there's a God code, all of this leads us to know that behind all of that there was a will, and the will was the first action. That was what started all of this. That's what gave laws of motion. That's what gave everything its you know, the capacity to have like the laws of nature. So
yeah, but
now
does
we
God make
see
mistakes?
mistakes. No, there's intent in design, and everything has a purpose. So
Can
if
you
you're
have
saying,
can you have
so,
regret and not have made mistakes?
regret, it doesn't need mistakes. You can say that I made something and I feel sorry that I made it because I know that I had to make it for the specific intent that I
God
made it
is
for.
omniscient. When God appointed King Saul king, He did it thinking it was a good idea, but then later on He says, "I regretted that I have made that decision." He says He regrets. So God
Yeah,
made
but
a mistake.
no, it's not a mistake. He knew what he was doing. He just had to do it in that specific manner. The
And
pattern
then
of
He
which
says,
the way
"But
he
if you know, what you're doing
listen.
for a greater good, you can't have regret."
Yeah, but so everything has to be done in a specific way. So do you think that he took pleasure in the fact that he had to destroy his son the way he did, or the story of the cross? Do you think that?
I don't know. I don't know.
See, this is the problem. You don't
There's
know,
a
Matt.
problem with the Trinity, though. There's a
No, it's
problem with
not.
the
We're not even
Trinity.
talking about that. We're just talking about the idea. You mentioned regret, right?
Mhm.
So he
Yeah.
can look upon his creation and say, you know what, I did all of these things, but I
Mhm.
know that in certain instances and time frames, right, he would feel like, okay, this was like, I know I had to do it, but like it went bad. But he
He
didn't have
also
any
set Adam and
regrets.
Eve up in the garden. He put Adam and Eve up against one of his most beautiful and intelligent angels. That was his new creation, and he put him up in the garden against them. And he
No,
knew that
no, that's
Satan was
not
roaming in
true.
that garden
No,
So
because
no,
God
that's
is
not true.
omniscient. Okay,
all of
That's
these,
not
respond.
true. I
all of
can
these,
tell you real quick, it's not true. What God did is He has created beings with a free will. If He would have created them without ever having to be able to make a choice between bad or good, even within the Garden of Eden, then then Adam or Eve would be just pure robots, right?
okay,
But because He
just
gave
hold
them the free will, the choice
on a
to
second,
choose
Clay.
between
God's
good or
omniscient,
bad,
meaning He
it's the
knows what He's
same.
doing.
It's the same with the angels. The angels had
hold
the
on a minute.
same free will as Adam and
Wait a
Eve
minute.
had.
Yeah, there's a lot that you're saying there. There's a libertarian. There's libertarian free will. We're getting too deep here because I feel like there's more people that are Bible believers are going to jump into this conversation. It's gonna get tied up with like trying to figure out philosophically what
This is a
did
very
God.
interesting conversation,
Yeah,
though.
but I know. But what I'm saying is because Clay has a mindset of libertarian free will, that's going to kind of get things a little muddy when you start to realize
Well, I
that
don't even know what that means.
from the beginning to the end, everything was known, right? Alpha and the
Yeah.
Omega, the
Oh,
beginning and the end. Says
hold
the
on,
Lord.
Alpha. So
Hold
you're
on,
like
Matt.
a Calvinist?
I'm not talking to you right now. So
Oh.
if Clay, so if we're talking about like God knew the beginning to the end, everything's written. You agree with that, right?
100%, yeah.
Okay,
But
so if everything's written, then from the beginning to the end, and we're somewhere in between right now in history, so God would know in a design plan how everything was going to be laid out. Yes.
100%, yes.
Okay, so from his stance, we know that he knows from beginning to the end. Now humans have the capacity to have a mind of being able to make a choice, like today, tomorrow, whatever you say, I'm going to do this thing, right? Tomorrow. And let's say the thought process for you would be, I'm going to do the thing tomorrow. But your thought about doing something with your free will not go through if something intervenes with that. Meaning something could happen, that somebody could knock on your door and say, "Hey, Clay, we need your help. We're going to do something. I need you to come with me." And you're like, but I had something to do. And like, just you'll go back to that thing in a moment. And so you go do that other thing, and what happens is maybe you forget about coming back to the previous thought that you thought you had the free will to go do. Well, what happens is your free will was intervened, so you didn't have that free will to do the thing that you thought you maybe had. So it's not the fact that you say that you don't have a choice in your robot. It's the fact that we are living a specific path, right? And the path
Really?
we're trying to understand what that path is. And in that process of understanding, we don't know why things happen the way they do. Our destiny is written already, but we
I
as
just
people
want to clarify something,
hold
Alpha.
on, Matt, 1 second. But we as people don't understand that. So you and me, we can't see past our own choices. I don't know if I choose vanilla or chocolate, what I'm actually going to want when I get to the store. I might even choose butterscotch. So I don't know that, but what I do know is I'm conscious of a choice. So when I make a choice, I think it's, coming from my own mind, but it's not, because I was telling Matt earlier that where does all this information come from? Or what we want, our desires, or when we're hungry, when we want to go to sleep, everything is a reaction to the thing that precedes it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So there's a kind of a mix up here. I think a lot of people say, well, we have free will. And it's not the fact that you have free will, you have a choice. To you, that seems like you have a free will. But what you're doing is you're either going to follow a pattern that God already designed, right? Or you think that you're going to decide to trailblaze your own pattern. And that's not the case. That's never the case.
Predeterministic outcome kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's not because you understand the predeterministic outcome. Rick, and I told everybody here, for us as people, we have the mindset that we do because we can't see past our own choices. So you can say, I'm going to do a thing tomorrow, but it's not necessarily going to happen, is it? Because even if you build an itinerary tomorrow and say, I'm going to follow the itinerary to the letter from every moment of tomorrow, it will not pass because something will intervene that you didn't expect. And this is why that you can't understand past your own choices. You can make choices. I'm not saying that's wrong. But what I'm saying is you can't understand past those choices.
So I just want to clarify, Alpha, do you adopt Calvinism?
That's that's a word that people toss around. Now I like the things that are saying, but there's still I would say it's kind of hard. I'd say I'm somewhere in between because of the fact that I understand the need for having God be sovereign and us be the created thing that are subjected underneath the sovereign ruler. So in order for God to be sovereign, he has to have full reign over his creation. And if we have any limitation to saying, no, I did something that he didn't know what I was going to do. So I did something today that God's like, I didn't know he was going to do that. That's not how it works.
I just wanted to ask that because I wanted to clarify, because there's Christians that are divided upon this, and this is there's a decent divide upon this because Calvinists believe that everything is predestined. Almost literally everything that happened is predestined for God's ultimate glory, which means that he planned out what was going to happen to Adam and Eve. He planned out what happened to and he plans Matt, all that out.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, Matt. So just to touch on that a little bit, he designed everything not for you and me. Do you know this, Matt? Everything was created not for us.
Well, I thought that because a lot of the Christians, the Protestants and whatnot, the ones that don't believe in Calvinism, they see the story of Jesus, right? The good news, right? Him coming down and shedding blood for us. I think that's almost a defeater for Calvinism, but Calvinism still makes a lot of sense though. But it doesn't make sense that Jesus would come down here to save us and all this other stuff if the saving isn't within us. It's not our choice to follow God, because it says in John and stuff that for whoever believe in him,
Yeah, I know, but the belief doesn't come from you. It comes from a gift. Really, it comes from a gift that's given to you. You are given the faith to have enough faith to believe.
You're kind of aligned with Gregory. That's exactly what Gregory believes.
Yeah, but see, if it wasn't a free gift given to you, then you wouldn't receive the gift. You weren't able to understand the gift. You would just be like, well, I don't know. Like, I believe in God, maybe not.
In that sense, then whatever the way you believe it. In that sense, there's everything that you're doing or whatever happens to me or whatever happens to you, either you were gifted the chance to go to heaven and I wasn't, or someone was and you weren't, whatever it was. And that's kind of what you believe in, basically. You know, either you got it or you don't.
Yeah,
and that's
so
weird, though, isn't it?
It has to be given as a measure. Everybody has a measure of faith. We all do, right? That's what the word says. Everybody
Who
has
gives
a
us
measure
that
of faith.
measure of faith?
The Creator. Now,
Wow.
so everybody has.
It's not really my fault or anyone's fault then.
What do you mean?
Like,
yeah,
so,
it is, because consciously, the pattern that you follow right now is one of making choices. So this is why I say I fall in between. Like, I'm not just totally one-sided. I do see the fact that everybody has the capacity to make choices, but what I say is you are not the creator. You don't know the beginning to the end, so you can't say that everything is predestined, because to you live moment to moment, and every moment means something to you when you make choices. So yes, the creator sees that way, but you don't. So you can never say, I think my life is predestined. You could say, I'm making choices today to follow the creator. So whether or not you feel the measure of like wanting to do that, that's going to be up to the capacity that's given to you as an individual believing in the creator.
I mean, then anyone else, I mean, whenever anyone comes at me, just say, well, that's the gift that was given to me, I guess.
I'll tell you this much, right? So me and Jedi and everybody else could tell you that the God code has been revealed to you and your mind. You can understand DNA being something that's related from a creator to the creation, right?
I don't.
You can see that in as so far as to say as the argument stands. Not that you believe it, but just so that you can say, yeah, I see that you're arguing for this. I can see what you're saying.
Well, no, I see
just don't
exactly
believe
what you're saying. I disagree fundamentally, but I know what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. So you're given the measure of faith to realize. But now the fact is, whether or not you adhere to it is because of the capacity that's given to you. Now, everybody, and here's the thing, I'm not writing you off, because no one can. I can't say, well, Matt's just predestined to go to hell. I'm not ever going to say that to anyone, because that would be wrong. The only thing you can say is that at this particular moment in time, you don't have the capacity to reach the level of understanding that you would to say, I understand now that the God code is deemed by a creator. You can't say that now, and that's fine. Everybody should be okay to kind of defend a point and say, all right, so Matt said no go, and that's okay. But the fact is, something inside of you is like urging you to stay in the fight. Like, no, don't give up, man. Like, keep arguing with these guys. You might prove your point. You don't know what that is, Matt. You don't know why. What motivates you to do that? I do. I know why.
What do you think motivates me to do that?
That's the creator. The measure of faith is something that urges everybody. It pulls on your heartstrings. Now, whether or not the person actually fully
be very skeptical of their beliefs.
Listen. Whether or not a person fully commits to this, it's not that's not the case, because of course the parable of the sower describes the 4 types of people, right? It's the people that hear the good news and right away the devil snatches it away, and then there's the seed that falls on the rocky soil and it tries to take hold, but the rocks underneath are not able for the roots to dig down deep, so the plant withers and dies. There's the one that the seed falls on the soil and it sprouts up, but then the other weeds choke it off and it dies. And that just represents the 4 types of people. And the last one is it falls in a good soil and the plant shoots up and it grows and it's strong. But hold on, let me just tell you real quick, right? So the 4 people, right, are the types of people that listen to the word, right? And so everybody's given this measure to understand, or at least a capacity, because everybody heard the message. Those 4 types of people heard the message. And the parable is speaking to those 4 types of people. Now, the people heard the message. The first ones, they heard the message and they just, it's baloney, right? And the second one was the rocky soil. They had hard times. Oh, I just can't do it now, man. It's too tough, right? And then, of course, the third one was when the weeds choked it off, was that the person had too much worries and cares about what's going on around them. It's really hard for them to realize that God could be the one, like what you're doing. I would say that fits your description. The weeds are the world coming at you with these ideas. It's choking off your faith. and it will do
Think about
so
it.
until it. Listen, dude, it will do so if you let it. It will completely
Okay.
snuff it out, and you will be a hardened person in your heart.
The one,
You will be. It will be a stone, dude,
the
if you
one,
allow it.
the one thing that separates me, you, and Jedi, and whatever it is the fact that I believe in the heliocentric model with space and galaxies, and you guys don't. The thing is, if you guys believed in that like I did, then you would understand the thing is, I
Dude.
could just say, well, Jupiter doesn't have life, well, Mars doesn't have life, well, the 5,000 exoplanets that we've looked at probably doesn't have life.
It's not about us.
Because
adhering to
you
that.
believe in a flat contained world, you think that this is so purposeful and this is so different. So we have like two completely different worldviews. Like we don't even agree that the world is a globe. You know, a lot of stuff we don't even agree upon.
So what?
Yeah, but I think the way you look at it is like this. Like a lot of people in ancient times thought that there was like a god of fire, a god of thunder, rain. When it was raining, it was God. But then we realized it was just a hydrological cycle that caused rain. You know what I mean? All that
So
type
you
of
think you think
so
people
gaps in
just
scientific knowledge
Wait a minute.
will never
Wait a
be
minute.
proof of God.
Yeah. Wait a minute. But you now think that because people are enlightened with the sense of saying I've identified the hydrological cycle, so I'm all good now to say that that's not God anymore. But in fact, it still is God because He designed this place to do what it does. So yeah, He brings the rain. He's the rain bringer, the snow bringer. He's the one that created these cycles that you live in. So
Does he
dismissive
design
that
hurricanes too?
that everything,
What
dude,
about the floods that
is
kill people? Hurricanes that kill people?
everything's all His design.
Tsunamis that kill people?
Everything, dude. Do you think that
Really?
people? Yeah, you know. Here's a interesting thing for you, Matt. You think that the lifespan that somebody has is something worth acknowledging, as far as like saying this is all our like you and me. We should put all our stock into this life. Everything, like all of our. We shouldn't care about maybe there being a life after this. We should put all of our energy into just living the best life now. YOLO, bro. You only live once. You think that this is the reason why you were meant to be here, just for this fact of just
I don't know if I
existing.
was meant to be here, Alpha. I don't know.
I do.
But listen,
Everybody was designed and meant and purposely put in a specific place and time to be in a certain location.
I'd much
Everybody.
rather not be gone forever, or just be in a
No,
state of
that's
non-existence
cap,
forever.
bro. That's all cap.
Bro,
You know it.
seriously believe him?
That's
So you
cap.
think that Matt just wants to be in a state of
Yeah.
non-existence forever?
Oh, dude,
How long is
listen,
forever?
listen,
How do you
check this
measure
out.
forever?
No, check this out, dude. No, what I think is, like I said, the parable of the sower. You're the third type. You're the third type of person where the weeds are choking off this philosophy that you received that makes you feel kind of good and warm inside by having explanations to everything. That's the weeds choking off your faith, dude, for the Creator. I've already told you this. This is true about what's happening right now with you. Your faith is being choked off, dude, and it will. Listen, if it continues as you get older, it will be snuffed out. You will not have any more thought of. You'll be like Scott. The way Scott is, his heart is a stone for the Creator. It's a complete stone, and if you're not there, I don't think you're there yet, but you will. At some point, you'll cross the line, and your heart will be a stone, and no longer there will be light shedding. And I don't want that, dude. Like I said, if anybody would plead for that, I would rather you kind of look at that in that way and say, look, man, let me do some self-reflection, because if there's something that I'm missing, and first of all, dude, if for trusting all these guys that you put a lot of stock into, like these guys are telling you information, and for you to be a critical thinker, you don't ever like challenge those guys. You're like, wait a minute, you just told me this information about some mutation that happened long ago, bro. When did this happen? Who studied this? Like, why are you don't dig down into that? You're, in other words, the surface information that you receive, Matt, you're happy with it. So that tells me a lot about you.
Really?
Yeah, it
really,
does.
man.
It does,
really.
dude. You want to be
like, I don't know, man. It's
I'm telling you, it's just the way it is. You want to be in that state of mind where you're not held accountable and it feels good. But I'm telling you, that third archetype of person.
Though? It's not. Okay,
You
like
do.
it's almost
You
like
do.
doing. It's almost like this. It's almost like this, right? Let's say that you can rob this bank and get like $40,000 right now, but you know for a fact you're gonna be fucked and get like you get armed robbery charge and you're gonna be gone for like 30 years in jail. It's much better if you truly thought that I believed in or I knew for a fact in my heart there was a God and I was just rejecting him. That would mean that I'm enjoying my life right now, doing whatever the stupid shit that you think I'm doing, and not living in a Christian worldview.
Yes,
And then
man.
I'm gonna be gone and punished forever because of it. That's
Yeah,
not.
but
That's not a
listen.
good logic, though.
This is
You know?
listen. You want to know something funny about this, Matt? I'm doing something that probably nobody's ever done for you in your life. I'm pleading for you because I don't want that to be the case. Far be it from that. Like, I don't care if you believe in a globe, but if you continue the path that you do as someone who rejects the creator, that will be the end that you meet. And so, and listen, whether or not you say pish posh, man, I believe in my scientists are telling me everything I need to know. And yeah, I'm even telling you, man, those guys are bankrupt. Look at what they're telling you. There's nothing there, dude. They can't support any of their claims, and they would even tell you if they're here because we spoke to many of them, PhDs and all that. They're like, this is our best guess. You're banking on all your chips in to their best guess, Matt.
The chips.
I'm saying it like it is. It's their best guess, and you're going all in on it, like as if that's it, right? They got it, man. You're doing that to them. It's because I'm telling you, deep down inside, you're not fighting a war of like, dude, I want to believe. No, you want not to believe. It's the opposite. And that's the state of affairs for you right now, my friend. And it, like I said, if you let it go for a lot longer, your heart will be hardened like a stone, and you will not have any creator conversation. You will abhor it. You'll be like, dude, I don't even want to talk about it. So right now, at least you entertain it, but that light will so slowly be snuffed out, dude. It'll be that third archetype. Read the parable of the sower. The third archetype will be snuffed out by the weeds are going to choke it off, dude, and you won't have any more faith. Your faith will be diminished to nothing. And that's what I don't want.
This, man. If you're right, if you happen to be right within your theology and whatever you think, I hope it gets to me before it's too late. If it happens to be the case, I'll tell you that.
Oh, let's say some people need to do some praying for you, man. If that's going to be the case, because unbeknownst to your family, which I'm pretty sure if your mom knew about it, dude, she'd be praying day and night for you, for your actual realization of this. If she knew the amount that you had against the creator, I mean, and you know as well as I do, Matt, she would be saddened by it too. And I'm not just saying do it for her. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying do it for her, because don't do something for someone else. Do it because you understand that the creator does exist, and he's been tugging at you with that small measure of faith that he's given to everybody to realize that that he is true and that he is real. I'm just telling you this way. If far be it, you don't listen, dude. Tomorrow you can wake up and say, Alpha's he's full of shit, dude. Whatever. I don't care.
No, man. I honestly respect what you're saying for sure. I get it, man.
But the these conversations, they get into like these philosophical whatever, and people get into the mode of like being too philosophical or too like biblical, and I think that's good in a way sometimes. But what needs to be said here is more of the side of like people understanding that there's a need for others to realize that if there's truth being said, like at least give it a chance, man. That's one thing I'd say. I'm not here to convince you, Matt. I really am not. I want to challenge you at least. So at some point down the line, if you're like, dude, fuck, remember that conversation? Like, fuck, it really hit me now. But I'm not gonna probably be there when that happens.
Right now, dude. I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying, man. I mean, you've said a lot of things that I think I can still contest to, or maybe I don't fully agree with. But I mean, it's gonna take time for me to I went from like a year ago to probably telling you, yeah, I mean, you're an idiot for thinking that God doesn't exist.
Sure.
I mean, this world entails a God. So, I mean, a lot can change. You know what I mean?
Well, we just leave it up to time, I guess. But what I will say is that don't wait too long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because time is precious. And I think there's a scripture in the Bible that says, today is the day of salvation. Don't harden your hearts. So, and that's true. Because tomorrow's not promised, bro. I'm gonna be straight up. You could walk out tomorrow and it'd be the last day of your life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
Anyway.
you're absolutely right. It's not debatable, dude. There's people
There's
people that are in like much better positions. Dude, you know that story you had last year where I think it was in 2023 or something, or like during the summer, where you had that story of the people that went down in the submarine or whatever that was like with a remote control or whatever. You heard
those
about that
guys
story?
that imploded in the
Yeah, imploded, and
Marianas
they
Trench or
died
something?
instantly. And they were like the family that was there and the owner were worth billions of dollars with a young kid that was like I think my age. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're right, man. I mean, shit's not guaranteed, even if you're worth a shit ton of money, man.
Well, just like what's his name, man? Was it Steve Jobs? Well, the kind of
Steve
shit he was
Jobs
saying
had
towards
cancer. He was super fucking rich, dude.
yeah, no, but the shit that he was saying towards the end of his life, I mean, it was like practical shit, dude. He's like, you know what? Doesn't matter the car you drive or he was having like that realization moment at that time. But it's like we don't have to have that kind of stuff happen to us to have that realization moment. We should be doing that right now. Like
I won't sit here and say that like money's not important, but like at the end of I mean, it's important for your livelihood, right? At a certain point, but there's some things that you can't fix with money. You know, there's some
that's
things
right.
that like when it's I mean when death is calling on your name, you're fucked. You know,
Well, that's right.
that's just
You
the case though.
see?
I mean,
So,
that's the thing. You can't
man.
bring. I mean, if you do die, like you know, you can like give it to your family, the people you love, or whatever. But you can't take that shit with you anywhere. You know.
There was a meme that I've seen. I kind of chuckle at it, but it had a hearse with a U-Haul in the back of it, and it says on the bottom it says you can't take it with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's true. What
Like
all
my
the
like.
fucking
I
think about
can't
it, man.
I can't be buried. I mean, I wouldn't want to be buried with all the stuff that I love to either.
Imagine if
Yeah.
you reached like Andrew Tate's level and you had all the money, you got all
Yeah.
that shit, and you know at the end of your life you just left. Like
Dude.
what was like if at the end what was it all worth? You know what I'm saying? All the accolades, all the
Drunk, dude. He had he was at a point where he nearly lost his life. He had like he had a granddaughter. He had like a bunch of family members and all that stuff that loved him, and it could have been over just like that, over
anyway.
one mistake. You know.
But the Bible says the only way to gain life or have life is through Jesus Christ. If you don't have him, you don't have life.
Yeah, there's good scriptures, man, but like I don't want to I just don't want to rock the boat
But
too
it's the
far into
truth.
religion. You know what I mean? I did what I was trying to toe the line where it wasn't so far into it because I know where lines get crossed. It's almost like scriptures start popping out and then people are like, dude, this again. You know what I mean? Because you got to read the room sometimes.
Where Matt can read it for himself.
Yeah. So you know what?
I
You know what, Clay?
I mean, I do have a cage. My mother handed it to me a few weeks ago. Where I have the Holy Bible.
See, this is all divine appointment, Matt. Why do you think that's been handed to you? Why do you think we're having the conversation now? You think it's because of random chance, bro? I mean, he's knocking on the door of your heart, man. And he's using a loud megaphone to do it. Anyway.
Yep.
Anyway,
this has been a very meaningful conversation. I respect it very much. So I'll tell you that for sure.
Yeah, we talk to each other in you know, kind of a more derogatory manner when it consists like, you know, truth in that. But
I didn't get the alpha
bare bones. No, listen, man, because I don't joke like with this shit, man. I think listen, dude. Your life is hanging in the balance. I don't joke about that shit ever. I don't wish anyone that. I don't. So I don't view life like I don't like, dude. I don't wish any harm on anyone. I want everyone to at least have the capacity to have a conversation about it. But I feel like the people that cannot have that conversation already know where they are. Their heart is a stone. It's gone. It's like the light has dwindled, and at some point but we're not supposed to give up. The ones that because they're still breathing. So fight while it's still daylight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think we just killed the chat. But
so what about
it was a very apart from everything, it was probably one of the most important conversations that we've had. Although it is a flat Earth VC. You know, the Earth's shape doesn't truly really matter, anyways.
Well, it ties in.
Hey,
It ties
what
into
about
this. Very much. Go ahead.
what about? I want to know about meteorites. What's the position of flat Earth people on that?
Breaking
Do
off
they
from the
have
container.
That's
Like,
that's
is
one
it-
of them. That's one of them.
Does it come from out there, or is it something that happens from within the dome? Or
Yeah, it's speculation, Rick.
I don't
I
know.
think people say
Okay.
slagging off the dome, but not dome, but the container.
The containment, right?
It's slagging
Okay.
off the container. So
Does that
I'm
entail that the container is made out of some sort of rock?
listen. It's not even my speculation, to be honest. Like I'm not with that, but some
What if
people
the
would say
container is like
that's a
breaking off so that like eventually like is that the end of the Earth or some shit? You know, the end days with the container.
I do agree. With burden of proof, like how there's always an argument on who has the burden of proof. I believe both do. Like if you're a
What, for
globe, someone that
meteorites?
believes in the globe, they have a burden of proof to prove the globe theory, and then the people that have the flat Earth position, they need to prove that too. They've got the burden of proof to push that. You know what I mean? So both, I feel like it's both people have burden of proof. Would you agree?
Burden of proof
For
for
both
what?
positions, yeah, I think that anyone that makes a positive claim that the Earth is flat
For
or
the
the Earth
shape
is
of the
Yeah.
Earth? Conversation, or what do you for meteorites?
Oh, like so people that think in the general model of like, oh yeah, we live on a globe, we live on a planet that is spherical, they have a burden of proof to back that claim, right? As do flat Earth people have a burden of proof to back their claims.
I never.
So it's like
honestly, Rick, I never
Hmm.
mind to have that conversation with people. It's just the fact that
Yeah.
it's
Doesn't matter.
difficult. Go ahead, Jedi.
Sorry, it doesn't matter who makes a claim. If you make a claim, it's your burden to prove it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if
True.
you're flat Earth, globe Earth, Conservative, Labour, Republican, Democrat. I don't know,
Mhm.
Hindu, whatever. If you make a
Yeah.
claim,
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, I don't mind having those conversations. Neither does Jedi. I think what
Yeah.
happens is the problem when we start talking about the flat Earth information first. It gets
Yeah.
drowned out by hand wave dismissals off the rip. So it's difficult to have, like, me and Jedi know, like, once we start talking about flat Earth first and not globe Earth first, it always turns out that the person will be like, no, that's just not the way it is. Nah. And we're like, wait a minute, you didn't even no, it's not. It's because it's a globe.
It's like
So
right. So they don't have the patience to hear you
No.
out, sort of thing. They
Well,
won't
then
lend you
absolutely
their
not.
patience.
well, the reason
Disbelief. Like they don't give two shits because they've already got this idea that's
Yeah.
in their head, and what they have in their head is right, and you can't tell them that they're wrong.
exactly.
Okay.
Well, so and that's why, Rick, it's hard for
I
us
think
to.
the same thing goes for flat earthers too. I mean, it goes for both sides. Let's be
Right.
honest.
No,
right?
but
Let's be
listen,
honest.
when people first come in here, do you think they want, because they have academia on their side, they got the colloquial terms that are being used, the globalist this, and we travel around the globe, so people have the mindset that it's already
Yeah.
that, and coming in
I
here,
think that-
it's like,
I think that's
okay, tell me that the Earth
academia.
is flat, and then we start talking about it, and they're just like, nah.
I think
That's
the
not
main
working.
reason why people freak out about this topic specifically is because obviously I think academia is doing an okay job at just telling people the correct doctrine. I'm just saying also the fact that obviously it's like something that is so casual, something that is so known by all the scientists. So when they come in here, they're like, "You think the Earth is flat? How dare you?" You know what I mean? Because it's something in academia that's taught to be ridiculous. When you click on any flat Earth video, every video that mentions flat Earth in the title, there's a Wikipedia thing that follows along with it saying that it's archaic, it's not real. Check it out because it's trying to get people away from that thinking. That's what they're trying to do.
You know, classic. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, I admire the challenge against the norm. Like, I think that's admirable. Like, I admire that because it's a big task. You're going up against the majority and like scientific, what we call the scientific community. You know what I
we
mean?
came a long way.
So
So
that's great.
there's a little history, man, between like the main people in here. Like I would say me, Crit, Jedi, Just Bill. I'll include Just Bill. He's been all right. The 24/7.
Matt's been here for like 10 years.
Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl's been in there. But what we've experienced was a lot of people in the academic side of things, right? And I don't know,
Yeah.
unbeknownst to a lot of the new guys that come in here, you don't really know what those guys actually say when they come in here, and it almost sounds like they're dismissive to the globe. I know that sounds weird, but they're not like, they don't have a dog in the fight. They're not the ones coming in here saying, "Dude, the Earth is a globe." It's actually the people who believe it. Like the other guys, they've been told to look at cosmology a certain way, like ITR is one of them, right? That I know that Matt gets pretty
not been
upset
in
when he
here in a
comes
while,
in here.
He hasn't been here in a while.
He typed in the other day. I saw that he was typing. He didn't come in here, but he was just typing. But like,
I don't know about
he's
that.
studying to be an astrophysicist, and he really does. He's like, according to him, like, don't say that he's doing it or not, but he calls out people that are saying bullshit for the Globert side, and a lot of the Globers.
Who's he called out?
I know that you and him had the argument over the 6 and 9.
Yeah, well, he's wrong about that stupid shit.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So you guys had that, and some other shit that people have information that he says that's not right. You know, so it's bad arguments for both sides, and so he's calling out the Globers that say bad arguments, and when that happens, the Globers get upset and they discredit him and saying he's not he doesn't adhere to the globe, because it's almost like, I don't know what we want to put it, like the globe side cannot fall out of line. Like they all have to agree with each other. That's not how it is.
But Alpha, do you think that
it's not like that?
What's the probability, like in your own mind, like you do realize that if you're right about the flat Earth thing, that means like a lot of these scientists and a lot of these people, like the billions that believe in the globe, are all wrong. This entails that you guys are like you guys are in this movie where you're the special ones that do, you're like the chosen ones that do fight against the mainstream concept, and you actually prove it wrong. So what is the chance that you guys find the main thing that completely destroys globe Earth and it gets recognized by at least someone respectable?
No.
You know?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that's never
at one point there must be like that point where like everyone, the Earth is flat for sure.
No,
you know?
No. I'm gonna kind of scare you a little bit, but that's never gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the people want to hear a story more than they want to hear the truth. The truth is something that imagine me telling you this. If I was to walk up to you and I say, Matt, I'm going to tell you the truth, what do you think is going to what is your mind going to do? It's going to be on guard. Oh shit, what is he going to say? Like you don't know. But if I was to walk up to you and I was to say, Matt, let me tell you a story, you'd be more receptive. You're like, oh, cool. Tell me a story, bro. Yeah. So telling a story or hearing the truth are two different things, and people don't want to hear the truth. They just don't. They'd rather be told a story. And that's
I don't know. Like I don't know. Like
you
can tell them a story about the flat Earth. It's just that I feel like if you truly, but you guys say you guys won't say that you believe in or you thinking. You say you know the Earth is flat. Yes. You know, you say you know it for sure. There's no like you know for sure. This necessarily entails that all of these guys who think that they're intellectual and all of this stuff, like this is like the number one stage thing for them to understand in physics or whatever. You just say no, that's not the case. The Earth is 100% flat, horizontal.
They don't even say it's the case, man.
But think about this, Alpha. This entails that you're like you guys are these special ones. Like you guys are part of like this group that is actually true and right. This entails that there should be like a great revelation eventually about the truth, about the lies.
No. It doesn't work that way.
Vacuum of space.
It doesn't work that way, dude.
The second law of thermodynamic violation, all of this stuff, dude. Take this as high as you want to with all the physics.
But hold up, because there's it doesn't work that way because there's handlers. The handlers are not going to allow anything outside of how they're controlling. See, everything is being controlled that you know of, right? Information's being controlled, how you receive it's being controlled, all that shit. So you receive that information specifically to you so they can cause a reaction, and we all know this. We're on a bigger stage it's
Fuck the
almost like
handlers, dude. Fuck the handlers.
yes. So you say.
You should be able to convince. Listen, you should be able to convince at least someone in the field of study of like physics or something, whoever the fuck studies stuff about the globe and the mathematics of the globe. You should be able to convince them of something, and they should be able to take it up and say, this is not right. You know what I mean? There should be like.
How far?
But the thing is, but this is the thing though. Like, think about it. Like, say you were to convince someone in like physics or whatever. If they were to come up to someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson and say, hold on, the Earth is, because Neil deGrasse Tyson said that like he won't even debate flat Earth because it's so silly, it's so stupid, and it's so minor that I won't even discuss it. Because Joe Rogan did come on the show and he was like, well, I would love for you to debate one of the flat Earth guys, and he was like, nah, I'm not gonna. People that believe in the flat Earth are not even worth talking to. That's what he thinks. You know what I mean?
So what's the difference between you and one of the guys that you're talking about?
The difference between me is that I am not a physicist who thinks this is a foregone conclusion, but I did hit the true conclusion, which I know that the Earth is a globe for a fact. But the main difference is that I'm not like Neil deGrasse Tyson. And there's still people. They're like people that Professor Dave and stuff that will still discuss this for sure. They know the truth just like I do, but they'll still discuss it. I think it's fun to discuss it.
Matt, could you be wrong about the globe?
No. Absolutely not.
So you're 100% sure?
100% sure that the Earth is a globe. 100%.
Then there's no difference between.
There's just too much. There's just too much that aligns, Alpha. There's just too much.
If you're unable to be convinced, then they would, on the same level, be unable to be convinced because you both are convinced that you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But someone's right.
I feel I'm the same. Well, I feel more strongly toward a globe Earth. However, like with the religious debate, I'm kind of like, I would say that I'm agnostic because I can't prove God, but I can't disprove God too. So it's like I can't be 100% in either camp. Like I'm smack down the middle. Like I'm open to the idea and show me, but for now, like I can't be sure of either. So
then
it's like, well,
you have to
we'll see what
figure
happens.
out which of those presuppositions is more reasonable.
I would just think eventually, Alpha, there would be someone in academia that's gonna come that would already say the Earth is flat, guys. Like some physicist, some guy that has a PhD.
Matt, that's
is there
a
anyone
dream world. That's a dream world. The people that
think about it. Like if someone goes through this and they're credited, they can argue this really good.
Dude, the people that are educated, that are in the system, they get chastised for bringing up flat Earth. We know this by history. It's taken place already.
I mean, the thing is, YouTube. I mean, the YouTube director, whoever they had come up to talk to Congress, they went over like restrictions and stuff, and one of the congressmen or whoever it was, I think it was like a congressman, asked her, so if someone searches up like flat Earth, what would come up is like the Earth is a globe, and she was like, yes, because the information on YouTube, they do restrict you guys, they do make the globe more prevalent, and the reason for the whole discussion and the reason why she's there is because they were discussing misinformation and how they go against that. That's why with the whole I'll just say 19 thing, if you clicked on any video that discusses 19, it gives you the official thing from the CDC, and they do the same thing with the flat Earth because they feel that it's misinformation and it shouldn't be popularized, right?
Why do they feel?
I can't necessarily say. I think what I'll say that it's fear, but I won't say it's fear in the sense
that it is.
I won't say that this is the thing. If you don't want something to happen,
what did Neil deGrasse Tyson have? Fear. What do these people have? Fear. It's the same answer.
Yeah, I think it's fear, but it's not the typical. I don't think that it's fear that they think that they can be proven wrong.
Don't diminish fear.
The main thing. Hold on, let me just say the type of fear I'm talking about. The main fear I'm talking about is they don't want people to be convinced of any type of basic false doctrine. So if something like the Earth is flat, they don't want people to go that route.
Why are they the arbiters of that? Why are you not the arbiter of that? How come you can't make up your own mind if you heard the information? Why are they the arbiters? They're the handlers. Matt, hold on a second.
Policy.
Wait. They become the handlers for you. So they're saying, no, we know what's best, Matt. We're going to handle this. Don't worry about it. They're handling the information. You're laughing, dude, but this is the truth. It's the truth. They're handling you, dude.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. I don't know how I would handle it. I mean, if I was the YouTube person or whatever, like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't say that I would restrict you guys. I wouldn't really give a shit, dude. I wouldn't really give a shit.
That's what I'm saying. Let them have that. Go ahead, Jedi.
I was just going to ask Matt. Matt, do you believe in free speech?
Do I believe in what? Your mic cut off a little bit.
Sorry, free speech.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. This isn't.
Yeah.
Yes.
This isn't speech.
YouTube isn't.
Right. YouTube censoring what you can and can't. Sorry, what content you can and can't look at and listen to.
Most likely.
Is not free speech, is it?
Yeah. No, I don't think it's full free speech. Like, there's someone. Well, this is like the complicated part, Jedi, and don't try to bash me for this, but this is a complicated part. Like, when there is a danger in people, like for the people that are chemists and whatever, there is an intrinsic danger of society, and this is not for flat earth. I don't think flat earth is dangerous, but like other things, like say that like there was some thing that wasn't happening, that people kept saying it was happening, and people kept believing it because of this reason, that reason, and that can cause an issue and a distrust in the officials and in the people that actually know about certain stuff. But I think when it comes to flat earth, I don't think there should be an issue or a restriction. I know that you can still watch flat earth videos. It's just not promoted in the algorithm.
You're having a reasonable mindset about it, like just the discussion itself, not that it's right, but just the discussion. Like if you were to say, okay, fine, let the people decide, but they're not letting the people decide. They're saying, well, to some level, we're gonna have to put little signs underneath it. You can have
they came under my video too. It was funny.
I know, but you can have your channel of flat earth, that's fine, but we're just gonna tell them the truth about it, and it's a flat earth is an archaic model and such underneath your video. So
the thing is, the way it works is this: you can still look up flat earth and watch it, like Nathan Oakley would say, whatever. The thing is, like when you look up flat earth, you won't find flat earth videos. You'll see the people debunking it. That's what the YouTube director says about it.
Yeah, how the algorithm works. Yeah.
They're trying to.
How it works. We already know that it works because we're talking about it happening.
Yep.
Yeah. There's the YouTube video that Quad told me, and originally I was against this. Originally I was like, nah, they're not censoring it. And Quad was like, yo, dude, chill out. Look at the video. He sent me a DM and he's like, yo, this is the video for. And I'm like, okay, I was wrong. They are censoring.
Yeah, they are.
Like flat earth shit.
But think about it though. If all of academia has it right, now here's another thing that you found out for yourself. If all of academia has it right, and all they got to do is just say, man, just go to school. That they'll tell you there that the Earth is a globe, and the argument ends there, right?
Cool.
Why, dude? Why in the world are they going to send you to Simon Dan on the algorithm? Why would the algorithm tell you to click his channel, dude? That is hella sus.
Quoting fucking the YouTube director, whoever the fuck they had up there. I think it was a YouTube director or whatever the hell, the CEO. It's to to mitigate or neutralize. I think mitigate's the better term. Mitigate misinformation. That's what they're saying. Mitigate misinformation. That goes for 19. That goes for like a lot of the stuff.
Giving you Simon Dan to mitigate that. Who is he? He's no one.
The Simon Dan. The Simon Dan thing is a little bit crazy.
That's what I'm telling you. So that's what the ChatGPT and all them other AI algorithms, they're pointing you to this guy. They're funneling. They don't even tell you to make tuner. They go to Simon Dan.
So you guys do have to understand this. You guys do have to understand this. They think that you guys are extreme. Well, you guys already know this probably better than I am because you guys have been in this for like years and stuff. But they think you guys are very ridiculous. So they wanna limit information that is misleading as much as possible and promote the good stuff and promote the ridicule of like garbage like thinking. You know what I mean?
Or promote the good stuff.
Like promote the good stuff as like and promote the doctrine that is taught and that stuff like that.
So like Simon Dan and Vsauce.
Yeah,
this is the good stuff, right?
I mean, dude, if I was doing YouTube for how many years and got views, they'd probably promote me too. If you're teaching the doctrine that is like well known, established, like the YouTube director said, that's what they're going to promote.
Dude.
Whatever is well established and scientific.
Matt, listen, dude, it's a cash cow. If you do go that way, they're gonna give you the algorithm. Your channel will flourish. You'll get all the normies to go in there, and I guarantee you, the thing that you hate the most, because I hear you when the bad arguments come in, you'll have those globers like give you funding. They'll be giving you that funding and be like, oh, dude, Matt, you're the awesomest. Like
Professor Dave's videos. You know what's crazy? I didn't really watch Professor Dave that much. Like before, but like the first, like I've known him for like years technically, only because like if you were to ask me about him, like let's say like before January of this year. I probably wouldn't know who you're talking about, but I've watched one of his videos before that, like back in 2019 when he was posting against the flat Earth, because I thought it was very interesting about him debunking it and all. Like his videos are very like the way he emphasizes on his points on his videos are very interesting.
He's
And
charismatic,
so when I
dude.
was originally watching his content, I'm like, yeah, that's dope. He talked about flat Earth and stuff. But yeah, his shit blew off, dude. Like 14 million views. He was going against Globebusters and stuff. That was
Why
good
do you
shit.
think? Why do you think that happened? It's not because for chance or all of a sudden he got popular. It's because the algorithm pushed it into that.
I'm
He
a
was
new
the
member
he,
of the Flat Earth
he was
community.
the best
I'm
thing
really
since
happy
sliced
to be
bread.
here,
So
you
the
guys.
algorithm
I've
kind
decided
of
to switch my belief.
what?
What'd you say? Yeah,
Anyway.
they're muted. They're muted right now. I don't know.
Yeah, but dude, that's not by chance. You already know that they were suppressing a lot of the algorithm for flat Earth. So what they did was promote those guys who were mitigating that. That's all that was happening. So he happened to be in the right place at the right time. The algorithm gave him all those views, and he
I
became
don't
well
deny it.
known for it.
Like
But
before, I denied it because I was proven because
I know.
I didn't think it was true, but then I was proven wrong.
Okay, okay, but
That's
did you
the case
have you
the
heard
algorithm
him?
promotes it.
Have you heard him debate? He's
Who, Professor
garbage,
Dave?
dude. He's garbage. He doesn't
With
know how
all
to debate.
due respect, listen.
He's garbage.
Professor Dave is a lefty. I disagree with him. Just like I argue with dude. I was having full on paragraph debates with Scott Mackey because we're on opposite ends, right? I'm a conservative. He's a Democratic. He's a
Yeah.
liberal. But like when it comes to like the rhetoric of Professor Dave, when it comes to his science and what he says and the way he emphasizes a point, I like it. I mean, he can be a little bit like a little bit too like rude a little bit. He makes his points very clear though. He doesn't like misinformation and a lot of people do say dumb stuff on the internet,
Can I ask a really dumb question real quick?
Sure. Can you guys hear me by the way? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
We
Yeah,
hear you.
we can hear you.
I can't hear this other guy, Crunch. Can I hear him?
Yeah, can you
Oh,
not hear me?
he's low to me. He's low. There you go. I don't know why I lowered him, but
Sorry. Okay, just one simple question. So I'm here. I'm going to try and use your guys' frame. I'm indoctrinated by the normal thing. The question that I would ask you is there what would it take to disprove in your own mind your current belief on, flat earth theory? Is there any piece of evidence that could change your mind?
Yeah, it's the other way around. I think the idea that you see it the way that you do is because you're coming from the indoctrinated state. So it's not about us changing our mind. Our minds have been changed from the previous state. So we already have the converted state of change. So we can't say that, well, we're going to change our minds back because what we did was we realized the information that we were receiving for the Earth being a globe was not any evidence for it. It's not justified. There's no understanding of it being true. So now what we understand is that it's the opposite. There is no curvature to the Earth. So because of that, we know that we're standing on a foundation of truth. So there's nothing that you can say at the moment that's going to say, well, come back to the lie. That's like what you're saying. What would make you come back to the lie? Nothing would, because it's a lie.
wait, so Alpha, you know how you and I think Jedi, you agree too, right? I don't want to like straw man. You agree?
All due respect, brother. Don't run interference because I do want to talk to this gentleman. I
Oh
want him to
yeah,
respond.
I think it was analogous, but I don't know.
Yeah, just don't run interference when we got a new Chronic. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, to me, it's kind of. I mean, it's kind of unscientific because even when you change your mind and you start believing in a different idea, you should still have some idea of like, well, if this piece of thing was proven to be true, that would change my mind. Otherwise, or you could state that there is nothing that could change my mind.
No,
right?
it's not
So
about.
that,
It's not. Yeah, it's not about the mind change from where the state where we're at right now. It's
I'm not saying I'm going to be the person. Clearly,
here's
I'm not.
Here's what I'm saying, and what we always ask when people come in here that think that the Earth is a globe: provide the evidence that the Earth is a globe, if you have it, because all we know is that there is no evidence. It's bankrupt because what we were at with the Earth as a globe, our mind state was that just like you, the Earth was a globe. But like there's anything that supports the claim that it is a globe. So I'm asking you to search for anything that you can possibly muster up as the best evidence for the Earth being a globe and present it. because I'd like to see it. So would Jedi and everybody else that's a part of 24/7. We want to see it. Do you have anything that evidences the Earth as a globe?
Okay, well, I assume that if I answer that question, I'd like run right up your like narrative tree. I assume, right? I'd be
Does it
like,
matter though?
I'd be
Does it
mentioned.
matter?
That's I'm happy to do that because
Go ahead.
I'd be interested in your answers. Okay, no,
Yeah, go for
okay.
it.
If you want the conversation, okay.
I
So, I've seen, for example, I'll skip a little bit ahead. I've seen examples of, flat Earth documentaries where they're like, this is like shit that comes up on Reddit, and trust me, I don't believe Reddit, right? But here's where I'll start, at least this is just top of mind. It is like they do an experiment where they're like trying to test curvature, and they try to test it with a light, which is it's probably rudimentary, probably terrible, and they like cut circles out of things to be like, can you if there is curvature. Did you know the video that I'm referring to already?
Yeah,
I don't
it's
want to
called
have to explain it.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. It's Behind the Curve. It's a documentary / mockumentary that was made on Netflix.
Oh,
It's actually,
mockumentary. So that
yeah,
even that.
I
So you're
call it
saying the experiment was flawed or something?
no,
Like
no,
they were
I call it a
fucking around with
mockumentary.
it.
I said / mockumentary because they call it a documentary,
Mockumentary.
but for us, it's just mocking flat Earth because it was at some point given
It's
to
definitely a
the
mockumentary.
That's fine.
yeah,
I'm open. I'm open
it
to all
was
the nerd. Yeah. Go. Sorry.
Chrono. So it was given to the people that were going to be used in the video, that they were going to be done in a light that was going to document flat Earth. So they thought at the initial process of like having the discussion with the Netflix people, they were going to do this documentary, and it was going to be truthful to the way that they were going to do things. But through the editing process, towards the end, we talked to Bob Nodell. He passed away like not too long ago, but we talked to him before about it. And Jaren was a part of it, and there's like what's his name, Nathan Thompson. There's a couple of people that were in there, but we know all those guys, and they were told that at the process during the the interviews and such, they were going to give a fair and balanced way of like what flat Earth is and such. Towards the end of that, they started to realize, I don't know how, like, who were the people that involved here, but the story was about the information was going to get out to the children, so they couldn't let it be known that this was something serious. They thought it was just some lighthearted like attempt at believing that the Earth is flat and such, and the people were actually talking about it seriously. So they couldn't do that to like the public. So they had to make it sound like these people are batshit insane and all the they did it in a way where they spun the editing to where it sounded like the guys they edited with cuts and make it, because you can do anything with editing, right? You can make it sound like somebody who was speaking something sounds like they're not saying the thing that they did say. So a lot of the words
Okay.
that they made it sound like to the people listening to the quote unquote documentary, the people didn't say that. Like Bob Nodell, we had conversations with him. We're like, dude, what happened? Like, why did you say those things in the documentary? He's like, most of the
Well,
stuff that
I don't know what he said. Sorry, I'm only referring to the experiment of like,
Yeah.
can we test curvature? I don't know what I didn't watch the documentary, so I don't know exactly what was said.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
here's the thing. Now, the only reason why I'm saying this, I'm just kind of getting the record straight about like not being fair and balanced to the people that they were doing the documentary for. But that being said, I would say this, Chrono, that what I asked for initially was evidence for the Earth being a globe, and you started talking about this video, which like that's you, right? You wanted to talk about this video, but it has nothing to do with the question that I asked previously, which is to every person who thinks the Earth
Sure.
is a globe, I want to know the best evidence according to either academia or some other source that you could rely on that has been tested and known to be a globe, not anything to do with flat Earth. Period. Like, imagine if you didn't even know about flat Earth and somebody says to you, "Can you tell me how the Earth's a globe?" What would you give them as evidence, Cron?
Well, that's kind of why I wanted to bring that. That's why I brought up that point, right? Is like, wouldn't we start from testing almost like as if we had none of the technology that we do now, and we'd ask a question like, well, if your claim is that the Earth is a globe, can we test the curvature in any like visible way? And that's why I referenced that. That's why I referenced that video. Sorry.
Yeah, but
that's the only reason.
The video, I think, is an afterthought. It's after the conversation went into a debate form, flat versus globe. So if the person is asking, like me, how is the Earth a globe? I think a demonstration or a citation of somebody being able to provide evidence for the case for the Earth being a globe. Now, what I'm saying is it needs to be justified in order for you to say that it actually is a globe, or your belief is that it is a globe, to justify it in some kind of way. So, and what has academia given to you that has your head knowledge about it? I want to know that. Like, can you tell us?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, it's a little bit hard for exactly what you'd ask for because I've been taught this way since I was, like 10 years old. And so to me, the model is very intuitive in many, many different ways. And so it's like, can I prove the model? Well, I started where I wanted to start with, and you're saying, well, fuck your experiments. Give me
No,
data by scientists that you probably don't even trust, right?
No. It's not that. That's not that. You're getting it all twisted. I don't want you to start with anything to do with flat Earth, and that had a documentary about flat Earthers. That's what you wanted to talk about. I don't want to talk about a documentary.
No, I want to talk about. Well, okay, well, that's fine.
I want to talk about what
disregard the documentary.
Yeah, I want to talk about what academia has shown you that the Earth is a globe. I want your best evidence forward. Like, that's all I'm asking for. Not unreasonable, actually.
I didn't come here with like a big fucking argument of how to disprove the flat Earth. Okay, I really didn't.
I know that. But do you have any evidence that
I'm trying to
globe?
I'm trying to argue from first, like from the beginning of the argument, and you're trying to come from the back end. I feel like.
No, I'm trying to go from the conception of the Earth being a globe. How do you know it's one? You've been told that.
I don't know. I'm trying to put myself in the frame that I don't know that it is, and can I prove that?
No. For the argument's sake and all that, let's do away with the flat Earth and globe Earth debate. I want to know how you know it's a globe, just purely.
Okay, let's start from here. I don't know that it's a globe. Let's go from there. Okay.
Why would you say that?
I don't know exactly if it's a globe.
That's a huge sabotage for a position to come back around and say,
I don't have a position I'm trying to prove. I'm not trying to prove to you that the Earth is round. That's not my goal here.
You said earlier in the conversation, I'm just gonna kind of recall what you just said. You said the model is intuitive. Quote Krona.
Yeah, correct. Like I was taught, I was taught this way for a long time, and so in my mind. Yeah. It's intuitive, but I'm not here trying to prove that model to you. I'm not trying to do that. No.
See, I don't care about you trying to prove something. If it's a fact to you and it's intuitive, I think it's worth mentioning.
Well, sure, it's intuitive. That's a good word, right? Because I didn't say it's correct. I just said it's intuitive.
Right. So how is it intuitive? I think it lacks even that. But you're saying it is. So in what way?
Well, I mean, like everything I see around us to me, if I was to like start right with that, like there's a lot of parts in the fucking middle here, but I'd be like, how can we launch rockets into space and have them in orbit if the model is not correct? Right. I'd have to put a lot of things into question if we're gonna like say that that general model's
So Krona, so what? Okay, and if you can, please be specific. What model are you talking about?
Well, of course, the Earth, the Earth as a globe, as a circle.
Okay. A globe. Well, a circle is 2D, but a globe would be sphere. And now, if you're thinking about it as a sphere, right, or an oblate spheroid, what if it's intuitive, right? What are the dimensions of this spheroid?
The dimensions of the sphere. I mean, we call that essentially. The distance around the equator is what you're referring to, right? And then also like through the North and South Pole, and we know it's like okay, it's not exactly spherical. Do you want me to repeat like 6th and 4th grade fucking science to you? I don't know exactly what you're asking for.
Yeah, the dimensions of this oblate spheroid. What are the metrics that the radius, diameter, and circumference are given to us?
You want the numbers?
Sure.
I have to Google it.
Why? I thought it was intuitive.
I think the interactions and the physics are intuitive. I'm not saying I know the exact fucking how.
Well, the physics would entail the metrics of the size, wouldn't it?
No, not necessarily. No.
No. Okay, so
I
minus
think he's using the
the
word.
But you can know how to swim despite the size of the pool.
yeah, but the information about how much water is in the pool would be necessary, right, for you to swim.
No, it wouldn't.
So if there was only 1 inch of water in the pool, would you be able to swim?
You wouldn't have to swim. You wouldn't even be able to swim.
Why? Because there's only 1 inch.
But if it's 5 foot deep or if it's 1,000 foot deep,
yeah,
it
but
has
we didn't.
no.
I said
That's no
that's
bearing
your,
on.
That's your
no bearing.
example. That's not mine. You said it's inconsequential.
Correct.
I'm showing you how it is. Because if there was only 1 inch of water, you wouldn't be able to swim. So it's very important to know how much water is in the pool. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to swim.
Do you know what?
It's important.
Do you know what?
What are we referring to again? Oh, sorry.
And we're
what do you wanna
referring to
say,
the
Jada?
metrics of the Earth being a globe. Don't lose the plot, dude. 'Cause I don't lose
right.
plots. Right, the metrics of the Earth: radius, diameter, circumference. It's important to know.
So when I think about,
you're saying
here's
it's inconsequential. You're saying it's inconsequential. I'm telling you, if you're supposedly sending AOP, relax, dude. So if you're saying that you want to send a rocket out into orbit, how would that orbital mechanics have any meaning or you don't have the values of the radius? So that's what I'm
well,
asking.
of course you would have to say, of course you have to have not only those values, but much more if you want to send the rocket into. But if you don't mind me saying, right, you can understand intuitively. I'm not saying the model is right, but you can understand intuitively how orbital mechanics would work, despite if you don't mind me saying, right, despite knowing the size of the body of the planet, or whether it's a black hole, or it's a Jupiter, or it's the sun, or it's Saturn, the mechanics, the intuitive understanding mechanics work the same.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they
generally speaking,
don't.
generally
speaking, no, they don't.
For most people, yeah. I'm just saying the model. When you say here your question, you're not. I don't want to be. I mean, all I'm trying to tell you is that it is intuitive.
No, it's not.
Makes
I'm telling you,
makes sense to people. Otherwise, you would even if it is false, right? Then it has to be. How did they get everyone to believe it? It is intuitive. It's an intuitive model.
No, it's not.
Whether it's wrong or right. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I guess it's a subjective thing to say what is intuitive and what is not, and so I guess I cannot disagree with you.
Reply.
Please stop talking. Do you understand what the word intuitive means?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll read out the definition. Having the ability to know or understand things without any proof or evidence.
Correct.
So when you point to a thing a model, that's not intuitive.
Maybe you misused that word. You could recant it if you want.
I mean, I don't know that I have a better word for what I'm trying to describe to you, right?
Well, I mean, if you're saying it's simple and basic, then intuitive would be the correct word, you know?
Right, I'm saying that like 4th and 5th and 6th graders start to understand this stuff. You don't need a lot of.
Listen, they don't understand it. They're told.
They understand.
No. There's no understanding happening here because you don't understand it right now, and you're as old as you are. So it didn't happen in 3rd and 4th grade. So what's happening right now is that there's a lot of ideas that you have about it based on the information you were told, but it's not simple to you. It's complicated, so it's not simple.
Yeah, Quanch, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm a glober myself too, right? But if you were like to walk in a classroom or like talk to like a 5th grader that's looking at a globe and like, oh look, these are where all the continents are at. Do you think they could like tell you in an intellectual way why the Earth is a globe if you were to challenge them though? Like that's a serious thing. I don't think they would be. You know, and I've debated many flat earthers.
No, they wouldn't be able to tell you why it's a globe. Yeah, and I agree. Okay, maybe 4, 5, 6 is too early. Okay, and I'll let other people do the thing. You guys clearly understand where my position is kind of at. So go ahead. Sorry.
No, we know exactly where you're at. It's not kind of. We know exactly where you're. Most people, iterations of like archetypes of such as individuals such as yourself come in here on the daily. It's not. It's not like we don't know where.
I assumed as much. That's why I didn't. You wanted to throw me into the pipeline. That's fine.
But Chrono.
But my question. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter how you're trying to work the angle. Every single angle is covered by every single way that, like, there's no branch of derivative topic or a way you can take this that will make it to where it's not like what we understand it to be, basically running off archetypes of people. Like, you fit a category of person that comes in here. Like, every other glober, it might not be the same, but there are certain archetypes that we already encounter on the daily basis.
Sure. And I asked the one question you might ask anyone who could be in any way deeply believing in something that might be wrong, which is there anything in your mind, not my questions, is
I think
there
I answered
anything
this.
right? I'm just saying that's the question I came with.
Yeah, but I answered it though. I said we already were in your position and changed our
But
mind.
that's not an answer. That's not
It
the that's
is.
that's actually
You
not
wanted
an
to-
answer to the
so
question.
It's like you're saying, can you believe the lie again if you were told a better story?
No, I
And the
understand what
answer is
you're
absolutely
saying.
not.
No,
No.
but you should be able to, because
No. Why? I don't think so.
right,
Like, would
right.
you believe it? Would you believe
You're
a lie
saying that
again?
is it even possible that there's an even better understanding of even
No, dude.
flatter
Like, that's
Earth,
not.
and even
No,
flatter
no, no.
Earth, right? No,
No. There's
right.
not. There's
And
not
this is a signal of like a cult ideology. And I don't mean to,
a cult.
I didn't come
Okay.
here to do that, but
Yeah, I doubt it. I think that's exactly why you came here.
no, it's
Yes,
not. I came.
your intentions are clear. Your intentions are clear. They're a bit
Well,
kind
then-
of like, you're reluctant to give an argument because of the fact that you know that every single angle has been covered already. So you're kind of like, you're tiptoeing. You don't want to step on the landmine, but you don't even know that the whole argument is a landmine. Like, you're dancing on the thing. It's there's no way to get
Okay.
around it. And so us having the conversation and hearing you respond the way you do, the reality is you always wanted to say that this is a cult. In your back of your mind, you just wanted to have an avenue for that. So now we're here and now you're there and you said it, so we understand your position. You think this is a cult, think it's baloney. Yeah, it's what everybody else does.
I don't think it is a cult. I don't think it is.
You
a cult.
just said it was right now.
But I think I think that position that you were giving to me is a cult. I don't think that the whole idea
Ugh.
of flat Earth is a cult, or anyone's beliefs in this. That's why I came in with the question. I mean, like, certainly, if we're, I assume that most people here are like, they really want to know what is true, what is real, right? I assume that is like the basis of why you are seeking out, seek out any of these kind of belief, right? And so, wouldn't you want to? Shouldn't that still be the pursuit of the movement?
Yeah,
is
but
that
as
what is
it,
true? What is real?
as it is revealed to us, and all of us can come to the understanding that this is a very logical and reasonable position. It's not going to be like we're like, oh, let's just give that up to go back to something that we already found was illogical and has no merit in any of like, it's not justified. There's no way
Right.
that it exists.
But Alpha, but
no way.
certainly, but okay, but I don't think that the pursuit of truth works that way. Like, I'm not telling you to come back to the narrative of global of the fucking globe or whatever,
think you are.
globus, whatever you call it. No, I'm not. I'm asking the question of what would it take to change your mind. And so a simple answer, if you're an honest
And I said
person,
we already have.
if you're an
We
honest
already have
person,
changed our mind.
if you're an honest,
That was
I
answered.
understand.
We have
No,
answered.
no, but
that
let me-
already. We have
okay.
changed our mind.
If you're
What
an
would change
honest,
my mind? I'll tell you the truth would change my mind. And so prior to the information reaching my mind, I didn't know that there was an option to realize that water remains flat and level in large bodies. Like, I thought it was curving. So when I came to the realization that that's not the case, my mind was changed. Now I know that water doesn't bend and curve around a sphere. That's not true. So what do you mean? What would convince me to think that water does bend and curve? That's silly. Why would I even entertain that? If water doesn't do that, the mechanics of water will not allow water to do what you might think me to change my mind to think about. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It was changed from the state that it was, believing that it was a globe and bodies of water curve around a sphere. It does not do that.
Okay, but let me ask you this question, right? Like, here would at least be my assumption. I could be wrong here, right? Is that if I believed in the flat Earth, I would say something like, if you could fully convince me that everything around me was not just like a light show in every different stage, put me into a rocket and put me in orbit.
Yeah,
Would
but
that
that's
would you
no,
would you
no,
would that
that's
change your
no,
mind? No.
no, that's bunk because you're using a weak form of evidence. That's weak because if you don't understand that the Earth is not curving on the surface, what the fuck is gonna matter if you fly up 1,000, 100,000, whatever feet up in the air just so you can see it? Like
No, but not.
seeing.
I'm not saying 1,000 feet in orbit. I'm saying
Listen,
we'll put you in orbit and fly
listen,
you over the South Pole and
that's
the
weak.
North Pole.
No. That's weak. For you saying that, you'd be the weakest flat earther because to you anything that's able to be seen, like you want to see something and then you'll say, okay, I believe what I see, but you don't know how it measures because it's not about seeing something. It's about being able to detect whether or not something's curving by measuring it. So if you say I see something like from an airplane that looks like curvature, ooh, it's curvature right there. No, because what you have to go back down to the ground and say, okay, I saw curvature up there. Now let me see if I can measure from this point to that and see if there's an arc that would follow that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. You can't do that.
That's where I started. That's where I started my entire position with. Right?
What, just looking at something?
Could you test the curvature if you're just standing on the ground? You could.
Yes. It's absolutely.
How could you test it?
Well, first of all, you're going to do a line of sight, and you're going to get the evidence that the Earth is either curving or not by doing this line of sight test over a distance. So you can do it from anywhere from 15 to 20, something like that, odd miles. And between there, you have to do it's a little bit long-winded, dude. I don't want to go into this like thing if you're not going to listen. To be honest.
Well, I'm listening, but we can shorten it up.
I went to Alpha. Can you hear?
The attention span is going to dwindle, and I know this is what you get glossy-eyed. You're going to lose track, and it's going to be fucking. Trust me, it's not. I do this on
we can shorten it up. We can shorten it up.
It can't be shortened up, dude. It really cannot be shortened up.
Okay, then go for the long version then.
It's going to bore everybody. I fucking do this every single day.
Well, then, if you do it every day, then didn't you like make a fucking article about it or something you could just link to?
Yeah, you could look up the Black Swan, but then again, you're gonna come back saying, "No, it's bullshit, dude." And we'll be talking
about
the
Black Swan.
I'll tell you, if somebody wants to talk about it right now, they can do so. But it's just a line of sight test that's gonna determine whether or not the Earth is curving at the predictable amount of rate that it should, if the surface is curving at the rate that it should.
And you've done that test, right? You've done that test.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this, Chrono. Anyone can do this test, not just me.
Have you?
Anyone.
You have, right? You have done the
test,
right?
Yeah. If the Earth is not over a specific distance that you're looking over the Earth, and if it curves at that specific rate that it should, and voila, you got something. You got the curvature that's standing between you and the thing that you can't see beyond. But now, like.
Can you show the test? Can you like explain? Is the test written down? Is it written down like on a website or something?
Website,
like somewhere written down where other people can look at what the test, you conduct the test.
Go to the 24/7 Discord, and there's a lot of information there you can look up. There's a lot to look at, to be honest, including that test.
Shouldn't
but it's really a line of sight test, so
it should be. So then this is why this all got weird. It's because when I brought that the documentary that I was talking about when I first was started talking, and
yeah, because I asked you the question if you had any evidence that the Earth is a globe, and you went straight to that instead of saying.
What I was talking about,
you've been kind of Weasley in this conversation. You haven't produced any evidence that the Earth is a globe. Yeah, Weasley.
But I never said that I was.
You said it's intuitive, and you found out that it's not intuitive, actually, didn't you?
No, I think I explained my position on that well.
No, you didn't, because you said it's intuitive, and I asked you how is it intuitive, and you gave me the idea about rockets and stuff, and you're going into this explanation of how it's intuitive, and you made it sound very difficult for someone that even you said 3rd or 4th grade or 5th grade. I think you said.
Mm-hmm.
And it was pointed out to you that even children at that age wouldn't have the capacity to have the information being told to them about it like that, and then for them to retain it as they understand.
I think
So
that's fair.
So it's not
Same-
intuitive.
same
But that was a
with 5, 6
critique.
is
That was a critique
but by
given to you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just saying, man, on that specific critique. And so what I'm saying by Weasley is that now it still stands to reason that it doesn't matter what you have to offer. If there is no evidence of the case of the Earth being a globe, what do you have? You can't then therefore come at me and say, well, I need you to show me this and that and all of these things if you haven't produced that same very same thing for
What did I
the Earth
ask
being
you
a
to
globe.
produce? What did I ask you to produce?
What did you say, Matt?
So get him, Alpha.
No, yeah. But the part of what I'm saying right now
You don't
is
have to
that
ban me. I'll leave if you need
ban
me.
you. What?
I thought he just said get him out of here. My bad.
I don't think anybody's saying that, but yeah, the important thing is here for both sides, if we have information to produce, right, then go ahead and put your cards on the table, right? Let's see what you have. And so, like I said before, and I do this a lot, I talk about the line of sight test and what is included. When anyone can do this, it's not very difficult, right? But the idea behind the information that the Earth is a globe, there's not anything there. So why would I have to refute something if there's nothing to refute? On your side, you said, well, merely, I don't think the Earth's a globe. Job done. I don't need to tell you anything else. Now, if you had a position and you're like, dude, Earth's a globe, man, I can tell you that. Now we're going to get into a discussion of how that's not the case. But for you, why do I need to do that? You're already in a position where that doesn't stand to reason. Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, very, because it's like if I was most of the people that come in here have a position and they're like, bro, Earth's a globe. You guys are nuts. And they start talking about information that they come up with, whatever. But at least they have a position. The rest of the people come in here, they don't. But that's up to you. Like you. I'll ask somebody if they have any idea that if the Earth is a globe, please produce your evidence and do so, and we'll see what you have. But my challenge to everybody in here is that not only is the Earth don't have any information, it's just an imagination. You can't justify it. There's no way that it exists in reality. It's all just conjured up imaginations of people. You believe it as a tradition that was handed down to you from school and other people telling you that it's a globe, but there's nothing that you can do to justify it. 100%. And I await this. This is what I'm here for. I'm waiting for somebody to say, no, Earth's a globe. Let me show you how it is. They can't do it.
Okay, I'd be happy to walk down it just because I'm fucking have enough free time and I'm feeling like it. I'm happy. I assume that this channel's long standing. I'm not I'm not retard. And here we have like 30 people here with, or I don't know, like fucking 20 people with their mics off. I assume you're the mod of the channel, or a mod of the channel. And so I'm sure you have all your fucking shit like buttoned up. And so, anyways, I'll stop wasting time speaking and only be like, okay, I'll walk down this with you. Satellites are what?
Satellites are what?
Satellites are what? No, that's a question.
What? Well, then what?
What are the people that I mean? I don't want to. Sorry, I don't want to like. I guess I'll figure out.
What would be the argument for that?
The argument would be satellites we assume exist, and in a good confirming way would be like, why does GPS work at all? Right? That would be the most basic way. You could confirm it with like satellite-based internet or things like that. And so that would be like the basic way. And so I'm sure that you were going to tell me that like most of all this is all myth, it's all lies.
Really?
I don't know. What is your answer?
You have me incorrect if you think that. No,
okay.
I would say, how does this justify the Earth being a terrestrial sphere or an oblate spheroid?
Okay, right. So you're saying that there are satellites.
No, I'm asking you. as a human being speaking about this, bringing this up, satellites, justify it being something on a sphere.
I'm trying to make sure that I understand your position. I'm not
you jumped in
making
before
it.
I finished. You jumped in before I finished. Make
Okay.
the connection from satellites to Earth being a globe. Make it for me. Make the connection for me. I want to hear it.
So I just want to make sure this is clear. You're saying that the satellites do go up. There are satellites that are doing the things that I'm talking about.
I'm not saying anything.
But I understand. I know.
I'm just saying.
Hold on. Okay. Let me finish my point.
No, relax, dude.
Please.
I'm just asking for you to justify satellites going around an oblate spheroid. Can you do that?
It's I guess I would say it's connected to a chain of arguments that they're in orbit. That they are in orbit.
Okay. Is that it?
I don't know exactly. I don't know. Let me think about how you're gonna fucking phrase
You don't
this
have
shit.
to. This is
Because you're like cutting me off. You're cutting me off from my points and forcing me into just your points. So I'm gonna have to. I gotta fucking phrase my argument so it goes up your creek.
Listen,
Hold on.
listen. You brought it up. I'm asking you to. What? You brought up satellites. I'm telling you, make the connection from satellites and showing us that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and you're making it seem like I'm pigeonholing you. Really?
We're trying to compare two different possible things.
No,
and
we're not. No, we're not. That is not what's going on here. You need to track with the conversation, brother. I'm asking you make the Chrono.
Okay.
Relax, brother. You're thinking too. You're overthinking this. I should say.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
You're saying I need to think about how you're gonna look at it. No, you don't need to.
I do, because you're denying every piece of my argument.
I didn't deny anything.
Like even before I get them out, you're like shutting me down.
I'm asking you to justify the satellites on an oblate spheroid. Can you do it?
They're in orbit. That's what I said.
Is that justifying the oblate spheroid?
I don't know exactly. Maybe, probably not to you. Probably not to you. But I don't know. I don't really know what your question is. And this
question is,
if you guys think this shit is real, you need to do a lot better on like talking to people.
My question
you're really bad at moving opinions.
No, Chrono. If you're gonna make a statement that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, I want to know the connection between satellites orbiting the oblate spheroid. How are they doing that? Can you make the connection between? I don't know why I have to do this for a person that has
all you had to do was not cut me off so that I could finish my point, right? Which is that.
What?
So we have to. So are satellites real? Let's start here. Are satellites real?
Bro, that's not what's at stake here. What's at stake here is
we have
justifying. You just said this. Satellites orbit, and that's all you said. I'm like, okay, around your head? Like, what are they? You need to talk about the oblate spheroid and justify it using satellites if this is going to be your evidence. Yeah?
No, so it's like
cutting you off. I'm not cutting you off.
Where do you want me to start then? Like, I don't know exactly. I'm trying to, but you're denying me at every point. You only want me to go down your narrative.
You're asking me to pigeonhole you into a specific narrative. I'm telling you, be free. Be free.
Okay,
talk about
are satellites real? Are satellites real?
Why are you asking me questions?
See?
You're asking me questions. Why are you doing that?
No, just tell him to take a course on orbital mechanics and everything that comes.
Numbnuts. You don't have to ask him to tell me. I hear you. What a fucking weirdo. All right. So if you're going to be able to tell me, substantiate the satellite going around the globe, then make the connection how we can understand the satellites going around the globe.
So Alpha, you heard me, but you didn't respond.
Not talking to you, numbnuts.
Why don't you respond?
Not talking to you, because the conversation is between me and Chrono.
Right. And I won't be bullied by some person like this, so it doesn't matter. But certainly
bullied.
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to like send you Einstein's fucking papers?
You know
what exactly are you asking for? It's really not clear to me.
Can you use your words to justify a satellite going around an oblate spheroid? Yes or no? If you cannot do this task, that's fine.
As far as I understand it, everything is moving at very quickly, and so what it means to be in orbit.
Like Trump.
What it means to be in orbit is to go quickly, to reach like a certain point, depending on your distance away, where you're going so fast around the spheroid that you keep saying, right? You're going so fast around it, gravity is warping space-time. You're going so fast around it that you're staying, as we call, in orbit, which means your altitude, your distance from the center of the gravity is not changing. Right? Yeah, that's what we call orbit. I mean, is that the type of explanation you're looking for? I don't know. I don't think so, but
let me ask the panel, because you're going to say that I'm the one that says it. Is this good enough for the panel?
Yep.
Yep.
So we got Globers chiming in. Any flat earthers in here? Is it just me?
It's like nothing is enough, man. We tried to derive Einstein's
Yeah,
verdict,
so basically the connection between the metrics of the Earth being what they are and him saying, well, the satellites go around the globe, and all the Globers that chimed in are about as dumb as fucking rocks, because they're like, oh, that's good enough for me. It's good enough. Really? He didn't give you any of the information that needed to be. What speed is the satellite going? Hold on a second. You're jumping in. You don't have to do that. So when it comes down to finding out what speed it's going, what is the altitude we're talking about, none of that information come up. It's just a satellite goes around a big ball. Good enough for me, guys? And then you guys are, You sound like fucking idiots, dude. All of you.
Mathematical understanding behind it. That's why
you
we're
don't
saying yes.
even fucking know. You don't even fucking know. So why do you chime in? You know what, Chrono? Hold on a minute, because I got to deal with this guy. First of all, you don't know. So what do you know about satellites going around the globe? Now justify, shoulder his argument.
He's a fellow King Glober, man. Watch out.
I
don't
do
fucking know, dude.
I have the mathematical background to know this.
Okay.
There you go.
So you have the mathematical background. How fast is the satellite going around the Earth?
What do you want? Different speeds at different orbits?
Yeah.
Different elevations?
Yeah.
You want numbers? I thought you don't believe in math.
Yes, dude. Just fucking say it already.
Your conclusions have always been that you don't believe in math.
So you don't have it. So you don't have it. So
Elio is 29,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, you're Googling shit. I want him to tell me.
When does anybody says that flat earthers don't believe?
What's that going to prove? I give you numbers, different orbits. What is that going to prove? It's not going to help you in any way.
To prove that you know what you're talking about. The horse shit that's coming out of your mouth saying that you know what you're saying.
Just give him the speed of an orbit or something. I don't know. Just give him something. See where it goes.
You just plug it into the equation and it's...
You don't know. All right, Chrono, it's up to you. I gave you a chance. You didn't know.
Yeah, what do you want to... Sorry, what's the question?
Well, so you're saying a satellite goes around a big ball. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. And everybody's in here clapping and cheering. Oh, man, the guy's... He's like the most intelligent thing. I don't know. It's awesome. But I think I'm calling you out, dude, because you don't know shit. What did you just Google and gave me the answer to?
I Googled... Here's the exact term. I Googled speed of satellite orbits.
You know, the moment you did that and said that you did, you just defeated yourself. Because you didn't know that information prior to the claim that you said.
Of course I didn't.
Exactly. My point exactly. Therefore, your claim about how satellites work, and then every Glober that was clapping for you now knows that you had to look that shit up right now, mid-argument.
How does that disprove? I don't know how that disproves anything.
Because you didn't know that shit prior to the claim, numbnuts. And when you fucking made the claim, yes, you fucking
I made the claim.
Yes,
I made the claim, Alpha. I made the claim much earlier that the model is intuitive.
I know that.
That it's intuitive. That doesn't mean I'm a physicist or anything like that. I don't know the exact fucking numbers. I don't even
So
know
then
exactly the
why-
numbers of the Earth's
So
fucking
why did
diameter.
why did you bring up satellites going around the globe prove that the Earth is a globe? Why?
Well, because the reason I brought that up is because I'd say the conspiracy has to be so large to say
Oh
that
my
all this is this is the reasoning from my
Seriously.
brain is that the conspiracy has to be so large because we're sending up rockets up every day with live cams on them, like we have. Right, like all of this shit has to be faked. All of it has to be faked, right? Or am I wrong?
Every day. Where are these rockets every day?
Not. I don't think I said it. If I said every day, that was wrong. Every
Jesus,
week.
dude.
It's every week or
Go
every
and clap for
other
him, Matt.
week. Just look at
Clap for your-
SpaceX. Look at
Clap for your King
SpaceX.
Glober right here.
SpaceX has launched more than 40 rockets this year. All of them live streamed. Like there has to be a major conspiracy going on.
Get him, King Glober.
Yeah, egg him on. That'll help. Because he's fucking failing.
And I don't know. That's my point. That's why I asked about rockets. Okay, that's why I asked about
No,
it.
it wasn't
It's
rockets.
because
It was satellites.
or satellites.
For God's
Satellites.
sakes,
Correct.
man.
Okay,
Oh, good
Fucking
point.
hell.
but rockets and satellites. I'm referring to
Get him, King
SpaceX,
Glober.
SpaceX and Starlink. Because I use Starlink and I can
my
see
God.
SpaceX, and so I'm
Hell
just
no.
asking. All right, I don't know. All right.
Hell fucking
mean,
no.
I mean, dude,
What, Matt?
you're not,
What are
you're
you
not
gonna
totally wrong, though. I mean, you're right. It'd have to be a massive conspiracy with everyone's bullshit. And
Oh,
so,
you're gonna give him flowers now? What the fuck?
I'll give him
dude?
some flowers. I mean, his reasoning's not bad. It's totally sound. You
It's
know?
dog shit, dude. And why are you praising him? Because you want him to keep into the fight and not give up. But that's all right. Give him confidence. Doesn't
I mean,
help.
I presented the reasoning. So if you go further and say that I'm
Reasoning.
crazy, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna listen and troll
I mean,
I
or whatever.
I don't give a fuck if you
Oh,
troll,
you're
but
going off of probabilistic reasoning, you know, and that's not really that bad either. I mean, you're going off like what's the
Probabilistic
probability that all these scientists are bullshitting? Very low that everyone's just doing this, you know.
who gives a fuck about that? The only thing that's important here is the information that's being stated. Fuck the rest. What's being stated by his mouth? Yeah? King Glober is failing. King Glober is epically failing right now. We have a situation.
Uh-oh.
We do. And it's one where this guy thinks, well, satellites. Oh, no, shit. No, not rockets. Yeah. And it's like
It's rockets and satellites. It's the combination. We have
It's a combination.
we have so much good evidence of both of them being like real things that are providing real services like in our daily life.
What's the escape velocity for a rocket going into the exosphere?
You know I'd have to Google it.
That's fine.
Well,
But
hey, what's the end goal of the flat Earth community?
oh fuck's sake!
Is it to have everyone convinced?
Yeah, let's
If
get on this
everyone
topic
becomes
'cause that's
convinced
better.
and it becomes the science, what then? Like what?
We don't have to worry about that. The only thing
Okay.
we're doing here is making people aware that the Earth being a globe is a lie. Whether or not the end goal is going to be, dude, we're doing it for humanity's sake. Hold on, Chrono. I'm talking to this guy. Do you hear me? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
Sorry, I was just gonna say the ice wall is obviously the end goal. Sorry, go.
Yeah, really. Hey, you know what? It exists in your fucking paradigm too, numbnuts. There's an ice wall in Antarctica, whether you know it or not. You fucking just
Flat
got
Earth
dunked
is
on.
like
Anyway.
2 years ago, man. It's donut-shaped Earth theory now.
And this is the lowest form right here. Lowest bottom of the barrel fucking. Like, dude, honestly, Fig or whatever the hell your name is, like, you couldn't articulate a point if your life depended on it, dude. You couldn't do it.
Okay.
How was the Earth a globe, Fig?
Oh, I didn't say it was a globe. It's a donut shape.
Yeah.
It has a hole in the middle.
Which means that you're just one of those guys that trolls and fucking just.
Yes, that's true. Yes.
And
you're
because
correct.
you're afraid.
Get him,
Also,
Donut
I would
Glover.
say that. You're
Donut
afraid.
person, I don't know.
You're afraid to produce an argument that's going to actually stand scrutiny. That's what you're afraid of. And if you're able to do it, go ahead and present an argument for the globe. I can prove you that you're not going to be able to, Fi. You
I've been
won't be
inside
able
the
to.
hole. I've literally been inside the hole.
let go
There's a
of
hole. It's a donut.
if you let
I
go
never
of
said it was
control,
the globe. I don't even
listen,
agree with those people. They're crazy, man.
That channel,
Whatever.
Professor Dave Explains, I feel pretty comfortable
God's sakes.
with what he pushes. Like
I like
he
his
seems
stuff
to
too,
know
bro.
it.
It's awesome, dude. Love it.
He seems pretty sound.
Yeah, he is. He makes sure he dunks on them, man. He, just destroys them, right?
He should use that guy's argument for a donut to dunk, because that's the only thing he's dunking. The
We got a
donut.
donut
Earth.
glober. That's cool,
Yeah.
man.
I gotta hand it to you. That was clever. That was nice.
Well, I
That was
have to
clever.
make it entertaining for me somehow, man, because this arguments are fucking whack, dude.
At the end of the day,
Alpha, have you
What?
I'm sure you've been presented the argument of flight paths, right? And why if the globe is presented, maybe the maps are all wrong, right? But why do we fly curved flight paths between
sake.
long destinations? That must be like a very normal basic question, right?
Yeah, it's a normie question. Yeah.
What's the answer?
So, do you think the pilot or the passengers know that they're flying in a curved path?
No, they feel like they're flying in a straight path, obviously.
Okay. So, when does the curved path come into play?
When we track like using radar or maps
Really?
of like
So,
how
what do we-
okay, sorry, let me better answer your question, right?
Alright.
Because really it's more about the map itself, isn't it?
I don't know. You tell me.
Right? I mean, that makes sense. That makes most sense to me. If I was on the flat Earth side, I'd be like, well, the Mercator projection is not correct, and that's why, like something along those lines. Is that right?
So
Or
if you draw an arc on a piece of paper, does that make the Earth an arc? Like
no?
The path that you're taking, right? So
If you draw an arc on a piece of paper, does that make the Earth an arc? No,
Yeah.
no. There's no connection between your piece of paper and the Earth.
and I
Unless-
said piece of paper, but you can think about it on a computer screen too. So I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought that you're like fucking trying to trick question me.
No, this is fuck's sake, dude. No, I just want you to be honest. Like, at what point? I'm not trying to trip you up, dude. I want you to realize that there isn't an answer to these things. Like, or if there is an answer, then it's not going to lead you to the fact that the Earth is curving in any way. So, from primary experience of the pilot or the passengers are not experiencing the Earth as a globe, there's that. There's also, how does it relate from the map that you see them drawing the arc path, that the trajectory from the plane is going to be an arc path, to know that there's going to be some type of arc path negotiation of the plane negotiating over that amount of curvature. There's no way that's happening. It's not happening.
I don't understand. So
It's simple.
if we look at Flight Radar 24, we can watch lots of airplanes doing things.
Yeah, good for you.
We can see flight paths between.
Is the
and so-
radar
I just want-
the Earth?
No,
Okay, what's the Earth? The Earth, right?
sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Are the planes? Let me understand what you're saying here. Are the planes flying on the arc, or they are not flying on the arc that the radars are showing us?
So that's what I was getting to. Does the pilot have to negotiate over the curvature of the Earth?
I assume you would say no.
Assume. No, I want you to tell me. Does the pilot have to negotiate over the distance that he's traveling over a specific amount of curvature of the Earth?
No, to the pilot, correct. To the pilot, they're just flying direct A to B, generally, like without all the minuscule parts of air traffic control. But
Yeah.
for the pilot, they're going A to B, right? If you're going to Moscow to fucking China, A to B. But then, as we represent that on the map, it looks like a very curved line.
No, I know that. I'm asking for what the pilot's taking into account. Does he have to negotiate over the curvature from point A to point B?
No, not really. He's negotiating altitude and speed.
Yes, correct. Correct.
Right, because he's entered like a different part of, right. Once you're in the air, things are not so simple as when they're on the ground, because the ground is rotating, but the atmosphere is rotating as well, obviously. But I don't know. Okay, right. You can move through that in different ways than you can on the ground.
My headset cut out. What did you say?
Just stating that once you're airborne and you're operating in a different like medium than you are when you're on the ground.
Cool beans.
In that vein, I think in that vein of conversation, I think it's interesting how, okay, let's take a flight from Sydney to Los Angeles, right? That's from east, like that's heading east from Sydney to LA. If you're traveling in that direction, the Earth is rotating beneath. Like, okay, just
Oh, really?
hear me out, flat Earth people. Just hear me out.
Cool story.
The
bro.
Earth rotates below the plane from east to west. But when you're going from LA to Sydney, like back again, you're now flying with the Earth's rotation. So it's actually a longer flight because you're now having to travel, and you're basically the Earth's rotating with the plane, like in the direction that the plane is going. So that I found that fascinating because, like, a flight from LA,
You
a
found that
flight
fascinating.
to LA is
Yeah,
quicker.
that story is fascinating.
Yeah,
It's amazing because it's not
a flight
true.
from Sydney to LA is quicker than a flight from LA to Sydney.
That's the case, and that's just how it is.
That's cool.
It's cool. I think it's amazing.
Another proof of the
That
globe.
the only the main reason that would be is only more because of the trade winds regionally. It would not be because of the Earth rotation.
Yeah, I know that. He didn't know that.
I'm just responding. I didn't say you didn't know it.
No, I know. I'm telling him. Like, he didn't know that. Now
Trade
he did.
wind?
Now he does. Yeah, dude.
Okay.
I thought you would have known that. That's cool. You didn't know that, Rick? Go look into that, bro. You'll
I'll
find
look
out.
into trade winds. Okay.
Awesome.
It makes a big difference when you're like it's regional. Like if you're traveling near the equator, and so Sydney to America, for example, right? The trade winds are flowing in one certain direction on that flight, and it's going to change.
Why are they flowing in that direction though?
Oh, Matt, relax, dude. Just because your bubble got burst, dude.
Yeah, you already know. Alpha. Why that direction?
Your bubble got bursted. It's okay.
I mean, like,
But
if he
Rick didn't know
follows
that.
this direction because
they
of the
flow in that direction because that's the direction that the Earth is spinning in.
There you go. So you're basically helping Rick out with this point then.
Yeah,
you know?
but see, he said trade winds, but Rick didn't know that.
Here we go. Well, I just found some points because, like, I'm doing my own research and learning too.
Okay.
Westbound flights are typically scheduled to take longer due to the influence of jet streams, which flow from west to east. The rotation of the Earth and the Coriolis force contribute to the formation of these jet streams, affecting wind patterns and flight routes.
All right.
Interesting.
Let
Okay.
me ask the Globers. Let me ask the Globers here this question. Yeah, that's not correct. Let me ask the Globers here this question. Who's ever measured the rotation of the Earth?
Like on my own? Absolutely,
No,
I have
I'm not asking you. I didn't ask if you did. I'm asking all of you. Who did?
Who measured the rotation of the Earth?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Let's see.
Go see.
I really don't know that.
I know.
I mean, at this point, we have really good data on it since the
really good data. Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
But that stems from me believing that satellites are real. I understand.
No, don't go there. We're not even talking about that. That's you trying to get that little jab in. It's not gonna work.
It's not a jab. It was me giving deference to my position.
You smacked up by the baby Globers, Alpha.
No, he's not smacking it. Usually feeble attempts, but the kid's got heart. That's all. It won't last for much longer, though. Time's ticking. The clock's winding down. I won't see this guy probably ever again. Let's go one-off. They're one-offs.
No.
Rick, I will see probably. He's been
I
here before.
frequent the server. But if I find that like there's it's like nonsense in the channel, then okay. But you've been very reasonable. So
Okay. Some people might not find that true, but
I'm open to
Real,
epiphanies.
you're good, man.
It's-
I got your back, dude.
I'm
Okay.
open to having
Also-
epiphanies and like greater understandings on what I thought I knew.
awesome.
I only care about what's true ultimately. So that's why I engage
Hey.
in conspiracies and shit like that.
Yeah, let's do the thing.
So of course we have Eratosthenes is, I assume, an answer you hear often, right? Is the original.
Nah, that's the first time I've heard it. Who's the guy?
Oh,
I'm kidding.
okay, right, yeah. So right, because this
You're
shit
in
is just
Protestant,
straight
huh?
Google. This is straight Google.
I'm persevering to condescend.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you want to go?
No, I don't give a shit. Go wherever you want.
Persevering to act harder than the audience.
You have no ability to define why your belief is falsifiable. Therefore, everything you say should not be trusted, just like a religion.
Yeah, you're shadowboxing, dude.
But I don't think so, because that's where, when I came in the
I don't
channel,
think so.
that's the original thing I was asking, right? Is there anything that would unfalsify your belief, right? And that's why this is what the difference between things like science or even observation and cults, religions, and like beliefs, right? Is you have to have something that you say like, well, if you could prove to me that was the case, then I would change my mind. Right,
Yeah,
and that's all I asked for. That's all I asked for at the beginning, and you have never provided it. I don't think you have any.
Yeah, truth is self-evident, Chrono. It's not something that can be debated. Whether you and I agree to disagree position. Oh, let me change my mind. I don't give a shit if I change my mind 5 times. I'm a flat earther. I'm a glober. I'm a flat earther. I'm a glober. I'm a flat. Doesn't matter. The truth is self-evident. It will never change. I just have to either understand it to be true or not, based upon my research or understanding of how it came about. So if I was believing the Earth was a globe and I didn't analyze or critically think about it being flat and stationary, that's on me. And once I started to realize the fact that it doesn't behave like a globe, let's say, then that realization came to me, and now I know it's not. So you can't then therefore say, "Oh, what would change your mind?" Because like I was in the state of mind that it was a globe, because just based on a religious belief, I thought it because people told me, and I adhered to it because of that, and then nothing more. Just like you sound like a person who just believes it based on some things you've been told. You don't know if it's one, just believe it.
But
And that's
technically,
why I was.
you could be wrong, right?
No, I'm not. Because if I
Well,
was
well,
wrong,
this is the thing.
like
This is the
listen,
thing.
if
Even when
my
I
if
asked Jedi, right?
like he told me my mind could be
Mhm.
changed. Like why couldn't my mind be changed? I'm
Mhm.
telling you, it's not about my mind being changed. Tomorrow I could wake up and say the Earth is concave, guys, check it out, and it doesn't matter. The truth is self-evident, and it will always remain flat and level. There's no motion
Yeah.
to
Just
the
think
Earth.
about it this way,
That's
though, right?
just the way it is.
Just like when I asked Jedi, right? He said, "Yeah, I'm 100% certain that the Earth is a globe," but he also
Jedi didn't say that.
acknowledged the fact that his truth or his certainty is fallible, in the sense that he can be 100% certain. He said he can be 100% certain about something and still be wrong, right? In some way. So that means, I mean, if you are 100% certain about it,
Yeah,
it
with
doesn't
the ability,
change
it's like
reality,
this,
right? So
man.
you can be like, I know it for a fact, and you can still be wrong.
No, I think what you're doing is casting doubt for the thing that we understand, how we understand our sense of reasoning and logic and capability to discern things. You're casting doubt on that, and I
No,
think
he's
that's a
not.
bad. Yeah, he is, because he's saying if I'm 100% certain and it's not the thing that I'm thinking because it's where I'm a fallible human, then that means I can't be 100% certain. You
Okay,
understand?
I'm 100% certain that the Earth is a globe. Does that mean it makes it the globe?
Yeah, it has to be self-evident. Truth is self-evident. You can't just state.
Well, I can just say that it's self-evident to me, though.
Okay,
We
well, then how?
disagree on what
Because
self-evidence
something.
is.
No, we don't
I think it's
disagree on that.
self-evident that it's a globe.
Something that's self-evident demonstrates whether it's regardless of the fact that, let's say today you wake up and you say the Earth is flat. No, it's a globe. No, it's flat. No, it's a globe. It doesn't matter what you say. It will always remain the same thing no matter what. It does not. That's not
It
going to
doesn't
change.
matter what your certainty is either. Then
It will always remain whatever it is. So if I say that it's not a globe and it is a globe, then I'm wrong. I could change my mind and say that it's a globe again, but it won't change the fact that the truth was always that it was a globe. So in the fact that
so you can say that it's flat as much as you want and be wrong about it being flat.
Yeah, if it was a globe.
Yeah.
But
there you go. That's all I was going to say. That's all I was going to say.
There we go. Okay, argument closed.
Whether the Earth is a globe or flat, how does either of that, like knowing those things, how does it serve you? Like, what does that do for you?
Not really anything unless you're into.
Really?
Yeah, he's not asking you.
I know, right?
You basically.
No, it makes
Okay,
all
so
that. All that. What it really does.
Conversation amongst yourself. Would you like to have a global conversation where you guys just make up what we say?
Were you asking him, Rick?
Of course he was asking me.
Oh, just like in either
Would he
camp,
be
like,
asking another glober this? Well, you guys can go to another channel and discuss what you guys think about the globe. Why don't you do that? I'd rather sit here in silence than listen to you guys yammer on with each other. How about that?
I just want to know the ultimate, like.
I can excuse each and every one of you so you can go to another channel. That'd be better?
No, man, I'm curious as
were you asking me or another glober?
Or anyone that wants to chime in.
Yeah, but you're getting an opinion about how important this is to a flat earther, not a glober, because they already think that it's nonsense. Do you get it? Okay. Why would you ask a glober
I get it. No, I could even ask the question to myself, like, so why would I care whether it is or not? Like,
yeah, but the question was meant for a flat earther. In reality, you asked it to flat earthers, not globers or you. You asked it to me or any other flat earther. Let's get real here.
Okay, I'll ask to all parties.
No,
like flat Earth or globers. That's if you want me to reframe the question.
No, because you don't need to do that if it's specifically to the people who are questioning whether or not it's a globe. You need to be specific.
Just say the question is to Alpha. Just say it's Alpha.
Well, that's who it wasn't meant to in the first place, but Matt interjected, and then Rick wanted to be generous to the globers, so he decided to rephrase it and made it, I'm just saying it to everybody. I know how this works. I know the psychology behind all of this shit. You think I'm just some fucking lame on the street? I've fucking been doing this for 9 years. I fucking know the psychology of all you lames from the inside. And when you first step foot into this conversation, I know where you all fucking stand. Inside and out, and I know the ending of each conversation and what's going to happen to be the turnout. I know it.
Are you God?
No, but the pattern of the pattern of reasoning is the fucking same. You guys are all on a fucking script, and you don't know that.
Well, you are too, Alpha. Let's be honest.
No,
you're on a
absolutely
script.
Not. You know why?
Absolutely, yeah.
I tell you, everywhere you go, it doesn't matter what argument you go to. I'm at the end with a fucking flamethrower. So what does that tell you? That you're scripted, dumbass.
I've seen you take a few L's, bro.
Like when?
If I'm on a script,
name one.
You're on a script.
Scott Mackey to Daza.
No, dude. I haven't taken one L. I fucking know everywhere you guys are gonna go, and I just choose whether or not I want to engage.
I know the exact script you run though too. Let's be honest.
What's the script? Right? What's the script?
Your script, as soon as someone joins in here to, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Well, how can you compare the images to the satellites? How do you know this to be true? And then you lead them to the point of inconclusivity, where you can't really know this to be the case. It's not really good evidence.
You know? Is that my fault?
But no, I'm not saying it's your fault or it's bad or it's good. I'm saying it's your script. Everyone has a script, right?
No, the script is like what you would say is that the answers that you give are always the same. That's why it sounds scripted, Matt. Do you ever wonder that? When I ask these idiots where they're going to go with it, I tell them like this. No, that's bullshit because I know their ansers. Every time they tell me, every time they say that it's a shut up, Rick. Every time they talk about satellites, right? Every time they bring something stupid up, I am already knowing the end of that line of questions
Me
that
too,
they're gonna
though.
say.
Me
I
too.
know
I hit that same point.
You're making me want to repoint that question at you now, Alpha. Like, well, how does this serve
well, that's
you,
who it
my
was.
dude?
That's
This
who it was
pursuit.
in the first place, Rick. It
Well,
was
you've
to
made me
me.
want to redirect it back at you now.
Well, you should have
because of
been
how
to me
you-
in the first place.
Well,
Fuck's
sure.
sake.
Like, so go ahead and answer it. How is it serving you, man?
What do you mean? How is it serving me?
The pursuit to like sit in a channel and debate it. Like, okay, let's say
Oh,
you
yeah,
convince
yeah.
everyone in here of your point of view. What does
No,
that
that's
do
not
for
my,
you?
That's not my goal. I think my goal is to
Okay.
expose the. Okay, so you could say I'm on a mission. That's fine. I'm on a
Okay.
mission. I'm on a mission to expose to as many people as I possibly can that this all
Okay.
is just a lie that they've been believing this whole time.
And let's say,
I'm not done yet.
Okay,
You want to
okay.
hear my answer?
Sure.
See, I get cut off when I'm giving you what you want.
Give
and
your
I
answer.
don't know. I don't know. So
Force him.
So yeah, force him. So
I'm
when
sorry. Carry on.
when you start asking for the answer, I'm gonna tell you, I'm here because it's like a mission, just trying to expose the rest of the world, as many people as we can on YouTube, because we're live streaming, right? We got 2 bots in here. We got Rumble
Okay.
also, and we're doing it on a daily basis to see how many times people can come in here, and we're just leaving it up to the audience, whether or not you hear somebody being truthful, or they're obfuscating, or they're applying sophistry, whatever the case is, right? You get to decide. And so I get to be a part of that. I get to be a part of exposing everybody's mind to this information, because all the individuals that come in here, they're very certain that they know that they're on a globe. And by the time that we're done, Matt was correct. I have them questioning whether or not it's the case.
So it's
we
like
don't
a
have
status.
It's monetary. It's monetary.
So it's
You're
like a status.
streaming this.
So it's a
Yeah, but I'm not getting
satisfaction, like a
paid.
self-satisfaction
It's not
pursuit.
my
Then
it's not my stream.
that's is it a
It is a
self-satisfaction pursuit?
satisfaction for sure, though.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
It's for satisfaction. Okay, that's all right,
I
man.
get
That's
Alpha.
fine.
I get the satisfaction of clapping ass here all the time too, man. Pause.
I don't know, but you don't do that.
I do that a lot here, man.
Anyway, now
I
that
just
that's
wanted
done,
to like drill down into it. That's all.
yeah, you can.
Because
I don't mind.
we all have drives, don't we? We all have,
have
like
what?
we're all driven in some way to do the things we do. We
Yeah,
have motives.
and you know, so far as I know, I haven't had the sufficient information to support the claim that the Earth is a globe. Every time I ask these questions, I tell the guy, go wherever you want with your information to state that the Earth is a globe. Just bring up your best evidence. I say that, and I know that every single argument it might be different. Every argument's different, but there's always an element that the script is starting to run. Because when they say a word like satellites, or they'll say curvature, or they'll say axial rotation, or anything, they could make something up. Even there's arguments.
But
that people
Alpha,
bring in
don't
here
you know why
that
that
they
is?
make up.
Don't you know why that is?
Yes,
Because
yes,
they're all
yes.
they're all correlating to what is considered the actual objective evidence that
Incorrect.
we have.
Incorrect. No, this is. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's psychological warfare.
When you say that
aren't-
is wrong, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the way your assessment of what you think it is. It's not that. It's completely.
I'm not. I didn't
it's
make any claims to truth. I didn't make any
you
claims
just
to
gotta-
truth.
You know
No,
that.
no, Alpha. I promise.
Yeah.
I'm being very generous, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, but
Being
the
pretty
point is
generous to you, Alpha.
the point is like certainly that, right? I'm not talking about like the specific data. This is all human issues that I'm referring to. All humans, right? They could all be wrong. They could all be wrong. I'm not making any claims to what is objective truth, right? I'm still within the bounds, just for your fancy. I'm still within the bounds of just humans, right? It has to be a lot of humans lying to get this shit through. To get this
Steve.
No, dude.
Delusion.
No, why? Tell me.
Yeah.
Why is that not
How many
true?
people believe in crazy ass religions, dude?
A lot.
What are
And no
what's the
verifiable
crazy
proof.
Yep. Oh. Hang on.
Are all religions crazy, ego slave?
Just yours.
Well,
I
is
agree.
Christianity?
No, of course not.
All right,
Huh?
so that seems to be a red herring that you wanted to introduce, Matt. But
Yeah, I'm gonna toss your ass, Matt. You don't belong here.
yeah,
I
do
didn't,
what you
dude.
will,
I didn't
Eagle.
even. I just said that.
So
Like,
Chrono,
that's
so Chrono
See ya,
is getting
Matt.
to Chrono's getting to the point where he's circling the drain. Rick's circling the drain. They all are. They're looking for a reason why they can believe back into the globe, but they know that this place is going to be the place where they're going to realize they're going to be introduced to a lot of doubt for the Earth being the globe. They know that.
Alpha, I'd love to fly in a plane
What
with
would
you,
be the
dude.
best doubt that you could introduce to me, a glober? The
That
standard
there's
glober. What's the
right.
best
I
doubt
got you.
wedge? Go ahead.
I got you. You got no evidence for the claim to justify it in any way.
Is that's the doubt?
Absolutely. Because the moment you try to, you're going to be met with that you don't understand what you're saying, or that you're not able to articulate a point well enough to demonstrate that you know the evidence of your claim.
No, but
Absolutely,
is there like
100%.
something I should go and look up?
Yeah.
Right?
Let's put it this way. When you come into this room, you need to have all your T's crossed and your I's dotted. You need to have your ducks in a row and know all your shit before you open your mouth and say a claim. Because the moment you do, you're going to be under fire, immediately scrutinized about everything that you know from that specific topic. And the moment you introduce any kind of subjective understanding, I don't know, maybe it's the scientist that knows, I don't know, I'm not a physicist. If you defer, if you show any sign of lack of knowledge, I will easily demonstrate that one thing that you said you thought you knew is it's not knowledge to you. It's just something you believed. That's it. And I guarantee you, there's every topic that concerns the Earth as a globe, it's an element of that somewhere.
It's like a perception of credibility then.
Well,
Like if
think
someone
about it.
seems incredible, then what they're saying is wrong then.
No, think about it. I can demonstrate this to you live. Pick any
No, you
topic.
don't. No, you don't. You never
pick
You always
pick any topic, and I will show you on the Earth being a globe. Pick any topic. Doesn't matter what it is. Go. I challenge you guys. Pick any topic. I want to demonstrate this to you badly.
It's silly because
Pick any topic. Do it.
right. Yeah, I can't.
Do it.
Or I get muted, right? Or I get muted, right?
Yeah. Over and over again. Over and over and over again. All we got is Rick.
I love you guys at the end of the day. I don't care
Well,
what positions you take.
at the end of the day, there's no evidence to demonstrate that the Earth is a globe. And that's what I said. I said it before, I'll say it again. You can pick any topic you like of the Earth being a globe. Just choose one and say a claim.
You know what could be mind-blowing, dude? If we're all wrong.
Nah, but that's not the case. It's just you guys that are wrong.
But how do you know that?
And I'm sure of it. And
Yeah.
I'm 100% sure that you guys are wrong. That's how strong I am in this. And not only do I know that, I can demonstrate it. Like I'm doing right now. I'm asking you guys to pick a topic. Pick any topic of the Earth being a globe that you can think of. Muster up the fortitude to stay in a conversation with me, and you'll find out. That's all I'm asking.
I surrender to the possibility that we could all be wrong.
Oh, there you have it. There you be.
Yeah. That's me, man.
That's fine.
I lay down the ego.
That's cool. You can do that.
I will. I do it all the time.
But I will demonstrate it though. However, and I do
It's
it
very
over and over
freeing.
again.
There's a reason why no one will agree with you. It's because you're uncaring.
Yeah, we don't care to hear the color commentary. We just, in this forum, we care for you to bring forth the facts, the evidence, the justification. If there's not that, then why would you want to give me a color commentary about what I do or what anybody else does here? Don't get it.
Yeah, it's not like you can psychoanalyze your way out of the globe or flat Earth.
Can't do it.
Mm.
You win.
I know. Every day, over and over, many
I know.
times.
Because you use mod powers to do it.
No, I don't think,
what a crybaby.
I don't think that's how I won. But you can say that.
I mean, you muted me over.
Just like now.
It's because he won't answer questions, right?
Exactly. And he proceeds to tell us about what this forum is or how he feels about it, or no one cares about that.
Psychoanalyze us.
Yeah.
So there's a YouTube stream. That's cool. I want to check out like the commentary on there, like the YouTube comments and stuff.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh yeah.
There was a guy that I was speaking to prior that, like, before all this kicked off. I want to say it was about 3 hours ago, maybe 4 hours ago. A good listen.
What do I search on YouTube? 24/7 Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Okay.
That guy finally yielded. He left. I don't think we'll see him in a while.
Welcome back to Flat Earth.
I'm
6 months.
Maybe.
I'm prepared, man. I'm so prepared to be wrong. But I'm not convinced, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not the heart of our aim. That's not the heart of our aim. So we're not ever gonna want that. We're not gonna be like, dude, you're not convinced yet? What the fuck? No, listen, dude, we don't lose any sleep, but we are efficient at what we do.
Mm-hmm. You guys are very good at debating.
Well, I mean,
we're good at demonstrating.
You've had a lot of practice.
Yeah, Rick, but most of it has to deal with the fact that we know that the other side is bankrupt. So it's so easy to point that out. I mean, we don't even have to try. We're like, okay, prove the evidence of the Earth is a globe. And mouths are closed. They're like, satellites? And we're like, yeah. How does satellites prove that? Like the other gentleman that was just here a while ago. And he didn't have an answer. He was just no way to correlate the fact that he knows that satellites are going around the oblate spheroid. So the difficulty of navigating that conversation for him was his undoing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I think like you and me, like everything, a lot of people could agree that the majority of the population would understand Earth as a globe, right? Like that seems to be the majority position, right?
Overwhelming majority. These people are
overwhelmingly right. So,
all right, let me talk to Horace real quick.
Try telling your best friend you're a flat earther. See what.
Let me talk to Horace real quick. So, Horace, do you know if the Earth is a globe?
It is.
Okay, demonstrate to me evidence or justify it in any way that you can know.
I'm not playing into this crap, man.
No, seriously. If you can do it, then
I'm just here to laugh at you solely and other flat earthers.
Really? So you're tapping out? You're tapping out?
Nobody's that.
You
if you want to call it, call it that, man. Call it that. Everybody's laughing at you, loser.
Yeah, that's
cool.
cool.
So Alpha, just like with majority of people roughly being or like holding the position that the Earth is a globe, and the minority groups like saying that the Earth is flat. It's like there's the battle is on the hand of the flat Earth community because they're up against majority, and when that's the case, when the battle's yours to fight, you have to equip yourself so you you have the debate, you have the arguments ready to go kind of thing, So when an average person comes in here and you quiz them on, things that you're armed with and you've practiced debating, it kind of feel like it has this
Feel of
sense that
unfairness.
you're beating them in
Yeah,
a
but I'm
way.
not.
You know what I
They're
mean?
actually beating
Because they're not
themselves. I'll
trained.
give you an example. Yeah, I know, but here's the thing.
Mhm.
When people come in with the bravado that they have, that like this gentleman Horace was like showing, he feels that it's a need for him to say, "You guys, we're laughing. All of us are laughing at you." He doesn't realize what this conversation entails. I mean, that's just the way it is, right? But not only that, he doesn't know how wrong he is or how much information he does not have until I ask him the question. Okay, let's say you think that the earth is a globe. How is it a globe? Nobody's ever asked you that. Now I am. And you can either produce the information to back up the claim that the earth is a globe, or you don't have that evidence. That's fine. Either way, I'm going to find out. Because all I have to do is ask some simple questions, and you're going to either tell me, I know, and this is how I know, or shit, I never thought about it. Let me look it up. At which point, I'll say, wait a minute, you're now going to look it up? Why didn't you know that before? Because shouldn't this be common knowledge that everybody should have? But it's not that easy. See, the bravado that happens when they come in here is like, dude, Earth's a globe, duh. And I'm like, no, it's not duh. Because I'm gonna ask you some questions, and if you don't answer them, then I'm gonna find out that it's not duh. Right? Makes sense, right? So people think it's a globe. They come in here and find out, wait a minute, I don't have the information to support the claim. That's weird.
So it's kind of like resting on assumed knowledge that they come in
For the
with.
globers, yeah, for the globers.
Yes.
Absolutely. Or somebody figured it out and they don't have to. It's complacency. Absolutely. Complacency. You feel complacent to know that somebody else did all the heavy lifting for you. Coming in here is a breeze to talk to some idiots on the internet thinking that the earth is flat. I'm just gonna chuck
But
a
I
few
wouldn't
Wikipedia
I
articles
wouldn't
or
right. But pulling up like someone that comes in that isn't studied on the sciences and the physics behind the arguments on the globe side of thing, just because they're not equipped with that, it doesn't necessarily mean they lost.
Yeah, they did.
Or that it's a win for
Because
you. You know
it
what I
is a
mean?
win. It is a win, Rick. See,
Like, but
here's what you're not understanding. If somebody thinks that let's see, how can I put this to an analogy that you can see for yourself?
okay,
If I
yeah,
think that, oh shit, dude, I don't know, make up an analogy. If I think my
I'll
car,
make an analogy up.
if I think my car runs on ice cream, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I come in here like, dude, my car runs on ice cream, and you're like, dude, you're a fucking moron. Like, what are you talking about? Cars don't run on ice cream. And I'm like, yeah, they do.
Well,
Like, I
yeah.
got evidence. I got these pictures where the guy's pouring some ice cream into his. Like, if I start talking nonsense, and you're like, you got no evidence, dude. Like, you're saying
Well,
nonsense, and
it's
so
like me,
you can expose somebody based on just their
right?
knowledge of not having information.
Walking into a nursery of babies in a hospital and saying, "Okay, babies, like I'm going to recite the alphabet, and if you guys like let's have a competition. I'll do it." They're non-verbal; they can't speak yet. Is that a win for the person, like the adult that comes in and recites the alphabet?
That's a bad analogy because those babies they're not able to comprehend things. People that come in here are able to comprehend things. So when we
Okay,
speak to them,
well, yeah, it's extreme.
when we
Yeah,
speak to them, they're able to understand words and such. So it's not like they're ill-equipped
sure,
to talk. So they're able
sure.
to
It's
speak. So when they
right.
speak, they're choosing to speak in a manner in which they feel confident.
Hmm.
I don't
It's
ask them to listen. It's always an invitation, Rick. You make
okay.
it sound like poor little globers. They come in here and you big bad mean flat earthers are just wailing on them and you guys feel like you're winning. No, when they come in here, they choose to open up their mic and ridicule the fact that we don't know shit. And on top of that, you're not looking at it from our perspective, are you, Rick? You're looking at the poor little globers that come in. Oh, poor little globers. But you don't
No,
see. No, you guys are being fucking oppressed by these idiots that come in here day in and day out, fucking oppressing you guys, and you have to learn how to navigate these conversations. Good on you guys. You don't do that because you're only looking at it
no, I
one-sided.
think poor you guys.
Rick,
I do think poor you
no, you
guys because you
don't. You
got an
just
uphill
said that
battle.
now. You just said that now because I mentioned it to you because you realized that the way you were looking at it was that these guys who are like babies, they're equipped to have conversations. Nuh-uh.
They are.
I asked them. Well, you know what? That may be the case, but when they open up their mic and want to have a discussion with me, I ask them, "Can you
Yeah.
provide evidence that the Earth is a globe?" And they say yes. So from that point on, they've already co-signed that they're able to do so. If they were saying, like you said, ill-equipped to have that conversation, I'm not going to engage with them. If they say, there's no way I can prove to you that the Earth is a globe. Okay, cool.
Sure.
No skin off my back.
And
But they persist to say, I have the evidence that the Earth is a globe. So that's where the rubber meets the road for them. They realize they don't have it.
yeah.
Got it?
I
That's
am okay. And I would say like my level of like the terminology surrounding those that debate often, like they talk about like the different types of fallacies and argument styles and all that kind of shit. I barely even grasp all that crap that they go on about. Like they're very wordy, they're very like that
That's
level
high
of
level, though.
that
That's high level.
stuff. Yeah, like it's sort of like unless you can
I know,
frame
study
up to them.
fallacies. I know what you mean, Rick. But
Yeah, like it's
listen, I can
yeah.
sympathize with that for a bit there because there's a lot of that. It's almost like dog and pony show, if you ask me. There's not a lot of it that's not needed, but a lot of it that I would say that is needed are the logical fallacies that are used by the Globers on a daily basis. So one big one is like the begging the question. Like people need to
Right.
know what that is. Begging the question. That means that's a simple logical fallacy that if you don't know what it is, brush up on that one. That was a huge one. Gets used a lot. But stating like only based on fallacies is how you're going to call someone out. I think it's a bit harder to digest when you're just doing that. I think it's easier
Sure.
I sympathize with what you're saying. Like I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's like
But
when you
I'm
go
not.
into a debate and someone's like professional at debating and let's say they're debating intentionally an incorrect position, but they can win because of their debating skills and make you feel like that they're just gonna like beat you by gotchas, like gotcha,
Yeah,
because
but
they're acting clever and shit.
obviously that's not what's happening because I don't
Okay.
allow I allow the person to get into any discussion that they like. So for me, it's like an open door. Go state your case. So
Yeah. It's like
you have to, once you're here
mm,
long enough, you'll start realizing how things go. And then you'll start realizing, well, the people, they wanted to talk. Now, if you feel like what I just mentioned before, like poor little Glober, then you have the incredulity to believe that they're being mistreated. Like for you, looking at in your point of view, you're going to be like, oh, man,
yeah.
but why can't they? Why don't you let them speak? Or why are you big bag meanies?
I,
Like, no, it's not that way. I think that's
yeah,
just you feeling some kind of way about the guys in here not speaking on the. Because I'm telling you, man, I told everybody, I'm gonna prove to you that the guys who come in here, they're not gonna have an answer to the questions that I'm going to ask them, and specifically the ones they bring up. I'm not
yeah.
gonna bring them up. They're gonna bring them up.
So
So you can't pin it on me. They brought those.
right,
The guy before when you were in here, he brought satellites up.
okay. It's like
What?
someone that's ill-equipped to represent the side of the argument that they're trying
Well,
to like push, you know?
they walked through the door. I
Right.
didn't
Yeah,
make
yeah.
them.
No, I know. I'm not trying to blame anyone. I'm just saying like it's an observation. It's not me saying right or wrong. It's just me observing how some of these like debates or arguments go down.
Well,
It's like, yeah.
yeah, I
And it's
know.
just
It's not that it's unfair. It's that the people think that they can just come in here and throw a few wiki articles, or they can just say, "Hey, man, Earth's a globe. We win." No, you're far from that, and we can
Mhm.
demonstrate why. And so that's all we're doing on the daily basis.
I like I find it far-fetched that there's this big global coordinated conspiracy to push the globe thing. Like that, to me, I feel there's stronger arguments for the flat Earth community
Rick,
than
think
that.
about it like this. No,
You know what I mean?
I don't think anybody said that, but you could think of it like a tradition, right? Christmas is a tradition, so it's not a worldwide conspiracy to lie to your children about a big fat guy in a red suit, right? Can you understand that? Just it's a
Yes,
tradition.
I can
It's a
understand what you're saying.
tradition that people have to tell their children, and it's a fun time, and you know what I mean. It's just stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
like a customary thing. Yeah.
That's what the globe is.
Okay, so it's like so it's like like an unquestioned thing.
Yes.
Because we're just it's part of our culture, like a cultural phenomenon.
Yes. And when asked about it, just like Christmas, they don't know the fundamental roots of it. They don't know anything of why you do any of the traditions. Why do you celebrate Christmas, Rick?
Me? Yeah. Oh well, I'm non-religious. I celebrate it because it's cultural in my
but
culture. Like it's the cultural.
what's its roots? Why you do it?
It's like the roots of why I do it.
Why do you bring a tree into your house? Why do you put presents under a tree? Why do you do all that stuff?
It's passed down from my family. Like it's just what we did when we were kids. And yeah,
but
to
what is
learn
the meaning behind it?
as I know, like as I've learned and understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's rooted in religion, like from religion, Christianity, Jesus.
Wait a minute. Like, how far back do you think this goes?
What the
tradition?
The tradition of Christmas, like with the tree and the presents and shit. Probably not even that far.
I'd say research it. Research
a few hundred years.
Research it. It might be eye opening for you.
All right, I'll look it up.
All right. That being said, that's kind of like the same thing we do with flat Earth, globe Earth discussions. People don't know that the Earth being a globe is just information that's been passed to them. They don't. It's not like there's a boardroom of robed individuals. Like, how are we gonna get them today, folks? And one of the robed individuals is like, I got a good plan to get them today. Like, it's not That's not. If there was some malicious intent at the beginning to get people to believe this whole thing, that may be the case. But the big bad boogeyman is now, it's basically just misinformation. That's the boogeyman. The information you receive and you take in, because you have a choice. You can analyze critically the information you receive about the Earth being a globe and say, wait a minute, how do I know this? And go through all pieces of information and then find out if it's true or not. But you and everybody else choose not to, because as a tradition goes, it's easier just to believe. Everyone's doing it. Like Christmas.
So with the I see your point.
Yeah.
With the concept that it's a conspiracy that is like an agenda, we'll say, that is pushed on everyone of the globe, right? Like, I know we just said that it was not so much an agenda but more of a cultural, like unspoken agreement almost, or like, you know what I mean, like
Christmas.
Yeah. And however, there's like all these professions that come into like alignment and agree that the Earth is a globe. You know what I mean?
Like with
and
Christmas
people
too?
hated. Yeah, well, I mean science, like scientists. Like this, like, I mean, Christmas is a tradition. I'm talking more about science and
What type of science?
and like, so physics.
Like what?
Physics.
Like what?
Well, I'm not a physicist, but
Well, I mean, that's a word, right? But what
geologists.
what in physics?
Let's see. Aeronautics.
Really?
Yeah.
Aeronautics has to do with the Earth being a globe? In what way?
So here's me This is me visiting this part of a debate for the first time, like where you're saying, "Oh, what about it?" And I don't have. I've
What does
not
that
cracked.
mean? What does that mean to you, Rick? When I get you to a place where you realize you didn't have the answer you thought you did,
That I
what
that
does
I
that
don't have
mean to
the.
you? What
It
does that
just means I
mean to you?
haven't done my homework, like
Does that mean
to
it's?
come to
Does that
debate
mean it's?
with words.
Yeah, but does that
Doesn't
mean
mean I'm
it's?
wrong.
Wait a minute.
Hmm.
So if you think you're right, and you don't have the information to be right, then how are you right?
Well, I'm not right yet. Yeah, you're right.
Right,
Like I
yeah,
haven't proven.
yeah.
I haven't.
Correct. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Correct. See,
And
that's
this is
pretty
what that
easy,
guy
Rick.
was saying about intuition earlier.
Yeah,
He's
I
like, it's
know,
an intuition, but I haven't
it's
brought.
not. It's not even that, because we've demonstrated that it's not that even. It has nothing to do. You've been told ad nauseum that the Earth is a globe, so it's pretty much lambasted in your mind that it is.
So you know how? Okay, you know how there are scientists, right? There's people. There's degrees and courses, and people have got PhDs and all that
Yeah.
with the understanding of the globe theory, right? Or the
Then name
globe
one. Name one
model,
theory. Name one
right?
individual.
But
Name.
I'll just finish this thought, and then I'll name whatever.
Okay.
But where's the PhD for the flat Earth
No,
theory? Or
that's not.
like
That's the
what I
wrong
mean?
question. That's the wrong question.
Right.
So
Why
that's
is
why
it
I didn't
wrong?
want you to finish, because we're
Okay.
examining whether or not the globe has merit, and you kind of go into flat Earth to ease the tension of it not being so much on globe, but we don't do that here. We stick to pressing the people thinking about how it's a globe. So once again, what scientist is proving the Earth's a globe, or what individual you think in academia can do so?
So what profession or what academic position proves the globe?
Yes.
And I tried to say this the other day. I said, so astrophysicists, right?
Excellent.
And they said that it's a pseudo, like it's not even a real.
No. I will entertain it. What does an astrophysicist do to prove that the Earth is a globe?
I don't.
What?
Who's giggling? Someone's
Oh,
giggling.
sorry,
That's my friend. That's my friend Jedi.
Okay. Oh, it's
I've
Jedi.
walked down this road many
He's
times.
having a good time. He's just having
Oh,
a good
okay,
time.
okay. He likes listening to me squirm my way through.
Yes.
Not just you, happens to everybody.
It happens
Carry
to
on.
everybody, but for you, it's kind of fun. But
That's
anyway,
all right. Look, I'm being
listen.
a bit more like I'm trying to like lay down my sword and shield, and I'm just like, okay, cool. I'm probably gonna like sound like an idiot, but I'm still like I'm
That's
new to
fine.
all this, and I'm
I
just
know.
feeling my way through it.
So do
Like,
you
wow,
understand? Like,
because
I don't listen,
interesting
Rick.
to me.
I'm not
Yeah.
pigeonholing you to anything. I'm asking you specific questions based on what you think is true, and you're coming up, goose egg.
And but does that prove what does that prove though? Does it
That you
prove
don't
that
that
your
you don't
model's right
have
and that mine's
no
wrong,
that you don't
or
have
is
the
it just that
information?
I'm ill-equipped?
Okay.
All right.
It appears, sorry,
Go
as
ahead.
an outsider, it appears that you don't have any justified true beliefs.
Yeah.
You'd say that your idea of a globe Earth or heliocentric cosmology is a belief system. It's not something you really know or understand. Like Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny. It's the same.
Yep.
Like if I would say, maybe not from your point of view, but from my point of view, the bucket of stuff that you have the globe is the same bucket that I would put like Easter Bunny, Santa Claus, the Abominable Snowman,
Mm-hmm.
the Tooth Fairy. It's a story that someone told you that as long as you trust them, it's true. As soon as you lack trust in what they're saying and want to verify it yourself, it's pretty out there. That story's pretty crazy. Like this is why one of the things I do is I post daily science news. Sometimes I hope for different couple results. Number one, either it kind of snaps the globalists out of this. Like it's already everyone's already got figured out type stuff. Like they already know this stuff. It's already set. Everybody's got the whole heliocentric model is the most perfectly documented scientific model in the history of humanity. And you get stories like this: strange garden sprinkler jets are erupting from dead vampire star. Or supermassive black holes provide heart and lungs that help galaxies live longer. So when they hear these stories, I'm like, is it so? Number one, they come in here, they want to take the piss out of flat Earth. It's stupid. I go, is it stupid to say this complete word salad? Strange garden sprinkler jets are erupting from a dead vampire star. Or here, NASA, just the last couple of days, NASA wants fresh ideas for recycling garbage in the moon. NASA cancels 450 million Viper moon rover due to budget concerns. This is the type of stuff where people's blind faith in the globe has allowed government to roughshod over all kinds of sectors of public life, public and private life. Scientists unveil prototype spacesuit that allows the recycling of urine as drinking water. See, at the very least, it should be to say, hey, there's enough entertainment here on the globe side. The guy, you don't need to come in here and freak out. Not you, I'm the royal you. You're like a person. Come in here and freak out because other people think the earth is flat. Just go play with your supernatural space diapers that turn piss into water. Play with your garden vampire jet sprinkling dead stars and hardened lung black holes. Try to figure out how to get NASA back in budget again. You go do that stuff. Just leave flat earthers alone. You'll get here eventually. I don't need to push or prod you. And so when someone comes here and they click the button. They see here's a flat earth channel, bang. I wouldn't say it's like open season, but be ready to have your world challenged. I didn't go to your channel and start telling you about flat earth. You came here.
And it's been interesting.
Oh, I didn't mean you again, like the person.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
When someone comes here, it helps diffuse it because they sought out the content. Like a lot of them come in here and say flat earthers are harmful misinformation. Then why are you interacting with it? You get them to highlight they're already sitting in a deep-seated cognitive dissonance before they even got here.
Yeah, I think what it would be, people coming in here to like almost basically bash or make fun of, it's like they've got a frustration and they're exercising like it's catharsism, you know what I mean? Like they're here to exercise that out of them, and I don't know if it makes them feel better. It's probably because I don't think it would. I don't think it would be good for your soul, really.
The shots missed because if they want to troll flat earthers or mock them or whatever, they'd first have to learn what we're talking about. Otherwise, they're adding their own content and laughing about that. So basically, what I call the effect where, like, the kid who's annoying and their parent just gives them a tablet, go sit in the corner over there. Play Surfing Ninja or whatever. There's a cool game right now. That's really what they're doing. They're like, in a way, they're trying to self-regulate, and sometimes we give them a lot of rope, especially if they're funny. If they are really freaking out.
I sort of I believe in a lot in like your experience, like every day, like just the people you surround yourself, like whether you have a good time or a bad time, like a lot of that can be from people and their toxicity levels. Like, like if people are toxic to you all day, you're going to feel pretty down about it. And I've been in other discords where it's like, damn, these people are in here all the time and it's just so toxic. And, like it's incredible they can put up with it, and then they become desensitized to it, and it's like, damn, like there's a better way to spend your time, you know, like you sort of, I don't know. I hopefully you guys like do other stuff as well, and it's not just this all the time, but or maybe you do enjoy it. Maybe it's like, you know, it's not like a,
You know, this is what it's like.
or if
Like
you're
you
like,
start becoming a
yeah,
flat earther before we had organized communities and spaces and stuff. You would just
hmm
get like if you want to express some flat earth ideas, like say Facebook or whatever, some other social media, and you virtually got all the people just gaslighting you, how stupid you are, how whatever. And then you
hmm
find people on Discord who think just like you do.
yeah. So you get like
And
a
then
sense
you
of
find out that
community out of it.
you share some commonalities, you don't share some commonalities. I think
hmm
when you find the servers that are toxic, they don't have a whole lot in common other than they just really hate people. So what you'll see is if they don't have anyone around to like, you know,
hmm
cyberbully or harass, they turn on each other. And it is really epic to see these like
Oh,
cyclical, like the server burning down. Like
yeah.
I know one server in particular, it's like it used to be really popular. But
Hence the name Discord, right?
oh yeah, there's a funny GIF I have from Vsauce where he's like, Discord is not a good thing.
Yeah, it's the opposite of harmony. Yeah, discord. But yeah, I mean, it's cool. Like I like the sense of the community, and like the like-minded approach, because I'm also in a different Discord that's like a cryptocurrency Discord channel, and we have like the cryptocurrency community that we're like sort of we've been disillusioned, or like we don't trust the monetary system. Like that's the whole thing with crypto, right? And we think that there needs to be a better system pushed forward for the future, that's something that's more fair and transparent, that kind of thing. So yeah, I know what it's like to be in like a subculture, or like a minority group that has a vision of something bigger than, or alternative, right?
Well, smaller. Flat Earth would be something smaller.
Yeah, like, well, sure. Like it's
The big idea would be like humans are going to explore space and find the answers to creation out there. Like Star Trek. They're going to go on a Star Trek. And they're going to
yeah.
find light and dark forces that bind all life together. Yeah, that would be a really big
Hmm.
idea. Like something that there should be more. Where flat earthers kind of sit back and say, you know why things are so fucked up? It's a fallen, evil world. It's a small and sad space with small and sad people doing small and sad things for small and sad reasons. And it ain't gonna change. This is
Yeah.
what you got. There's no giant have you heard the term a giant leap forward for mankind?
Yeah.
A one small step for man, a giant leap forward for mankind. What do you think changed? It's been 55 years. This is the week. It's been a week-long thing. If you look on the news, people are, NASA and stuff are celebrating. Looking back to the last 55 years of manned spaceflight, you're like, dudes, manned spaceflight abruptly ends after the
Yeah,
moon
I was
mission.
always curious. I was always suspicious, like why the hell hasn't there been like these big missions to the moon? Like,
Or like
you
in
would
Jupiter,
expect
they thought by
more,
2021 or 2001, there's going
right?
to be a space odyssey. They
Yeah,
figured
and
like, hey, you've got like 30 years to get
mhm,
you went to the moon. Okay, now in about 30 years time frame, there'll be a space station, there'll be an international base on the moon, there'll be
mhm,
like missions out to the outer planets, like routinely to run all kinds of deep space, deep solar
mhm.
system experiments.
I'd love to know why. You know how brilliant 4K footage from a drone is. Like, why can't we send one to the moon and have it buzzing around the moon 24/7, streamed to the NASA website or a YouTube channel, like so that everyone can publicly view what this drone is like feeding back, like on the stream, on a live stream? I think that'd be cool in like 4K, but it's not happening. Like, that doesn't happen. And why not? Like, it shouldn't be that expensive, right?
Yeah, instead you got 99 bags of crap on the moon. And NASA wants ideas. Like, if NASA's asking you for ideas and how to clean up moon garbage, kind of tells you something.
Yeah. I'm
Here's a good story. I've been
like,
reading the Pulse. Like, they're going to deep six the ISS by 2030. And they want to figure out what relics need to be preserved. What do you think? What should they try to preserve? What's up there, or what parts of the ISS need to be preserved?
I have no idea. I don't even know much about the ISS, really. I don't understand the point of it. Isn't it just for so-called like off-planet experiments are conducted doing science up in the upper atmosphere? Because it's not even.
Yeah, it's
not even
it's low atmosphere.
right. It's not even
Like
considered
200
outer
miles.
space per se, right?
Yeah.
They're in like a How long's it been up for? I don't even know, but at least a couple of decades.
Yeah, like
Maybe 3.
early 2000s. They started building. Started putting some. Apparently, anyway, if you believe the lore, they started putting some staging stuff into orbit, and then later on started assembling it. I'm not sure the exact date it went online.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because it said it took. Just Google, for what it's worth. It took 30 missions and 10 years to construct the main hull of it.
Mm-hmm. I tell you what, man, there's a lot of mysteries that are like in our history, just human history, and I hope there's going to be a point in time where all will be revealed. Like, that'd be great.
Okay,
Like, you know,
oh, sorry,
maybe
I
after.
lagged there for a second.
You're right.
Sometimes when I open a window, my Discord lags. So the 2nd of November 2000, the first astronaut. Oh wait, oh yeah, and cosmonaut went on board. They spent 4 months on board. So it was astronaut Bill Shepard and cosmonaut Uri and Sargi that became the first resident to stay inside the space station. But that must be for the ISS, huh?
Yeah, and there's like,
Because those guys are pretty big names.
yeah, and there's people from like all different countries up in it, right?
Or yeah, well, not all different.
Like a few different couple.
Yeah.
Russians and Americans and maybe Japanese. I don't know.
Yeah, Japanese and they got some sort of Canadian people in there. It's sort of mixed, like.
And what do they do up there? They're like, do they grow plants? Do they just do experiments of what things are in like low gravity, so to speak?
Yeah, that'd
Like
be
they're just
interesting. Has anyone ever produced some sort of white paper or peer-reviewed paper from the ISS? Like any documentation of any experiment you've ever done, like anything at all.
Yeah, I haven't really dug into much of that stuff of what they actually produce. Like, what's the point of the ISS? Like, what's the there's been obviously a big investment in it, and what has it produced any return on investment? Maybe not monetarily, but from a discovery standpoint, perhaps. What have they discovered? Like, what is the big breakthroughs? Has it been worth it? But yeah, I think there's like the psychology of humanity at the present, at like, you know, at any point in history, at a point in time, it was the present time, and there's like this sense of, oh, we are at the pinnacle of understanding and science and, you know, technology, and we're at that point now as well. Like, there's at today, this is the pinnacle. You know, this is the most advanced we've ever been. It's the most we've ever understood, and it's hard to think too much like further beyond that. Like, what's next? What's the big golden era? Like golden age? Like, what's the next big breakthrough? You know, the next internet, the next smartphone, the next, you
What
know,
does it say? What happened to space
powered
age?
travel. Yeah,
Where did the space age go?
yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, you think it was.
So the space age was abruptly killed by the information age that's actually marked by disinformation.
Which is, it seems silly because, like, why can't they coexist? Like, why wouldn't there be like a dual development of those ages? Like, why does it just have to be one? And I've heard a lot of like sort of weak arguments saying, oh, the reason we haven't gone back to the moon is because it costs a lot of money, or because, yeah, like, it's a monetary thing. Like, oh, no government wants to foot the bill to fund a mission, which is ridiculous. Like, where does the bulk of the cost come from? Like, is it paying the staff? Like, how much are we paying these staff? Like, fuck. Are they earning like multiple millions of dollars annually at NASA? Like, why is it so expensive? The raw material to send a ship, like a rocket, into space, or just to the moon. We did it in the 60s, or whenever that was. Why is it all of a sudden so impossible? So it's such a huge like challenge to do that again.
Because they destroyed the technology, apparently.
Because they destroyed it. Oh.
That's what NASA says.
I'd love to
We
see.
destroyed the technology, and it's too much of a painful process to rebuild it or something like that.
Yeah, that's
from Don Pettit.
That is wild. And then
it's a dude who didn't know what to do if there was a leak on the ISS. Like, what if there's a leak? And he goes, "Look, I don't know. They got something. I'm sure they'll do something." I mean, he's the main guy, isn't he?
Don't know.
The thing about cost too, who is selling this ticket to the moon?
Yeah, like, imagine being the
like,
dude.
who's buying? Like, who is in
Right.
the market? Who's selling? Who's buying? Because
That's it.
for me, it would be a joint endeavor. It'd be people cooperating.
Sure, exactly.
get this to
Like, who's
happen.
the asshole sitting in the way saying, "Oh, you're not going to the moon because you can't afford to buy my material that you need to go up there." It's like, you're the
I'm
asshole
not getting paid
preventing.
enough So I'm the cog. Yeah, who's the cog in this machine who's holding out for a bigger payday?
Yeah, who's the bottleneck? Who's causing the bottleneck on human discovery? And like, yeah.
There used to be a guy who used to come around. I mean, it's been years now, called Doctor or Professor Doctor Phil, and he said that he had a blueprints that he designed for a colony ship, a ship that could bring people to anywhere basically. And it would you'd land it, you disassemble it, and it'd be a functioning city or habitat. And you're like, wow, that's awesome. I mean, when am I going to hear about it in the news? He's like, he's waiting for like, I don't remember. I'm trying to think what it was, but it was like $5 billion. He wanted to be compensated for his blueprint plans. And I'm like just thinking, like, I mean, if you went into sci-fi, like the character who like the guy who invented or like in the lore space wolf, like Star Trek, the guy who came up with the first warp engine. Did he like say was there somebody before him who held out or her for a payday? Or there was actually somebody else who developed it. Like, will Professor Phil be like at some point someone else will say, here's my colony ship, but he would have been left behind in the history books because he didn't get quite $1 billion for his engineering and scientific prowess.
Yeah, man, it's fucking.
Oh yeah, that guy's a massive anti-flat earther too.
What's Elon Musk doing with SpaceX? Because that's a lot of
Yeah,
money
defense
that
contractor.
he's spending. Right. SpaceX. And then good old mate Jeff Bezos sending that what did they call it? The first private flight in space or something like that. A whole bunch of like people went up. And then Richard Branson, Virgin Airways flight.
Hello.
What up?
Why is everyone muted and quiet?
Word up, my G. We were just waiting for your intelligent input.
Okay. Is that what everyone else is waiting for too, or?
The entire world has been waiting for this moment.
Whoa, crazy. Okay. What's going on?
Earth's flat, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably so. Yeah. Probably. Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. Maybe.
Well, they lied about everything else, so why not this?
Yeah. 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 Yep. I agree. Yeah. I know. All right. Well, that was rather conclusive. Cool. All right. With that being said.
Well, I mean, now that we've agreed on that, have you got anything else you want to talk about?
No, I mean, I joined for that. That was what we've accomplished that, and that's just really it, man. I mean, nothing too
Sweet.
crazy.
Well, enjoy your time on this non-rotating plane.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. It's pretty early. What time is it for you guys?
Well, in the UK, it's 2:20.
Oh, okay. You guys are ahead. All right, heard.
Oh yeah. You must be on the West Coast.
No, dude. I'm on the East Coast, so right now for me it's 9 a.m. So I mean, it's not that early, you know what I mean? But it's early.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I just assumed
It's
from
early. It's early to get on. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Ciao.
That was interesting. Oh. Anyone else around?
Hey,
Yo.
how's it going?
Oh yeah, not bad yourself.
Yeah,
Who
I'm
am I
good,
talking to?
thanks. Yeah.
Who am I talking to?
UG.
UG.
You Chad? Chad of Greece?
I am Chad of Greece, yes. Or
Are you Greek?
no.
Sound
No.
Antipodean to me.
I am indeed. Well, I sound like the Greeks in the movies because for some reason they all have a British accent. I don't know why.
Sure.
So this is Sparta, said by a Scottish man. Okay,
It's a good film, though.
it's a good film, but I don't understand why the King of Sparta is Scottish.
Because he's hard.
What's funny is that like when you go to Scotland, like probably 10% of them are exactly like that, and the other 90% are fat, pasty. Mind you, that's the same in England, to be fair.
I went to the Cecil B. DeMille, Samson, Delilah, and Samson was speaking in Old English. It was very authentic.
Oh, isn't that nice? So ye olde this, ye olde that.
Yeah, he was the this and die that, and yeah, he was obviously Old English was his main language in that time.
Yeah.
People never said the ye part. It was just a printing thing. They just put T and H. Yeah, they just put T and H together because it was just quicker.
Fair enough. I find it quite amusing to read old maps where the S and the F look basically the same.
Yeah, yeah.
So instead of like Bishop Stortford, you've got like Biff Hop Stortford. Obviously, they wouldn't have said it like that, but that's how it reads. So, UG, do you think that you're on a wobbling, spinning globe in the middle of nothing?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Fair enough.
I think in here it's largely hyper skeptical people, which is fair enough.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I've always been hyper skeptical myself, but I mean, I'm a flat earther, so
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
But it's also not like a super important part of my overall identity. Like when I come on here, I want to discuss it, sure, but what you find is that a lot of the flat earthers, it's just like a part of their identity, whereas the guys who come on to discuss it with us, I mean, you sound quite reasonable actually, but a lot of the anti kind of flat earther globalists, it's like their entire identity is being anti us, and it's kind of cringe.
Yeah, I mean, you should hold on to your beliefs lightly.
Yeah, but with conviction. I completely agree. Sorry, go on.
I was like, they fancy themselves a debunker.
Yeah, I'm going to debunk.
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually debunk the claim.
Well, I mean, the globe is very the globe is riddled with issues. Philosophical, logical, mathematical, all sorts of issues. And I think if most globers, or let's separate anti-flat earthers from globers. So globers being people who they just believe in a globe, but they don't really, they're not going to fight you over it, right? Whereas anti-flat earthers will.
Yeah.
But most globers, damn, what was my original point? It was a really good one, I promise.
Would you say that most Globers that you come across just really just take it on faith? They haven't really thought about it. They say, well, we're told that that's what it is, so there you go.
Yeah, right. And then
seems reasonable to me. I don't need to do any experiments or much further thinking about it.
spot on.
Yeah.
And what we get a lot of people here is they'll say, "Oh, well, scientists proved it," and then you're like, "Well, I mean, you don't know that because you haven't looked at any of the science or actually listened to any of the scientists." But they just, and then they'll kind of, but then when you try and get people down to like the logic, the experiments, the like actually having a discussion, it's always kind of dodging those and talking about the meta narratives. So, or science says that it's, and then it's like, who are you to challenge them, and all some kind of like almost religious rhetoric,
Yeah, I think since we're being open and honest with one another, I would say that I found that the flat earthers are incredulous to some evidence and hyper skeptical to the point where it's very difficult to actually present any evidence that isn't dismissed out of hand.
An example? Well,
yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into the particulars because we'd immediately get bogged down to the argument.
That is deeply flawed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably.
You
Yeah.
call it a stereotype fallacy. Flat earthers do this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Have a hard
We're not talking in general.
I'm talking about my subjective experience of flat earthers. Not, I won't want to tar you all with the same brush because I know obviously you're all not the same.
Yeah, because I was saying
we'll take that as a given.
Are open evidence. The globe side isn't. It's a non-starter for many of them. The Earth is starting point and ending point. A globe. And if
I'd say that was their error then.
Flat Earth, they start with flat Earth but end up at globe. Like you hear them say something like this: if the Earth is flat, then why are there stars? And you're like, dude, how did you do that? How did you start at the flat Earth, accept the flat Earth, and then end up and not the flat Earth because of something else? It's like inside their own like line of logic, their own supposition. they've already are in contradiction. So basically, from my point of view, it's not the flat earthers who do what you said. It's the globe side.
Yeah, I think
There's
often
nothing you can present to them.
Yeah,
They're not even listening. And if they are listening, they don't hear what you said. They hear something completely different.
Yeah, I don't think any of that's being denied by either side. But I think, I would agree with you. I think there's certain flat earthers who are incredulous to certain evidence. I do think that that's more applicable to globers, though, if I'm being honest. Because you can present, say, like an ice swan, which is a very underutilized argument from the flat earthers, if I'm being honest.
Never heard that one.
Well, yeah, that's why I said it was underutilized, because you guys,
Yeah.
even more experienced globers, haven't heard of it.
Cool.
But regardless, a lot of our arguments are dismissed out of hand because the Earth must be a globe. Right? So, I don't know, man.
Yeah, sometimes it devolves into an argument about epistemology and what are we able to know, and
Here's a good globe argument. If the Earth is flat, why is it a globe?
Yeah. That's often actually, it's not. They don't say it in such a stark way, but that's often how the logic is framed, and then they'll just kind of like layer it with, no, layering is the wrong word. They'll pad it out with kind of globe language. So be stuff like, why do boats disappear over the curve? Well, you've assumed that there's a curve in order to then assert that boats are disappearing over it, and then framed that as a question.
Yeah, certainly
that's not.
That would be circular reasoning, yeah.
But it's circular reasoning presented as a gotcha to a flat earther.
Yeah, there's a logical fallacy. It's wrong.
Yeah, of course. But this is like the kind of
conclusion may not be wrong. In my opinion, I'm not a flat earther, but the argument that they've made is certainly fallacious.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I think that was where I kind of came into this a while ago, is that I realised that 95% of the arguments were fallacious. And so that was actually more important to me, is getting a sound logical arguments for either side, rather than being right or wrong.
Yeah, the trick is to have a sound argument that's also true, because you can have a sound argument that isn't necessarily a true argument. So your conclusion, although sound, is not true.
Sure, but I think logic is a good way of arriving at truth, which is why I am.
As long as your premises are true, yeah.
Sure.
The proof for flat Earth is practical use.
You're never, you're not going to arrive at some sort of truth if you have no regard for logic.
Correct. Yeah.
What you hear a lot of times, the globalists, they want to fight the flat Earth. They call it a problem. It's harmful misinformation. It's to blame for everything wrong in the world. Flat earthers, flat eartherism and stuff. And you're like, but didn't you just say that it's a small online cult that doesn't matter? So which one is it? Is flat earthers the ultimate evil in this world, or a bunch of people who are just kind of like minding their own business, leaving other people alone? Because their goal there is like to start a conflict. They want to fight. Like a lot of globalist agendas have to do with othering and combating something that they see as a problem, because the real agenda is being hidden. Like a war on drugs, a war on poverty. They want a world where they can control what you think the Earth is. Because Voltaire said it the best. Voltaire said it this way: if you can get someone to believe absurdity, they'll commit atrocity. There's a few other people who said like the first casualty in conflict is the truth. So this is why they're always trying. They're not trying to debate or understand flat earthers. They want to destroy flat Earth because they see it as an obstacle for their agendas. Like Obama said best, like in I think 2012. His no time speech talking about global warming. That he's got time to talk to anybody. He'll talk
Yeah,
to like
no.
the biggest oil baron there is to combat global warming. But there's one group of people he's got no time for, and that's flat earthers.
Well, it's even better than that, isn't it? Because it was the Flat Earth Society who aren't even flat earthers.
Oh yeah, he'll talk to a bunch of people that he thinks don't even exist to begin with. And I was like, at the time when I heard it, I'm like, why? Why won't he talk to? There's people out there who are scared of greenhouse gases, who think they live in a greenhouse. Why wouldn't you talk to them? And then because after ClimateGate, the whistle was blown. The cat was out of the bag. They were fudging the climate data. NASA was lying to you. There was no all this climate data they said would rise the oceans by 20 feet. It was all fabricated. So that's why they didn't want flat earthers to be right that NASA was not above the board. There was a conspiracy theory going on at NASA that they were fudging the data. They were lying about the science. This 99% consensus of scientists only existed inside NASA, who was fudging the data.
I mean, that number's suspicious on its face anyway, because have you ever had in any community over any subject a 99% approval rate? It's suspicious on its face.
Yeah, General Patton said one time when he had a bunch of yes men in World War II, and he says, "So you all agree, right? Everyone agrees. This is the way it is." And he's like, "Yep, we all agree." He goes, "I guarantee at least one person in this room is wrong."
Yeah.
Would you say that some of the flat Earth community are perhaps just contrarians who like to argue?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course they are.
Flat Earth is a wide swath of the population. You could basically just throw a dartboard at just different types of people.
Yeah, and there'll be a flat earther with that trait.
Yeah.
There are some flat earthers who like bodybuilding. There are some flat earthers who like singing. There are some flat earthers who are contrarians. There are some flat earthers who, drive silver cars. I mean,
Are there some tropes though that you would say that these are the general characteristics of flat earthers, or
I don't think that of a general.
These are particular types that I've identified.
I don't think that's a general. I don't think it's a general characteristic of flat earthers, no. Okay. There's certainly a section that is like that, but then that would be true of the globe as well, right?
Yeah.
You would get about functionally normal. The only thing where you see, like, it's basically all topics, all ideas. There's only a few spaces where you have complete hegemony, and that would be like astronauts. Astronauts are all Christian conservatives. Every single one of them. They call it the right stuff.
Okay,
they
I've never
all
heard.
have the right stuff, which is heterosexual Christian conservative. 100%.
Even the
100%.
Chinese ones?
Like, what's that?
Even the Chinese ones?
I was talking about in America, NASA astronauts.
Okay.
What do Chinese call their astronauts? Is it?
I don't know actually. I know the Russians call them cosmonauts. I imagine there's an equivalent Chinese term.
To something equivalent to cosmonaut.
Yeah.
What I was thinking, but yeah, if you were to go into China, then I would gander that the right stuff in China would be a communist, whatever the people in power are. The astronauts are 100% representing of the communist government in China. 100% of them are communists.
Do you think it's significant that the people with, like you say, the right stuff, these Christian conservatives, do you think that's a significant thing about astronauts?
Yeah, because people go through and they say we've been down. And I go, how many other things do you share this we with? Are you a Christian heterosexual conservative also? Are you part of a lot of these astronauts are high grade military officers? Are you part of the military? Were you ever past, present, or future part of the Air Force or Navy Aviation Corps?
What do you?
Just
What would
see
you hold?
how when the people say we went to the moon,
Yeah.
they're not talking about when Richard Nixon signed the plaque. We come in peace for all mankind. His we is a very small group of people. His version of humanity is a very small group of people. Carl Sagan said it best. He's like, here is Nixon signing the plaque about going to world peace, going to space for world peace, as he's systematically carpet bombing Cambodia because he's mad at Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
The Cambodian, Cambodians, whatever, he didn't consider them human. He didn't consider liberals, atheists, Democrats.
So what would you think the
communists.
significance is of that they were all Christian?
Because people always try to say it's all of humanity versus the astronauts, versus the flat earther. All of them. Everyone, 9 billion people, whatever, 6 billion people versus like 10 flat earthers. Because we went to the moon. But when you finally break that down, it's quite the opposite. There's like 20 people you could say who went to the moon. 20 something. Because someone went more than once.
Yeah, so I think
they're the ones who are the we. They're we. They didn't go there with you. You weren't a mouse in their pocket. And if you demographically parse them out, they are all heterosexual, white, Christian conservatives. 100%. So I would say when you get an atheist come in here saying, we went to the moon, I'm like, did you convert to Christianity the last time I talked to you?
I think they may be talking in terms of humanity went to the moon as a
Yeah, so when you've got the American government in the 1960s, did they consider communists part of humanity?
In a very broad sense, yeah, but not the ones that were bombing, I suppose.
Basically, like they didn't have a right to life at all.
Yeah, but I don't think they would have said that they weren't human.
They were targets. They were the enemy. They were dehumanized. So not only did they say, maybe they did. Maybe at some point, Richard Nixon and the communists said, you know what? Those people are human, but I'm going to use science and technology, weaponry, and take their humanity and their human rights away from them because they have a different economic philosophy.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, yeah.
I'm going to go to the moon to prove how peaceful I am. So that's why I say no. I am fanatically 100%. I did not go to the moon. I had nothing to do with that shit. No, thank you. Because I take it in the whole bag. When they say like, oh, but you're an American. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not responsible for the Rain of Tears or the Trail of Tears. You want me to start taking responsibility for everything that happens and everything that doesn't happen in America because I'm American? That's really unfair. And that's why, like, terrorists will target American citizens because they think that Americans are to blame for what the American government does. When meanwhile, people in America are like, they hate the government just as much as they, yeah, it is not a good thing. The way the federal government has expanded, especially since Bush, is awful. I mean, Nixon was the first guy who got power to declare war, to fight a war, the War Powers Act, without congressional approval. There hasn't been a legitimate war since. I mean, some people say, oh, well, invading Iraq had authorization of the use of force. Yeah, not to invade. Using force meant like, I don't know, snipers or something, or, like special operations. It didn't mean you invade and occupy a country. That's not quote unquote use of force. That's an invasion. That's a war. It's the same thing Putin's doing. Limited or whatever, I can't remember the exact term he uses, like limited military action or something like that. Like he's got some wordsmith political jargon term. He's not on their end. They don't call it the war in Ukraine. They call it something else. It's not. It's not that. It's
special military operation.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, special military operation. Like it's a training. Like we're out there like training or something. We're National Guard. Filling sandbags for flooding rivers. The fuck
it's
you
like,
are.
It's Orwellian doublespeak. You don't want to say war.
Yeah, it's really 1984. War is peace. Everything's upside down. It's an upside down clown world, and that's why the Earth is flat. Because on the globe, where was this giant leap forward that they told us was going to happen? When was that going to happen? You thought the Renaissance was a big deal, the Age of Enlightenment. This was supposed to make that look like a little blip. This is supposed to be like a spacefaring human race. Yeah, at some point, people are going to run. I mean, let me ask Catholics, like, why did you stop becoming a Catholic? They're like, I just ran out of the faith. There just wasn't enough faith anymore to believe this stuff. And that's what some people will with the globe. Sooner or space travel and all this other space opera, and sooner or later, they'll be like, fuck, I just do not have enough faith that any day now there's going to be a space hotel. Any day now. Any day now it's going to happen. We're going to go to Mars. Yep, someday. People from, 40 years ago who went to like public schools and stuff, who were like in the 80s, who were told that their children will be going to like the moon on for a field trip. That's how easy space flight will be in the next 40 years. Like you'll be able to go to these historic first landing sites. And now they kind of go to the science museum and they give them some freeze-dried ice cream and like eat up little Timmy. There's your space.
I don't know what science museum you went to, but it was bloody expensive, that freeze-dried ice cream when I went.
Oh yeah, it was kind of a joke. Like it's even worse than that. Like I talked to a parent who lives not nearby me that they went to the ice rink. Like I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's like an indoor skating, like frozen lake.
Yeah, I live in the UK. I'm not a barbarian.
Yeah, so they went to this ice rink that's just pretty much not that far away. And to go there as just a normal person is like $4. They had to pay like $6. And you're like, well, where's the $6 going? It's like, well, since we came as a whole class, we rented it, they give us a discount. And you're like, okay, but it's only a couple dollars to get in. Like, oh yeah, the bus too. The bus costs more. You're like, wow. And then you look into it, and there's like a shortage of bus drivers. They're trying to get people to become bus drivers, and you're like, well, why isn't it people becoming the bus driver? That's so interesting.
I think if it wasn't for the anti-flat earthers, the movement might have just faded out after a few months. That's my opinion.
So when you guys hear the refutations from, qualified scientists, which, I'm not a qualified scientist, so I'm not qualified to make these arguments about science and physics. I don't fully understand them. When you hear those refutations, what do you think of the people who are making it? Do you think that they're mistaken themselves, or do you think that they're bad actors?
We don't get any refutations or evidence. That's the problem here. I mean, you said it yourself. you said, oh, flat earthers just hand wave all the evidence. And then you're asked, what evidence? And you go, oh, well, I'm not getting into it now. I mean, that is just very typical. We hear that all the time. I mean, I hear that all the time here from the Globers.
Oh no, I meant the.
What's the evidence? What's the evidence? You know, when you ask point blank for your Globe evidence, you go off into, well, and like you just start talking over me or something, you're trying to interrupt. That's usually the case.
My apologies, didn't mean to. Carry on.
So yeah, so you just interrupt and you and don't have any evidence, and not only that is that there's a lot of evidence contrary to the Globe. So not only does the Globe have no evidence, but there's evidence to the contrary of the Globe. But it's typical for Globers to come in and say, oh yeah, flat earthers ignore the evidence. And then you say, what evidence? And they go, oh, well, I'm not a scientist, or oh, I haven't got time to go into it, or I've got to go. Anything to get away from the actual burden of proof that you have. To prove we're on spinning...
Sorry, I didn't mean to
spinning ball, to prove we're on a spinning ball in a vacuum. Okay.
Yeah. Would you say that there are different types of evidence? So when I say scientific evidence, I mean a refutation based on what are thought to be agreed scientific facts. So personally, I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't count that evidence as what has convinced me of the globe. I would count the evidence that has convinced me of the globe, of the pictures and the video that we've seen of people in space, pictures of parts of the globe, you know, all that kind of thing. That's the kind of evidence that I see flat earthers reject, I think, maybe sometimes out of hand, or it's evidence that I would personally accept. But
photos from space. This goes back to what about photos from what about Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny, Bigfoot? Where do you cut? Where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line there for where your photo? Like, I would say we're not that far apart. Like for unobservable things that have a story attached to them, your line and my line, you're just like one step further, and you go photos from space.
Yeah. I think your particular examples, Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, those are supernatural beings that I would say, well, yeah, there are other things about that a photo simply wouldn't do.
Then why is a photo from space do?
Well, the idea that the Earth is a globe isn't a supernatural claim.
Why not? Why would it be? Where did it come from? Who made it?
Well, that's a different question, isn't it?
Did they tell you they found Space Jesus? The astronauts. They wrote a book about it. It came out last year, right before Easter.
I've not heard that one.
Jesus.
What's Space Jesus?
Apollo 8 stopped the mission, turned their ship around, and read from the Bible and gave the glory to God. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, says he's personally spoken to God, and God told him to come out of retirement. When they landed the current, with integrity or whatever, the current one on Mars, the rover.
Yeah.
They asked this woman. They asked, "Say, hey, how did you guys do it? How'd you make it possible?" And she said, "The first thing I want to tell you is we owe it to God."
Well, for a self-selecting
this sounds
group,
supernatural to me.
Yeah, for a self-selecting group of conservative Christians, it's not surprising that they'd attribute.
So if the person who shows you the photo tells you this photo was divinely inspired by God, bless
I don't
America,
think that's the claim.
You don't think it's supernatural, though?
I wouldn't say it was a supernatural claim. No, if a Christian sent to me a picture of something, here's a mountain that I've never been to,
and God did that. God made that mountain.
Well, if they said God allowed me to do this trip, I would think, well, they're talking in sort of hyperbole. They're saying they're grateful to the Creator for what's happened, that they consider to be a success. I wouldn't necessitate that would be a supernatural claim. It doesn't seem out of the realms of what I understand physics to be, but I could easily be wrong about my
You could go
understanding.
there. So you think physics? You could go to space and snap a photo? It'd be like no problem.
Well, yes, to my understanding, yeah, it seems reasonable.
Oh God.
Hey, okay, let me counter that then quickly. So you know that, have you ever seen a bunny, an actual, like just a normal bunny?
Yeah.
So why couldn't one of them be the Easter Bunny?
Well, the claim would be that there would be a bunny who had a kind of special consciousness and will in order to miraculously deliver chocolate eggs to children on behalf of the church. I don't know.
Yeah. Of course, I don't believe in Easter Bunny, but whatever. We're going along the lines of kind of credulity that you're showing, right? So you have this understanding that the Earth's a globe, right? But the understanding seems to be the basis of your belief. So that's very circular. So,
No,
but
I'd say the evidence, the photographic evidence for me would be proof of a
we've
sort.
got photographs, but bro, we've got proof. We've got photographs of the Easter Bunny as well. So, right.
I've never seen any.
I mean, I'm driving, but I could Google the Easter Bunny, and there'll be plenty of images that I can just assert are photographs, right?
Yeah, but the globe isn't a supernatural claim like the Easter Bunny is.
Yeah, it is. But it's actually worse than that, because you've seen actual bunnies. Bunnies actually exist. So for one bunny to have developed a consciousness where he wants to deliver chocolate eggs to children is actually less of a reach than your globe claim. It's less of a reach.
Okay.
Based on empiricism. I mean, this isn't just me saying it. Actual bunnies. But
I've never empirically seen a bunny who appears to have a human-like consciousness and can travel.
You've seen bunnies?
Yeah, not supernaturally fast bunnies.
But it wouldn't be that much of a reach versus a bald planet in the middle of literal nothing based on no evidence. That's a bigger reach.
Well, I've seen celestial bodies in the sky that are globes, the moon, for example.
No, you haven't. You don't know that. You've seen discs in the sky.
So you'd assert that the moon is a disc?
You're talking about celestial body. I suppose you could include the moon in that. No, I don't think the moon is a disc.
Okay.
But I think
you would agree that the moon would be the equivalent of the Earth in terms of it being globe shaped.
I don't know. It looks like that, but
it does look like that. So
everything else in the sky doesn't.
Well, everything else in the sky would be further away.
Right. I mean, look, okay, fine. I'll take that on board. So we've seen bunnies and we've seen rocks in the sky. Okay. So both of them are reaching equally. I'll concede that then. They both equal leaps of faith.
Yeah, that there is certainly an element of a leap of faith where I say, yes, this picture is genuine, or yes, this video isn't CGI. I take some of that on faith, of course, but that's true of all evidence.
Sure. Well, there we are then. So
yeah, I mean, I just accept a piece of evidence that you don't, and that's led me to the conclusion that I've got. And more power to you if you don't.
Well, what we're pointing out to you is that on that same basis, you should accept the Easter Bunny, and you won't.
Well, I've not seen the evidence for the Easter Bunny, so if you show me thousands of hours of the Easter Bunny doing Easter Bunny things and thousands of pictures, I would probably change my mind.
Very easy to do that. And if every single day on BBC News you saw, today the Easter Bunny has travelled to Didcot to give chocolate eggs to children, you'd probably believe it.
Eventually, yeah. I mean,
would you not?
No, but that's not what's happening. That's a hypothetical. But, your argument. Your argument at the moment is one from incredulity. You just simply don't believe that it could be the case. You think it's almost a supernatural claim, equivalent to the Easter Bunny.
So, I mean, people, it's very trendy to say incredulous when someone asks for evidence, but you're committing the opposite fallacy of credulity, a willingness to believe based on a lack of evidence.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lack there, though. I think there's sufficient evidence. There's been, of course, sufficient evidence to convince me. I don't say that it's sufficient evidence to convince everyone. But it's
But your evidence is simply the evidence of repetition, which is what I'm
not
pointing out.
necessarily. It's to my satisfaction, but I wouldn't, take it to court and say this is it. I'd want more to go and prove it in those circumstances. But from day to day, it makes no difference to me whether the Earth is flat or round. I don't rely on that as a belief. It's not.
Sure.
I haven't given it as much thought as it would be as if it were actually important to me.
Wonderful. Did you or did you not say that there isn't hundreds of hours of the Easter Bunny doing Easter Bunny things?
Not that people claim to be real and haven't said this is clearly, for
Did you or did you
entertainment
not say that?
purposes. It does matter because if people are saying this is real, and making that claim, they don't make that claim about the movies about the Easter Bunny. It's agreed that this is a fiction.
Cool. Did you or did you not say that?
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Fantastic. So that is an argument from repetition.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So when I said the only difference is that one's repeated and one isn't, you should have said yes.
Well, one is made as a claim to be fact, and the other one is made as a claim to be fiction. There's no argument. There's nobody out there saying this is the Easter Bunny. Look, here's a video.
Right, but that's just the opinions of people, which is irrelevant. You're talking about evidence, right?
Yeah, but you'd have to demonstrate that the evidence that's been presented for the globe in terms of the photographs and the videos, people on the ISS, things like that, you'd have to demonstrate to me why that was not necessarily the motivation behind, but why do you think that is fake?
Oh yeah, we can do, but we're moving off topic. Like that's the red herring. The difference between the reason you accept globe quote unquote evidence and Easter Bunny quote unquote evidence is that one was repeated more, and some people said it's true.
And the globe claim I find to be more credulous on account of it not being a supernatural claim.
But it's based on those two things. So it's circular.
No, because the facts that are known to me about physics would have to be broken for the Easter Bunny to be true.
No, not necessarily.
Well, from what I understand, the Easter Bunny it's kind of like Santa Claus. It goes around the whole world in one night delivering chocolate. That would be physically impossible from what I know about the speed of light. And
oh yeah, I thought you meant from a psychological perspective. Okay,
I mean,
no,
maybe Bigfoot would be a better example, because maybe that could be, you could be credulous about that. Perhaps there is, and people do have video of Bigfoot and say, yeah, maybe that's Bigfoot. So maybe I should suspend judgment about Bigfoot because seemingly there's some evidence for that.
Yeah, maybe.
Or or UFOs, I should suspend judgment about that because there is apparently evidence of that, and until I know otherwise, I should say I don't know.
What if I found a piece of video footage that had a UFO with the Easter Bunny and Bigfoot piloting it?
It's a cool video. Let's see. It'd be great.
What if I showed you 10 of them?
Well, would it make a difference from your point of view if there were 10 or 1?
So
no, because I don't accept video as evidence.
Okay. Cool.
Can I ask you a question, or are you guys still going on this?
No, go ahead.
Been wanting to ask this room for a while, like
okay.
For the flat earthers. Basically, when you get to the edge of the world, like what do you think? Because say Australia is on the edge of the earth, wouldn't they see the edge?
No, we don't know that there's an edge.
So how would the earth be flat and there be no edge?
For the same reason that the earth, in your paradigm, universe, doesn't have an edge.
Because it's round?
No, I'm talking about your universe.
And Well, it might. I don't actually know, but the universe is different than a planet, right? You think of a planet as potentially infinite?
No, I didn't say that. I don't think I live on a planet, so why would I think that?
Well, that's the argument for the universe, is people think the universe is potentially infinite. Hold on one second, I'm gonna go.
Do you have
So Eugene,
yeah,
do you
do
remember
you
when I said earlier how I try and get to the logic of an argument, and
yeah.
people will just dodge it? That's exactly what was happening there.
Sorry, I'm back.
trying to
I
get
had a quick call, but
I'm trying to get you to understand, bro, that this argument about let's just say finiteness, there isn't a flat Earth problem. It's a philosophical problem that applies to all cosmology, like every single one.
But that's because people think cosmology might potentially be infinite, and the universe is not flat.
What?
The universe isn't flat. Three-dimensional or four-dimensional.
Grass is green. Do you want to go for another truism?
But like, I don't get how that is an example then that is relatable to Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it again. This problem isn't unique to flat Earth. It's a problem for all of cosmology.
But there's a difference between Earth and the universe.
Yes. Do you know what cosmology is?
Yes, a study of the beginning of the universe.
No. Oh yeah, close enough. Well, I'll just say yes for the sake of it, but it's not really. It's the study of nature and you know the existence that we find ourselves in. Right? So me and you are disagreeing on what that is, but fundamentally we would both have the problem of finiteness. So you're asserting.
Hold on.
No, I'm not.
Whether
I didn't finish.
Okay.
You're asserting that my flat Earth has to end somewhere. That's your assertion that I don't necessarily accept. And it's also, I'm trying to point out that you're being hypocritical because in your own worldview, you have the same issue with the universe that you're not addressing. And you keep not addressing it and keep trying to give me this gotcha when it's inappropriate to do so.
No, so first of all, I'm not putting forward a worldview. I'm asking just about yours.
Yeah, you're doing it again, dude.
So anything about anything. So I'm taking a null hypothesis stance, okay? So, but basically, are you saying in your worldview the Earth is the universe?
I think it's the floor of the universe, yeah.
Okay. So you think it could potentially stretch out forever?
In the same way as the globe universe could. Sure. If that sounds insane to you, then sorry, you've got no cosmologies.
So what do you think about people that have claimed to either sailed around or flown around the world and reached the point at which they started?
What way did they go?
They've gone multiple ways. They've gone around both directions. They've gone both directions.
What did they go? To east? Did they go south? Well, no, southwest has done plenty of time.
East-west, yeah, east-west, but they've gone both directions.
Sure, but that's possible on both, so it doesn't make a difference.
No, because if the world was infinite, you could never come back to the original point that you started at.
No, if you're going east, okay, cool. So you've infinite plane, and there's a center point of the infinite plane that's north, right? If you are 700 miles south of that northern point, and you're looking east, what direction is that relative to north? In terms of degrees.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out. What did you ask?
Am I there, guys?
So you're better now.
You're cutting in and out a little bit.
Okay, apologies. If I keep doing it, then I'll go because I don't want to mess up the call for everyone else. But
It sounds a bit better now.
Okay, fantastic. So you're on an infinite plane. You've got a center point called the North Pole, right? There's we know that there's a North Pole there because we can use compasses, magnetic phenomena, all this other shit, right? You are 100 miles south of the North Pole, and you look east. What, in terms of degrees, what is the difference between north and east at that point where you are?
90 degrees.
Perfect. Now you walk east for 10 miles, and then what is the difference between north and east in degrees?
I don't know.
Same, it's 90 degrees.
It's still going to be 90 degrees.
If you walk exactly east, yeah, yes.
Well, you don't know that you've walked in a straight line because if you've been following east, at that scale, it could be a very slight deviation to the left. It could be a slight deviation to the right. You don't know. There's landmarks everywhere. You don't know. So you go 10 miles, you whip out your compass again. You go, okay, east is now this direction. It's that direction for 10 miles. You get to the next point. What's the degree difference between north and east?
It'd still be 90 degrees.
It's always going to be 90 degrees. That's the point. So whether you're on a globe or a flat Earth, this is a circle. That's the first thing to mention. Second thing to mention, east-west circumnavigation is perfectly possible on both.
But are you arguing that you can only walk on the outside?
Oh no! I think the mistake here is in geometry. So if you were describing a circle from the outer edge, the circumference to the center, so that would be the radius. That would be your north-south line. The east is a tangent from that line at 90 degrees.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's true on a ball or on a flat circle. It's true.
Yeah. Yeah. Correct.
So the issue you have is that on a globe you could go south and keep going south until you started going north. Okay.
Yeah.
And you couldn't do that on a flat Earth, but it's never been actually recorded to have been done.
What?
So when people talk, it's never been recorded.
It has?
No, it hasn't.
It's never been recorded that people have flown around the world?
He's saying they've never flown around the world north-south.
Yeah, going south and then coming back up north.
Okay, but what does that matter if they've done it east-west? Or west-east?
I don't think you're understanding the argument on a fundamental level.
No. Because we don't need to go north-south.
But you do, because that would differentiate a flat Earth from a globe.
I mean, no, we're talking about so if we're going east-west, right? If I'm on a globe, I'm going to come back to the point I started. If I'm on an infinite flat plane, then I'm just going to keep going one direction forever and never come back to the original point.
No, this guy's assertion would be that you were going in a circle rather than heading in a particular direction. What you could do is say, I'm on the equator.
But then
I'm going east-west.
But it can't be infinite if that's the case.
He's basically saying that any measurement you take, you would end up going in a circle, because if it's flat and you're taking a 90-degree tangent from northeast, then you would end up necessarily going in a circle, so you would end up in the same place.
But a flat circle isn't infinite.
Yeah, see what I was talking about?
It is actually.
Because
if it's infinite, there's no shape.
If you take any circle of any size and you traverse that circle, you do it infinitely.
The problem is, I think, that you're having is that you necessarily have to take a straight edge tangent from the curve, and you're assuming that, oh, because you're taking that straight edge tangent, you're actually measuring a flat surface. But it's an extrapolation from reality, necessarily, to make the east-west, north-south divide.
Are you talking to me or him?
Are you?
Okay, I don't understand the problem that you're. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's a problem with taking measurements from curves. So you have it necessitates that you have to take a straight edge line as a tangent from the curve, and you're saying, oh well, it's flat, but it's not.
No,
it's
I never made that argument.
Yeah, it's
That's
kind of
not
an.
an argument.
Yeah,
I hear flat earthers make that argument all the time about you can't have an angle from a curved baseline. I don't care about that argument. It's nothing to do with me. I don't make it. I'm just trying to explain to this guy.
Yeah, it sounded like you did make it. But...
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, to be honest, I'm undecided on that. On that whole issue. Loads of other flat earthers will make that argument, and you're more than welcome to argue with them on it. I don't think it's that necessary or relevant to prove my worldview. But with regards to this guy, I don't think he's understanding the arguments to the level you and I are.
No, I get what you're saying. Like, basically, if you have a circle and you, let's say you're on the edge of it, like it's a flat circle, and you're on the edge of it, and you're gonna walk around, and you're gonna go all the way around, and you're gonna come back to the original point. But yeah, if you're on a flat surface, you can go across it. You don't have to go around.
Sure. So, yeah, but then you can walk in a straight line on a globe as well, so that's no different.
So eventually you'll reach the edge. If you can go across it, you reach the edge.
If you want me to respond, you have to let me finish. Please.
Yeah, well, I wasn't done.
You took about a 3-second gap. I started responding and then you talked over me.
Okay. Whatever, go ahead. You haven't talked enough, I guess.
I mean, you did interrupt my conversation with someone else, so if you don't want to talk...
I asked if you guys were done, and you said yeah.
Okay, but you're now complaining that I've talked too much.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm trying to have a back and forth with you, but you don't seem to, like, want to allow me to respond to anything.
No, you talked over me. That was my problem with you.
And I feel I was interrupted.
I don't think so. I think if you listen back to it, you'll realize you took a very long pause.
Okay, whatever. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I made the point I was going to make. You going to respond, or would you like me to restate it?
Yeah. So, but I think we're still back to me. What I was saying is, if you can go across it, then you will eventually reach the edge. It's only radially if you have to stay on the edge of it, basically. Like, if you can only walk in an exact circle, which is not the case. And another thing is, in order for a flat plane to be a circle, it has to have an edge. If it's infinite, then it's not a circle.
No one said it was a circle. We're saying that it's like any equidistant sort of, let's just say 100 miles from the center. If you draw that at every point where it's true, that will form a circle. But no one ever said that the Earth was a circle.
For the argument you made, it has to be a circle. For you to walk around it radially and end up where you started, that it has to be a circle for that. Otherwise, you won't. If it's a square, you won't end up in the same place.
Well, you could be scribing a circle within a square. So you could be walking around in a circle on a square thing. What definitionally I think is
if there's any shape, there has to be an edge. Otherwise, it can't be a shape.
You described the North Pole as the center, which I don't think you have the right to do if you think that it may be infinite, because all you can do is say the North Pole is an apparent center of magnetism. You couldn't say it's the center of the shape.
I thought that would go without saying, but maybe I have to dumb it down. I don't know. But regardless, if you're talking about a point where compasses point to, then, and we're calling that north, then that's relevant to this discussion, whether it's the center or not.
You could say it's the apparent center, but for you to make the claim that it is the center would be different. You would have to then describe the shape.
Wouldn't even need to be the center. Let's just say that you had like
I
1,000
agree.
land. You could have a magnetic point in the top left, right? And that could be the magnetic center and not the center of the piece of land.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's
if
not
you take-
relevant to be central anyway.
Okay, so
Yeah,
are we?
if you take your finger and you point it onto a football, no matter where you put your finger, you are on the center of the surface.
Yeah, true.
So in your worldview, because I know you said you're not committed to any one worldview, so in the shape worldview, where the flat plane is a shape, does your worldview in that case say that we're stuck in like a track where we can only walk on that one track and we can't go outside of that track on the plane?
No.
Okay, so if there's a shape, in order for the boundaries of the shape to and to allow the shape to exist, then there has to be edges to the shape, and because we can walk within the surface of any shape, then we will eventually get to the edge. Unless
Yeah, so
everybody's just walking in a crazy way that doesn't allow us to get to the edge, which would be like insanely rare.
I mean, it wouldn't be insanely rare. You'd just be following a compass. But regardless, you've got a couple of issues here, right? The first one is that I think you're very, very desperate to come in here with a gotcha and hope that I can't answer it. I'll tell you right now, I've heard every single globe argument. There is
Can you stop
nothing I
being
haven't.
defensive?
I'm not being defensive. I'm telling you the issues you're making. I'm telling you the problems you're having with understanding my answers. Okay?
You're
So that's
saying
the
it's a
first.
gotcha. That's defensive.
Well,
Like
drive me again, dude.
I'm trying to
What
understand how you think about it.
Why are you being like this? I hadn't finished. I was very
Because you're
polite, letting
saying I'm giving you a gotcha. That's a rude thing to
ahead of
say.
me again. Just wait.
Well, you asked me a question.
I hadn't finished. The question hadn't finished. Now, the point that I actually wanted to get to is that let's just say you've got a central north point. Okay, doesn't have to be the center of anything other than magnetism, and you're 100 miles south of it, like in my previous example, and you go east and you don't bother checking your compass and you just head in that direction. East on a flat earth would very quickly become south, right? So at that point you're traveling south because the straight line is not the same as the curving line that would complete the circle east to west.
I
So I
get
think
that.
you're not. No, but you're not. Because
I don't walk around with a fucking compass.
But this is how you would.
I understand your objection. I understand your objection, Chad. But in your paradigm, there would be north, and south wouldn't be a direction. It would be opposite north. So south would be sort of circular away from north. So if you were taking that measurement, you are not only 90 degrees from north, you were also 90 degrees from south. So you would know that you were heading east.
So if you find yourself. So if you find yourself traveling to a mythical edge that we don't believe. Sorry,
yeah, but if you were,
I think I'm cutting out.
So if you were in the southern hemisphere, say, you could be doing the same thing with south.
I don't. So if you're hitting an edge, you must have travelled south, correct?
An edge? No. I'm saying that if you were to do that experiment, let's say you do the 100 miles down from the North Pole, yeah? Now let's say you go and do that in the southern hemisphere. You could do it around south. But south to you doesn't exist. It's sort of the opposite of north. But you could circumnavigate south.
To you, it's like outside and inside.
No, you would still go east-west. Because the second you're travelling south, right, if there was an edge, which I don't necessarily believe in, but if there was an edge, you would have to travel south to reach it, correct?
You'd have to travel away from north, yes, but the edge in this paradigm...
So yes, you would have to travel south, which is the opposite to north, to reach it, correct?
But in the globe paradigm...
So you can't be travelling east when you're doing that, can you?
But in the globe paradigm, south is a point. It's not the opposite of north.
Cool.
So you could go to the southern hemisphere,
regardless.
but you could go to the southern hemisphere and circumnavigate south, which wouldn't be possible in your paradigm.
It would. What?
There's
Going
no
east or
southern
west?
point. The southern point would be on the northern point. It'd be the same point.
Going east or west?
Or
we still? Yes, no. Are we going
But the distance
east
would be the same.
or west? Or are we
On a
going
globe, the
south?
distance would be, if you were circumnavigating north, on a flat plane, the distance would be much, much shorter than if you were, apparently circumnavigating south on the flat plane. It would be much bigger.
like, there's no southern point. There would be many southern points.
Yeah.
Man, that don't make a lick of sense at all.
Hello.
I think you're cutting out again. So there we said.
Yeah. Sorry.
Basically, there was no southern. I think he said he's gonna go, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. So if you were to
connection issues.
Yeah, I think he has got connection issues.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He'll rejoin in a second.
But
yeah, you guys are trying to figure out how the Earth isn't a spinning ball. Is that what's going on?
No, we're trying to figure out how it works as a flat disk.
Yeah.
Well, we never said it was a flat disk, but
well, you say it's flat.
Well,
you can shut up.
Hey, don't mute them. The guy said there's a because I asked him.
He's been here for years. So
You
Okay,
can
well,
draw angles with this.
a new person.
Basically, I asked about the edge of the how that works in the flat Earth, and then he brought up he's not sure.
Let me ask
basically,
you this. Let me ask you this.
Can I finish what I was saying? I'm just gonna go if you're not gonna allow a conversation.
All right.
I clearly wasn't done.
All right. See you later, bro. Have a good one.
All right. See you guys later.
Yeah, come back anytime.
Not with guys like this who won't let me say anything.
Well, that's a victim status, and I can't help that. If you're gonna leave because of somebody else, and I don't see a problem with what the other person was doing either, it's really your choice, and I'm not gonna. Your body, your choice. Your time, your choice. You pick what you want to do. Say if someone else is to blame for what you're doing, they have a lot of power over your life.
Yeah,
so I would suggest that probably disengage at that point and retake your agency.
So the new UG that you've been chatting the last few days, you understand that the whole edge thing isn't really an argument in favor of the globe?
He's still stuck on photos from space.
He can't be.
Yeah, he is. It's sad but true.
UG, you're still believing those space pics?
Only does he believe them, he doesn't understand why others don't accept them.
Well, I think crypto is still breaking. Try again, crypto.
Am I back?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm sorry, I'm getting frustrated because I was halfway through a really interesting discussion and then my fucking internet goes. Did the other guy bail?
Yeah, the other guy. Well, there were two guys you were speaking to. One of them's still here. One of them left.
Yeah, Drucifer left. It's probably Shitting Ball that chased
The
him
English
away.
guy actually was understanding the arguments better, so I don't mind if he's still here.
Yeah,
yes.
UG's still here.
So I don't know if the English guy's
Yeah, you're still not coming through, crypto.
Yeah.
Like every third word is coming through. Maybe it's on my end. I'm sure what you guys are hearing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I can still kind of make out what he's saying, but yeah, it's breaking up a little bit.
See that there's a repeat because last time Drucifer chased away Shitting Dog. It was pretty funny. It was like like extremely triggered. He's like, I don't want to talk in a chat with this guy. What the hell?
Well, UG sounds
What
like
about
we can have a more
now?
prudent conversation. Yeah, that's good, Crypto.
Yeah, I was unfortunately stuck in traffic under a bridge, so I think that's what was messing with my connection. Yo, Yuji, you still there? Take that as a no.
I'm lighting up. UG. Check
Anyway, I think the issue the other guy had, he didn't. I think the issue the other guy had, and I don't know why Yuji didn't address this with him, because I tried to do it a few times. He kept on conflating east with south, and didn't. I mean, I explained it to him many times, but he didn't really get it. He thinks that if you set east at a point and then just travel in a straight line, then you're going to keep going east, but also hit the edge of the flat Earth. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I was going to explain to the other guy that none of us are claiming an edge. He's never seen an edge. It's not required for us to have seen an edge to know that there's no curvature of the surface that we live on. But he had to repeat himself for the 10th time or he wouldn't stay.
Oh yeah, I explained that to him as well, but he wasn't listening. He came in looking for a gotcha and he wasn't leaving till he got it.
Yeah.
And then nutted when I pointed it out as well.
The usual.
Then when I started pointing out his tactics, he called me defensive, which I found hilarious. And that was projection.
Yeah, to me, if they're not asking what our evidence is, and they're asking things about an edge and all that, that's them being defensive, because they're going to ridiculous arguments to try and preserve this globe.
Of course. Of course.
UG is failed. New UG still there?
Oh, we were having so much fun as well.
Yeah, I've heard him. He's been on like for 3 days straight. He must be figuring out that the space pics aren't real. Come on.
Yeah. Did you hear the Easter Bunny exchange?
No, I didn't. I just caught the last few minutes.
So me and Crit were asking him why he doesn't believe in the Easter Bunny, because there's pictures of the Easter Bunny as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then his argument was basically, I already believe in the globe and I already don't believe in the Easter Bunny.
All right.
That's basically his argument.
Is that what you heard of my argument?
Inbuilt programming.
Yeah. That was basically your argument. Oh, repetition as well, you said.
Well, you mentioned repetition, and I conceded that. Yeah, fair enough. But my argument was that the Easter Bunny is supernatural, and the globe has, natural.
I'd
A
say
naturalistic explanation.
ball of water in a vacuum seems pretty supernatural.
Gas pressure next to a vacuum is definitely violates natural law, so you could call that supernatural. I just call it science fiction nonsense, but there's some examples.
I don't know a lot about the nature of vacuums, so.
Well, you don't need to know much to know that water boils in a vacuum, right?
I didn't know that, actually.
Okay, well, water boils in a vacuum, and gas disperses into the available volume in a vacuum. So,
okay,
how does that work on a spinning water ball covered in gas in a vacuum?
well, if it's covered in gas, it's not a vacuum, is it?
Well, space is claimed to be 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Mm. But my understanding
That's
is that
more
the
of a
atmosphere.
vacuum.
Yeah, my understanding is that the atmosphere is held in by gravitational force.
Right, that's supernatural because that's not something real or observed.
Am I cutting out or is no one talking?
I'm
Sorry?
talking. Can you hear us, Crypto? Well, if you can show us water adhering to an object and gas adhering to spherical object in a vacuum, then maybe you'd have an argument. But I mean,
Hey,
no one's demonstrating that.
yeah, I mean, my scientific understanding is, pretty much limited to what I've told you. My general understanding is that the atmosphere is held in by the gravitational force. So that would be the reason as to why the seas don't boil off as if they were in a vacuum.
Yeah, but I mean, well, if Radwin was here, he could tell you better. But I mean, he demonstrates water boiling off when he removes the air in a chamber, in a vacuum chamber, and the gravity doesn't seem to be doing anything; it just boils off.
Well, I think the pressure force or the forces that are being exerted onto the water through the vacuum chamber itself would overpower the gravitational force in this instance.
Well, that's not really exerting a force. So it's just the water is almost like breaking itself apart into gas, and then it's floating off and leaving the chamber.
Yeah.
So it's not a force of the vacuum.
Well, there's a force of mechanically extracting the air from the vacuum chamber.
Okay. Well, in either way, your gravity is not observed to be holding the water down once the air pressure is removed. So, in that experiment, your variable is the air pressure, not gravity. So, we're still outstanding any science for gravity holding air and water to a ball in a vacuum.
Yeah, so, I mean, is gravity the strongest at the centre of mass, would you say?
I have no idea.
Well, at least you're honest, I guess.
Yeah, like I say, I'm not a scientist. I've got a GCSE in maths, chemistry, physics, and biology. That's the limit of my scientific education.
So are you now trying to research these things and
No.
figure out if this is scientific? Because I mean, it would be pretty easy to fool you with claimed scientific concepts if you don't really understand science, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So a way you could combat that would be to educate yourself on these matters, and then you can kind of know if it's scientific or not.
Yeah, and until it impacts me personally and directly, like the notion of whether the Earth is a globe or flat doesn't. It's of
it
no
does,
consequence to
inherently.
me. It's of no consequence to me whether it is or it isn't.
It's your entire environment. It's where your life, everything that does matter to you, takes place within this thing. So
Yes,
of course
but
it matters to you.
in the paradigm of my life, day to day, it makes no odds.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, you're still gonna have to go to work or whatever. But I mean,
Yeah,
is
it's not
that
going to change
as
any of
far as
that.
is that as far as your care extends?
On this particular
environment where you live.
On this particular subject, yeah, of course, that's as far as my care extends. I take.
Well, I would.
I take for evidence some things that you would dismiss as evidence, and you might think that might lead me down some absurd rabbit holes where I would have to believe in the Easter Bunny because someone's done some CGI of it.
Funny.
I would say that was reductive ad absurdum, but
No, not really.
No, it's actually
You're breaking up again, Chad. Sorry.
So, just quickly.
You're back.
The fuck server am I in?
Politics.
What server is this?
Politics. It's a politics.
Thank you.
Did the other two stop talking? Because I just joined.
So I have a
Yeah.
question. Why are these calls always so like full?
I think some people are here just listening, or
It's a
This
popular
is a
topic.
very interesting subject.
Yeah.
Okay.
go ahead, Chad. You were gonna. I think you're back in.
We also have an audience on YouTube. So not
How did
only
you
is
not
are the
know what
people
server
here
you're
in the
in?
call, there's also people out there on YouTube listening.
Huh. Okay. Well, you guys carry on.
Are you still here, Chad?
Yeah, but I think my internet's just not good enough for a conversation, unfortunately.
Are you on the move?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for the respectful conversation. I appreciate the
There's traffic, which is really irritating.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the conversation. I appreciate your time. Maybe we can pick up on it when you're.
Yeah, no, same.
No need to shout at one another.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes there isn't need to
Crypto, you should go
shout
back
at
and
people.
listen to how you sound.
It's all over you constantly, but it's another problem. Sorry?
Like if you went back and you hear how you sound, like you'd be like, wow, really? Is that bad?
I think my internet might be back now, guys. I don't know if you guys are still around or whatever.
Yeah, you sound good. That was crystal clear.
Yeah, I mean, I might still drop out every now and then, but I'm out of the dead zone I was in. So. Yeah, I think what was frustrating me about the other guy is that he was hell bent on this gotcha of, oh, if you get to the edge, bro, and he wasn't really understanding. He didn't even understand his own gotcha, right? So it wasn't even like he couldn't understand my rebuttal. He didn't even understand his own question. Which is stupid.
Anyone around?
with the result that they have brought out wild calculations which have been fostered dogmatically on a gullible world, but are about as infallible as the utterances of Borgia. When Einstein first introduced his theory of relativity to the world, he often used the analogy of a wagon rolling along the street as an illustration. "What we mean by relative motion," he stated in a Princeton University lecture, "in a general sense, is perfectly plain to everyone. If we think of a wagon moving along a street, we know that it is possible to speak of the wagon at rest and the street in motion, just as well as it is to speak of the wagon in motion and the street at rest. That, however, is a very special part of the ideas involved in the principle of relativity." Gerard Hickson says, "That would be amusing if we read it in a comic paper, but when Professor Einstein says it in a lecture at Princeton University, we are expected not to laugh. That is the only difference. It is silly, but I may not dismiss the matter with that remark, and so I will answer quite seriously that it is only possible for me to speak of the street moving while the wagon remains still, and to believe it, when I cast away all the experience of a lifetime and am no longer able to understand the evidence of my senses, which is insanity. Such self-deception as this is not reasoning, it is the negation of reason, which is the faculty of forming correct conclusions from things observed, judged by the light of experience. It is unworthy of our intelligence and a waste of our greatest gift, but that introduction serves very well to illustrate the kind of illusion that lies at the root of relativity. When he suggested that the street might be moving, while the wagon with its wheels revolving was standing still, he was asking us to imagine that in a similar manner the earth we stand upon might be moving, while the stars that pass in the night stand still. It is a case of appeal, where Einstein appeals in the name of a convicted Copernican astronomy against the judgment of Michelson, Morley, Nordemeyer, physics, fact, experience, observation, and reason. On the surface, relativity may seem plausible enough, especially when presented by a charismatic character of Einstein's caliber, but is it really so simple and straightforward? In fact, Einstein's theory of relativity is so complicated and convoluted that when it first came to the public's attention, it was said that there were probably less than a dozen people on Earth capable of understanding it. After Einstein presented his theory to the Royal Astronomical Society, philanthropist Eugene Higgins offered a prize of $5,000 for the best explanation of relativity in essay form, describing it so the general public could understand what it was all about. Prize winner Mr. L. Bolton himself admitted that even when stated in its simplest form, it remains a tough proposition. Along with Einstein's denial of the ether and anything absolute, except the absoluteness of relativity, he had to create a litany of new terms and ideas, each depending upon another and contributing to support the whole. For example, Einstein claimed that there was no ether, that time is a fourth spatial dimension, that infinity and eternity do not exist, and that light is a material thing. This meant that time must be added to the three dimensions of length, breadth, and thickness, that space be renamed a continuum, and points in the space-time continuum be renamed to events. Gerard Hickson said, "What we have always known as a point in the terms of Euclid, Einstein calls an event. But if words have any meaning, a point and an event are two totally different things, for a point is a mark, a spot or place, and is only concerned in the consideration of material things, while an event is an occurrence, it is something that happens. There is as much difference between them as there is between the sentence, 'This is a barrel of apples,' and 'These apples came from New Zealand.'" While claiming time as a fourth dimension, Einstein explains that by dimension we must understand merely one of four independent quantities which locate an event in space. This is to imply that the other three dimensions which are in common use are independent quantities, which is not the case, for length, breadth, and thickness are essentially found in combination. They coexist in each and every physical thing so that they are related. Hence they are not independent quantities. On the contrary, time is an independent quantity. It is independent of any one or all the three proportions of material things. It is not in any way related, and therefore cannot be used as a fourth dimension. Einstein's theory of relativity claims that light is a material thing which therefore has weight and is subject to gravity. This idea meant starlight could now bend under its own weight and curve its path based on the distance and mass of objects along with its trajectory, which allowed heliocentrists like Einstein to claim stars are in reality not where they appear to be, and that with his new geometry, the stars must be moved to much farther away than previously assumed. Einstein's law of the constancy of the velocity of light states that light always travels at the same speed, 186,414 miles per second, or 671,900,400 miles per hour. But Einstein also claims that gravity causes light to bend towards massive objects along its trajectory. If a ray of light can be said to bend, curve, or deviate from its course due to the gravitational pull of masses in its path, it must by necessity accelerate when approaching and decelerate when receding from these things. However, if light can bend under its own weight, or under the law of gravitation as Einstein claims it does, then it is not and cannot be absolute. Gerard Hickson says, strangely enough, while Einstein claims that everything is in motion and nothing is stable, he allows one thing, and one thing only, to remain outside the realm of relativity, independent of everything else. He claims that the velocity of light is constant under all circumstances, and therefore is absolute. This is a blunder of the first magnitude, but I do not imagine that he fell into it through an oversight, for it is quite evident that he was driven into this false position. He was compelled to say that the velocity of light is constant, because if he did not, his new geometry would be useless. We are told that light is a material thing, and that a beam of light is deflected from a straight line by the gravitation of any and everything that lies near its course as it passes within their sphere of influence. And we are further assured that light always maintains a uniform speed of 186,414 miles per second. We have, however, to remind Professor Einstein that this was determined as the result of experiments by the physicists Fizeau, Foucault, Cornu, Michelson, and Newcomb, all of which experiments were conducted within the Earth's atmosphere, on terra firma. In all these experiments, a ray of light was reflected between two mirrors several miles apart, so that it had to pass to and fro, always through the atmosphere, and it is not to be supposed that light or anything else can travel at the same speed through the air as it would through the vacuum Einstein supposes space to be. Let us reverse this in order to realize it better. It is not to be supposed that any material thing travels at no greater speed through a vacuum than it does through air, which has a certain amount of density or opacity. If anything does not distinguish the difference between air and a vacuum, then it is not a material thing. It cannot be matter. On the other hand, anything that is matter must, of necessity, make such a distinction, and in that case, its velocity cannot be constant. Conventional wisdom before Einstein's theory was that light was not a material thing, that it discharged in a straight line in every direction from the source, that it could not be influenced by gravity, could not bend, curve, or be deflected from its course by anything. As Lord Kelvin said, light diverges from a luminous center outwards in all directions. Its velocity may be affected according to the density of the medium through which it passes, but this fact simply proves Einstein's law of the constancy of the velocity of light is incorrect. Gerard Hickson said, the length of the course used by Newcomb in the final determination of the velocity of light was 7.44242 kilometers. If the ray of light had deviated by a hair's breadth from an absolutely straight line, it never could have passed through the interstices between the very fine teeth of his revolving wheel, or returned precisely to the appointed spot on his sending and receiving mirrors, which were 3.72121 kilometers apart. The fact that the ray of light did pass from mirror to mirror, and through the wheel, proves that it maintained a straight line. Hence it is certain that it was not deflected from its course by the gravitation of the earth between the two mirrors, wherefore it is obvious that it was not affected by gravitation. So we find that the very experiments by which the accepted 186,414 miles per second as the velocity of light was measured, experiments which were carried out with the utmost painstaking and minute attention to detail, prove that a ray of light is not influenced by the gravitation of the earth in the slightest degree. Therefore, if those experiments were good enough to warrant all the world in accepting the velocity of light, they may be equally well adduced as proof that a ray of light does not bend by its own weight, and that light is not affected by gravitation. Relativity is clever, but it belongs to the same category as Newton's law of gravitation and the Kant-Herschel-Laplace nebular hypothesis, in as far as it is a superfine effort of the imagination seeking to maintain an impossible theory of the universe in defiance of every fact against it. And Robert Sugenis said, "As for Einstein, if you want to believe that lengths shrink when an object moves, time changes in the process, and its mass increases, just so you can explain the anomalies of Michelson's experiment, that's your privilege. But I'd just as soon answer it by saying that mass, time, and length stay the same, and the Earth isn't moving, and I'm just as scientific as you for saying so." If you fill a balloon with helium, a substance lighter than the nitrogen, oxygen, and other elements which compose the air around it, the balloon will immediately fly upwards. If you fill a balloon with hydrogen, a substance even lighter than helium, the balloon will fly upwards even faster. If you blow a dandelion seed out of your hands, a substance just barely heavier than the air, it will float away and slowly but eventually fall to the ground. And if you drop an anvil from your hands, something much heavier than the air, it will quickly and directly fall straight to the ground. Now this has absolutely nothing to do with gravity. The fact that light things rise up and heavy things fall down is simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Lady Blunt says, "Most people in England have either read or heard that Sir Isaac Newton's theory of gravitation was originated by his seeing an apple fall to the earth from a tree in his garden. Persons gifted with ordinary common sense would say that the apple fell down to earth because, bulk for bulk, it was heavier than the surrounding air. But if, instead of the apple, a fluffy feather had been detached from the tree, a breeze would probably have sent the feather floating away, and the feather would not reach the earth until the surrounding air became so still that, by virtue of its own density, the feather would fall to the ground." Wilbur Voliva, a famous flat earther in the early 20th century, gave lectures all over America against Newtonian astronomy. He would begin by walking on stage with a book, a balloon, a feather, and a brick, and ask the audience, "How is it that a law of gravitation can pull up a toy balloon and cannot put up a brick? I throw up this book. Why doesn't it go on up? That book went up as far as the force behind it forced it, and it fell because it was heavier than the air, and that is the only reason. I cut the string of a toy balloon. It rises, gets to a certain height, and then it begins to settle. I take this brick and a feather. I blow the feather. Yonder it goes. Finally, it begins to settle and comes down. This brick goes up as far as the force forces it, and then it comes down because it is heavier than the air. That is all." David Wardlaw Scott says, "Any object which is heavier than the air, and which is unsupported, has a natural tendency to fall by its own weight. Newton's famous apple at Woolsthorpe, or any other apple when ripe, loses hold of its stalk, and being heavier than the air, drops as a matter of necessity to the ground, totally irrespective of any attraction of the earth. For if such attraction existed, why does not the earth attract the rising smoke, which is not nearly so heavy as the apple? The answer is simple, because the smoke is lighter than the air, and therefore does not fall but ascends. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the earth revolves around the sun, and the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society." Thomas Winship says, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science, and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption, and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypothesis of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean, and this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Einstein's theory of relativity and the entire heliocentric model of the universe hinge upon Newton's law of gravitation. Heliocentrists claim that the Sun is the most massive object in the heavens, more massive even than the Earth, and therefore the Earth and other planets, by law, are caught up in the Sun's gravity and forced to orbit perpetual circles and ellipses around it. They claim that gravity also somehow allows people, buildings, the oceans, and all of nature to exist on the underside of their ball Earth without falling off. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the Sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the Sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth while causing Earth itself to revolve ellipses around the Sun? The two effects are very different, yet the same cause is attributed to both. Furthermore, this magnetic-like attraction of massive objects gravity is purported to have can be found nowhere in the natural world. There is no example in nature of a massive sphere or any other shaped object which, by virtue of its mass alone, causes smaller objects to stick to or orbit around it. There is nothing on Earth massive enough that it can be shown to cause even a dust bunny to stick to or orbit around it. Try spinning a wet tennis ball or any other spherical object with smaller things placed on its surface, and you will find that everything falls or flies off and nothing sticks to or orbits around it. To claim the existence of a physical law without a single practical evidential example is hearsay, not science. Lady Blunt and Albert Smith wrote, that bodies in some instances are seen to approach each other is a fact, but that their mutual approach is due to an attraction or pulling process on the part of these bodies is, after all, a mere theory. Hypotheses may sometimes be admissible, but when they are invented to support other hypotheses, they are not only to be doubted, but discredited and discarded. The hypothesis of a universal force called gravitation is based upon, and was indeed invented with a view to support another hypothesis, namely that the Earth and sea together make up a vast globe whirling away through space, and therefore needing some force or forces to guide it in its mad career, and so control it as to make it conform to what is called its annual orbit around the Sun. The theory, first of all, makes the Earth to be a globe, then not a perfect globe, but an oblate spheroid, flattened at the poles, then more oblate, until it was in danger of becoming so flattened that it would be like a cheese, and passing over minor variations of form, we are finally told that the Earth is pear-shaped, and that the ellipsoid has been replaced by an apoid. What shape it may assume next, we cannot tell. It will depend upon the whim or fancy of some astute and speculating scientist. How is it that gravity is so strong that it can hold all the oceans, buildings, and people stuck to the underside of the ball Earth, but so weak that it allows birds, bugs, smoke, and balloons to casually evade its grips completely? How is it that gravity holds our bodies clung to the underside of a ball Earth, but yet we can easily raise our legs and arms, walk or jump, and feel no such constant downward pulling force? How is it that gravity can cause planets to revolve elliptical orbits around a single center of attraction? Ellipses by nature require two foci, and the force of gravitation would have to regularly increase and decrease to keep planets in constant orbit and prevent pulling them into direct collision courses. Thomas Winship says that the Sun's path is an exact circle for only about 4 periods in a year, and then of only a few hours at the equinoxes and solstices, completely disproves the might-have-been of circular gravitation, and by consequence all of gravitation. If the Sun were of sufficient power to retain the Earth in its orbit when nearest the Sun, when the Earth arrived at that part of its elliptical path farthest from the Sun, the attractive force, unless very greatly increased, would be utterly incapable of preventing the Earth rushing away into space in a right line forever, as astronomers say. On the other hand, it is equally clear that if the Sun's attraction were just sufficient to keep the Earth in its proper path when farthest from the Sun, and thus to prevent it rushing off into space, the same power of attraction when the Earth was nearest the Sun would be so much greater that, unless the attraction were very greatly diminished, nothing would prevent the Earth rushing towards and being absorbed by the Sun. there being no counterbalancing focus to prevent such a catastrophe, as astronomy makes no reference to the increase and diminution of the attractive force of the sun, called gravitation. For the above necessary purposes, we are again forced to the conclusion that the great discovery of which astronomers are so proud is absolutely non-existent. And N. Crossland says, we are asked by the Newtonian to believe that the action of gravitation, which we can easily overcome by the slightest exercise of volition in raising a hand or foot, is so overwhelmingly violent when we lose our balance and fall a distance of a few feet, that this force, which is imperceptible under usual conditions, may, under extraordinary circumstances, cause the fracture of every limb we possess. Common sense must reject this interpretation. Gravitation does not furnish a satisfactory explanation of the phenomena here described, whereas the definition of weight already given does, for a body seeking in the readiest manner its level of stability would produce precisely the result experienced. If the influence which kept us securely attached to this earth were identical with that which is powerful enough to disturb a distant planet in its orbit, we should be more immediately conscious of its masterful presence and potency, whereas this influence is so impotent in the very spot where it is supposed to be most dominant that we find an insurmountable difficulty in accepting the idea of its existence. Heliocentrists claim the ball Earth is perpetually spinning on its axis at a mind-numbing 1,038 miles per hour, or 19 miles per second, and somehow people, animals, buildings, oceans, and other surface phenomena can stick to the underside of the spinning ball without falling or flying off. Take a ride on the gravitron at your local amusement park, however, and notice how the faster it spins, the more you are pushed away from the center of spin, not towards it. Even if the centripetal, inward pulling force of gravity did exist, which it does not, the centrifugal, outward pushing force of the ball Earth's supposed 19 mile per second spin would also exist and have to be overcome, yet neither of these opposing forces have ever been shown to have any existence outside the imaginations of heliocentric scientists. David Wardlaw Scott says, we are not like flies which, by the peculiar formation of their feet, can crawl on a ball, but we are human beings who require a plane surface on which to walk, and how could we be fastened to the earth whirling, according to your theory, around the sun, at the rate of 19 miles per second? The famed law of gravitation will not avail, though we are told that we have 15 pounds of atmosphere pressing on every square inch of our bodies, but this does not appear to be particularly logical, for there are many athletes who can leap nearly their own height and run a mile in less than 5 minutes, which they could not possibly do if they were thus handicapped. N. Crossland says, the attraction of gravitation is said to be stronger at the surface of the earth than at a distance from it. Is it so? If I spring upwards perpendicularly, I cannot with all my might ascend more than 4 feet from the ground. But if I jump in a curve with a low trajectory, keeping my highest elevation about 3 feet, I might clear a bound of space above the earth of about 18 feet, so that practically I can overcome the so-called force, pull, at the distance of 4 feet in the proportion of 18 to 4, being the very reverse of what I ought to be able to do according to the Newtonian hypothesis. Newton also theorized, and it is now commonly taught, that the Earth's ocean tides are caused by gravitational lunar attraction. If the Moon is only 2,160 miles in diameter, and the Earth 8,000 miles, however, using their own math and law, it follows that the Earth is 87 times more massive, and therefore the larger body should attract the smaller to it, and not the other way around. If the Earth's greater gravity is what keeps the Moon in orbit, it is impossible for the Moon's lesser gravity to supersede the Earth's gravity at Earth's sea level, where its gravitational attraction would even further out-trump the Moon's. Not to mention the velocity and path of the Moon are uniform, and should therefore exert a uniform influence on the Earth's tides, when in actuality the Earth's tides vary greatly. Furthermore, if ocean tides are caused by Moon's gravitation, how is it that lakes, ponds, and other smaller bodies of standing water remain outside the Moon's grasp, while the gigantic oceans are so affected? Thomas Winship says, if the Moon lifted up the water, it is evident that near the land the water would be drawn away and low instead of high tide caused. Again, the velocity and path of the moon are uniform, and it follows that if she exerted any influence on the Earth, that influence could only be a uniform influence. But the tides are not uniform. At Port Natal, the rise and fall is about 6 feet, while at Beira, about 600 miles up the coast, the rise and fall is 26 feet. This effectually settles the matter that the moon has no influence on the tides. Tides are caused by the gentle and gradual rise and fall of the earth on the bosom of the mighty deep. In inland lakes there are no tides, which also proves that the moon cannot attract either the earth or water to cause tides, but the fact that the basin of the lake is on the earth, which rests on the waters of the deep, shows that no tides are possible, as the waters of the lakes together with the earth rise and fall, and thus the tides at the coast are caused, while there are no tides on waters unconnected with the sea. Samuel Rowbotham says, "It is affirmed that the intensity of attraction increases with proximity and vice versa. How then, when the waters are drawn up by the moon from their bed and away from the earth's attraction, which at that greater distance from the center is considerably diminished, while that of the moon is proportionally increased, how is it possible that all the waters acted on should be prevented leaving the earth and flying away to the moon? If the moon has power of attraction sufficient to lift the waters of earth at all, even a single inch from their deepest receptacles, where the earth's attraction is much greater, there is nothing in the theory of attraction of gravitation to prevent her taking to herself all the waters which came within her influence. Let the smaller body once overcome the power of the larger, and the power of the smaller becomes greater than when it first operated, because the matter acted on is nearer to it. Proximity is greater, and therefore power is greater. How then can the waters of the ocean immediately underneath the moon flow towards the shores, and so cause a flood tide? Water flows, it is said, through the law of gravity or attraction of the earth's center. Is it possible then for the moon, having once overcome the power of the earth, to let go her hold upon the waters through the influence of a power which she has conquered, and which therefore is less than her own? The above and other difficulties which exist in connection with the explanation of the tides afforded by the Newtonian system have led many, including Sir Isaac Newton himself, to admit that such explanation is the least satisfactory portion of the theory of gravitation. Thus we have been carried forward by the sheer force of evidence to the conclusion that the tides of the sea do not arise from the attraction of the moon, but simply from the rising and falling of the floating earth in the waters of the great deep. That calmness which is found to exist at the bottom of the great seas could not possibly be if the waters were alternately raised by the moon and pulled down by the earth." David Wardlaw Scott says, "Even Sir Isaac Newton himself confessed that the explanation of moon's action on the tides was the least satisfactory part of his theory. This theory asserts that the larger objects attract the smaller, and the mass of the moon being reckoned as only 1/8 of that of the earth, it follows that if, by the presumed force of gravitation, the earth revolves around the sun, much more, for the same reason, should the moon do so likewise, instead of which that wilful orb still continues to go round our world. Tides vary greatly in height, owing chiefly to the different configurations of the adjoining lands. At Chepstow it rises to 60 feet, at Portishead to 50, while at Dublin Bay it is but 12, and at Wexford only 5 feet. That the earth itself has a slight tremulous motion may be seen in the movement of the spirit level, even when fixed as steadily as possible, and that the sea has a fluctuation may be witnessed by the oscillation of an anchored ship in the calmest day of summer. By what means the tides are so regularly affected is at present only conjectured. Possibly it may be by atmospheric pressure on the waters of the great deep, and perhaps even the moon itself, as suggested by the late Dr. Rowbotham, may influence the atmosphere, increasing or diminishing its barometric pressure, and indirectly the rise and fall of earth in the waters." Samuel Rowbotham says, "Bearing this fact in mind, that there exists a continual pressure of the atmosphere upon the earth, and associating it with the fact that the earth is a vast plain stretched out upon the waters, and it will be seen that it must of necessity slightly fluctuate or slowly rise and fall in the water. As by the action of the atmosphere the earth is slowly depressed, the water moves towards the receding shore and produces the flood tide, and when by the reaction of the resisting ocean medium the earth gradually ascends and the waters recede, and the ebb tide is produced. This is the general cause of tides. Whatever peculiarities are observed, they may be traced to the reaction of channels, bays, headlands, and other local causes. that the Earth has a vibratory or tremulous motion, such as must necessarily belong to a floating and fluctuating structure, is abundantly proved by the experience of astronomers and surveyors. If a delicate spirit level be firmly placed upon a rock or upon the most solid foundation which it is possible to construct, the very curious phenomenon will be observed of constant change in the position of the air bubble. However carefully the level may be adjusted and the instrument protected from the atmosphere, the bubble will not maintain its position many seconds together. A somewhat similar influence has been noticed in astronomical observatories, where instruments of the best construction and placed in the most approved positions cannot always be relied upon without occasional readjustment. In the past several decades, NASA has shown video of astronauts supposedly in low Earth orbit experiencing complete weightlessness or zero gravity. How is this weightless effect achieved if gravity doesn't exist? As it turns out, for the past several decades, NASA, together with Boeing, have been perfecting so-called zero-G planes and zero-G maneuvers, which are able to produce weightlessness at any altitude. Aboard modified Boeing 727s, specially trained pilots perform aerobatic maneuvers known as parabolas. Planes climb with a pitch angle of 45 degrees using engine thrust and elevator controls. Then, when maximum height is reached, the craft is pointed downward at high speed. The period of weightlessness begins while ascending and lasts all the way up and over the parabola until reaching a downward pitch angle of 30 degrees, at which point the maneuver is repeated. Therefore, all NASA's footage of astronauts aboard space shuttles or the International Space Station can be easily hoaxed and simulated in Earth atmosphere aboard a zero-G plane. In fact, watching footage of zero-G plane flights alongside footage of NASA astronauts, supposedly floating around their space shuttles and space stations, no observable difference can be seen between the two. Astronomers claim to have measured all the planets' distances, shapes, orbits, weights, relative positions, and times of revolution, all based on the law of gravitation, and without gravity, their entire cosmology folds under its own weight. Without gravity, people cannot stand upside down on a ball Earth. Without gravity, the Earth and planets cannot be revolving around the Sun. Without Newtonian gravitation, Einsteinian relativity, Copernican heliocentricity, and the entire Big Bang Ball Earth mythos cannot exist and falls to pieces. Gravity, both metaphorically and quite literally, just does not hold any water, not as a sound theory of cosmology, and not as a law supposedly responsible for holding in the world's oceans. William Carpenter says, "Man's experience tells him that he is not constructed like the flies that can live and move upon the ceiling of a room with as much safety as on the floor, and since the modern theory of a planetary Earth necessitates a crowd of theories to keep company with it, and one of them is that men are really bound to the Earth by a force which fastens them to it like needles round a spherical lodestone, a theory perfectly outrageous and opposed to all human experience, it follows that unless we can trample upon common sense and ignore the teachings of experience, we have an evident proof that Earth is not a globe. If we could, after our minds had once been opened to the light of truth, conceive of a globular body on the surface of which human beings could exist, the power, no matter by what name it be called, that would hold them on would then necessarily have to be so constraining and cogent that they could not live. The waters of the oceans would have to be a solid mass, for motion would be impossible. But we not only exist, but live and move, and the water of the oceans skips and dances like a thing of life and beauty. This is a proof that the Earth is not a globe." Gerard Hickson said, "Nearly 100 years ago Kepler suggested that some kind of unknown force must hold the Earth and the heavenly bodies in their places, and now Sir Isaac Newton, the greatest mathematician of his age, took up the idea and built the law of gravitation. The name is derived from the Latin word gravis, which means heavy, having weight, while the law of gravitation is defined as that mutual action between masses of matter by virtue of which every such mass tends toward every other with a force varying directly as the product of the masses and inversely as the square of their distances apart. Reduced to simplicity, gravitation is said to be that which attracts everything towards every other thing. That does not tell us much, and yet the little it does tell us is not true, for a thoughtful observer knows very well that everything is not attracted towards every other thing. The definition implies that it is a force, but it does not say so, for that phrase mutual action is ambiguous and not at all convincing. Gabrielle Henriette says, "The system of gravitation which makes the sun the moving center of the universe, the awkward principles of which are anything but certain since they apply to invisible circumstances so that they cannot be checked, is here replaced by the old geocentric system universally accepted until the 17th century, in view, of course, of its undisputable obviousness, and in which the Earth, in a state of immobility and surrounded by the planets visibly moving round it, including the Sun, is at the center of our universe. These two facts, which explain almost everything, are firstly the positive existence above the Earth of a solid dome constituting the sky, and secondly the non-material nature of the planets and constellations, which are not physical masses, but merely luminous manifestations without substance. These are the two circumstances which lead today to the fundamental transformation of astronomy." And Professor Bernstein, in his Letters to the British Association, writes, "The theory that motions are produced through material attraction is absurd. Attributing such a power to mere matter, which is passive by nature, is a supreme illusion. It is a lovely and easy theory to satisfy any man's mind, but when the practical test comes, it falls all to pieces and becomes one of the most ridiculous theories to common sense and judgment ever conceived." Many people think that modern astronomy's ability to accurately predict lunar and solar eclipses is a result and proof positive of the heliocentric theory of the universe. The fact of the matter, however, is that eclipses have been accurately predicted by cultures worldwide for thousands of years before the heliocentric ball Earth was even a glimmer in Copernicus's imagination. Ptolemy, in the 1st century AD, accurately predicted eclipses for 600 years on the basis of a flat, stationary Earth with equal precision as anyone living today. All the way back in 600 BC, Thales accurately predicted an eclipse which ended the war between the Medes and the Lydians. Eclipses happen regularly with precision in 18-year cycles, so regardless of geocentric or heliocentric, flat or globe Earth cosmologies, eclipses can be accurately calculated independent of such factors. Samuel Rowbotham said, "Those who are unacquainted with the methods of calculating eclipses and other phenomena are prone to look upon the correctness of such calculations as powerful arguments in favor of the doctrine of the Earth's rotundity and the Newtonian philosophy generally. One of the most pitiful manifestations of ignorance of the true nature of theoretical astronomy is the ardent inquiry so often made, 'How is it possible for that system to be false, which enables its professors to calculate to a second of time both solar and lunar eclipses for hundreds of years to come?' The supposition that such calculations are an essential part of the Newtonian or any other theory is entirely gratuitous and exceedingly fallacious and misleading. Whatever theory is adopted, or if all theories are discarded, the same calculations can be made." Gerard Hickson said, "The Chaldeans used to predict the eclipses 3,000 years ago with a degree of accuracy that is only surpassed by seconds in these days because we have wonderful clocks which they had not. Yet they had an entirely different theory of the universe than we have. The fact is that eclipses occur with a certain exact regularity, just as Christmas and birthdays do, every so many years, days, and minutes, so that anyone who has the records of the eclipses of thousands of years can predict them as well as the best astronomers without any knowledge of their cause." Samuel Rowbotham said, "The simplest method of ascertaining any future eclipse is to take the tables which have been formed during hundreds of years of careful observation, or each observer may form his own tables by collecting a number of old almanacs, one for each of the last 40 years, separate the times of the eclipses in each year, and arrange them in a tabular form. On looking over the various items, he will soon discover parallel cases, or cycles of eclipses, that is, taking the eclipses in the first year of his table, and examining those of each succeeding year, he will notice peculiarities in each year's phenomena, but on arriving to the items of the 19th and 20th years, he will perceive that some of the eclipses in the earlier part of the table will have been now repeated, that is to say, the times and characters will be alike. Tables of the places of the sun and moon, of eclipses, and of kindred phenomena have existed for thousands of years, and were formed independently of each other by the Chaldean, Babylonian, Egyptian, Hindu, Chinese, and other ancient astronomers. modern science has had nothing to do with these. Another assumption and supposed proof of Earth's shape, heliocentrists claim that lunar eclipses are caused by the shadow of the ball Earth occulting the moon. The idea is that the Sun, Earth, and Moon's spheres perfectly align like 3 billiard balls in a row, so that the Sun's light casts the Earth's shadow onto the Moon. Unfortunately for heliocentrists, this explanation is rendered completely invalid due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the Sun and Moon are still visible together above the horizon. For the Sun's light to be casting Earth's shadow onto the Moon, the three bodies must be aligned in a straight 180-degree syzygy. William Carpenter says, "The Newtonian hypothesis involves the necessity of the Sun, in the case of a lunar eclipse, being on the opposite side of a globular Earth to cast its shadow on the Moon. But since eclipses of the Moon have taken place with both the Sun and the Moon above the horizon, it follows that it cannot be the shadow